What did third brother do? Shui Yi overheard Master Yun and Yi Futian's conversation and asked curiously. I met third brother on the outskirts of a small city in the barren state, within the woods. He was snatching a dragon grass that the top 3 schools had their eyes on. I disguised my identity and stole the dragon grass, then split it with third brother. Yi Futian smiled and replied, if an ordinary disciple of the top 3 schools dared to say such a thing, he would definitely be tortured. However, the son's status was different. He could say such a thing jokingly, and an upper noble plane like Master Yun could only be depressed about it. Compared to the dragon grass, the martial arts battlefield's collapse was also thanks to him. Shui Yi and Luo Fan blinked in disbelief. Brothers, do you want to stay here and cultivate? Yi Futian asked. The feeling of reuniting after such a long time made him ecstatic, and even though his brothers were crafty, they treated him very well. There isn't even a sun position anymore. What's the point of being an ordinary disciple? Luo Fan replied disdainfully. This fellow had become the sun and wanted them to stay and cultivate, so that they would take his orders? Wouldn't that mess up the hierarchy? How could they let it happen? All right then. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. That was how he felt too. Cultivating as an ordinary disciple in the top 3 schools was a meaningless thing to do. It was only normal that his brothers did not want to stay. What other plans do you all have then? Yi Futian continued asking. We heard about your name in the Divine Sky City and wanted to go to the Celestial Pavilion to look for you. Seeing as you've gotten to such a high position, we can set our minds at rest. Luo Fan patted Yi Futian on the shoulder and said solemnly, now, I should go visit second sister. Brother treats me really well. Yi Futian was speechless and looked at Luo Fan. As expected, even though this guy was disciplined by second sister in the cottage, he was reveling in the pain and still missed her. Of course. Luo Fan nodded his head seriously. Do you need me to help you tell her anything? Just tell her that I'm doing well. Yi Futian smiled radiantly. When will you be going over? Xianxia asked. Probably after I step into the noble plane, Yi Futian replied. 7th brother, you should be in the noble plane by now. Of course. The fatty could finally hold his head up high. Then you better speed up your cultivation, or soon you'll be unable to defeat me. Yi Futian grinned while saying. The fatty glared at him and really wanted to bash him up when he saw Yi Futian's grin. Brother, are my master and masteress doing well? Yi Futian asked. They're on the Book Mountain. Who dares to treat them badly? Shui Yi replied. What about Xianxia? Yusheng asked. She's now cultivating in the college as well. Rest easy. Shui Yi nodded and saw Yi Wuchen looking at him too. He understood what Yi Wuchen wanted to ask and said, Lu Qinyu is the same as well, just that she often stands on the mountain and blanks out. When your cultivation level is higher, bring her out if you have the chance. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. He felt bad. All right. Then we'll be leaving. Luo Fan told Yi Futian. Now? Yi Futian was stunned. Aren't you going to stay in the Divine Sky City for a few days to accompany me? Accompany you? Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian disparagingly. What kind of look is that? Yi Futian saw Luo Fan's expression and was dispirited. We're leaving. Take care of yourself. Luo Fan turned around flashily. This fellow isn't his second sister. Why should he accompany him? Naive. Be careful or you'll be chased out. Yi Futian cursed him. We're not third brother going to ask for her hand in marriage. We have no pressure. Luo Fan waved his hand. Shui Yi and the fatty also left jovially. Yi Futian looked at them walking out, smiled and said, 4th brother, 5th brother, 7th brother. Take care. The boundless sky belongs to the birds. Luo Fan felt really unrestrained. The barren state was really big, he could travel wherever he wanted. After seeing his second sister, he could continue to travel. Yi Futian smiled. His brothers were probably too confined in the cottage, with their carefree personalities. If it had not been for his second sister, they would probably have gone traveling the world long ago. Now that they were done with the Eastern Barren Territories matters, they were free to explore the boundless sky. Such a mentality was really good. Yi Futian turned around and walked in the direction of the starry school, Yu Shang, Yi Wuqian and the rest following him. After he had settled matters on this end, he naturally had to visit the college chief. Outside the ancient temple, Yi Futian heard a voice from inside when he arrived. "Come in, you don't have to wait outside in the future." "Understood." Yi Futian's footsteps moved inwards, and the college chief's voice sounded again. "Arrange the son's living area. Bring him there to settle down." "Understood." The servant outside the ancient temple acknowledged the command and left. When Yi Futian stepped into the ancient temple, he saw a starry dimension within. Above the ancient temple, an ancient scroll floated in the air. It was the Starry Treasure Book. The Starry Treasure Book released a glaring light, as though the stars were shining from within the book. This is the Starry School's legacy, the Starry Treasure Book. In it there are many secret methods and spells. You can use your holy light and martial arts fate to try and decipher it for a period of time, the college chief told Yi Futian. "All right." Yi Futian nodded his head. Being crowned as the son the moment he entered the school and learning the Starry School's secret methods, such treatment was probably something that the other Starry School disciples could only wish for. "After you've ended your cultivation, I have other plans for you, mainly to increase your battle ability. Focus on your cultivation and worry about nothing else." The college chief continued to remind Yi Futian, then left, leaving him alone in the starry ancient temple. A ray of holy light started glowing and turned into starlight, merging with the stars in the ancient temple. He closed his eyes, his spiritual energy melding into the ancient temple's starry dimension, as if they had become one. Afterward, many dazzling images appeared in his brain. There were remarkably strong spells turning into stars, and a shadow appeared among the stars. The giant star appeared to transform into an absolute defense. Evidently, it was an exceedingly strong star defense spell. Around another shadow, there were tiny stars revolving around it, which proceeded to strike out with a horrifying force that could level mountains. There were also flying stars that could transform into immense gravity, causing people to sink within, unable to escape. It was an eye-opener for Yi Futian. The power of the stars used the earth element as its foundation, but many of the strong techniques included other elements within. Of course, Yi Futian understood that the person who had created this miraculous ability was not the same as he thought him to be. Sage plane experts could decipher the rule power, saints could probably use law power. This starry path was likely to be a saint's understanding of the stars in the skies, and using the starry path as a foundation, he created many techniques and spells. At the current cultivation level he was at, even though he could feel the mystery of it, but he could probably only understand and use the basics of it. Yi Futian was immersed in his cultivation and completely assimilated into the starry dimension. Using a saint's law to decipher his cultivation, he completely forgot about the passage of time. Since the day Yi Futian was crowned as sun, the divine sky city was bustling for a long period of time. In this time, Yi Futian's name was definitely the most mentioned in the divine sky city, as many people were debating whether Yi Futian could become a legendary person like Long Yitian. After all, Yi Futian had demonstrated even more outstanding potential than Long Yitian to date, but potential did not necessarily equate to one's achievements. Opportunity and one's luck were also required. However, Yi Futian was crowned the sun and donned the holy robes. From this, they could see that his luck was strong, and at least on the same level as Long Yitian. Time would be the best judge. The Starry School was also not peaceful during this time. The Jin clan's members were unhappy, but the college chief had gone ahead without notifying them, letting Yi Futian dominate his generation. Moreover, he had the support of the Dragon clan and the Gu clan, so the Jin clan had to accept it no matter how unhappy they were. A month's time had passed and Yi Futian felt his cultivation improve tremendously. His physique and spiritual energy had reached another level, and he could feel a breakthrough coming. A month ago, when he left the martial arts battlefield, he had just stepped into the 5th level of the Arcana plane. At this rate, it would not be long before he entered the noble plane. After Yi Futian had ended his cultivation, he stepped out of the ancient temple and the college chief Chun Yuan appeared. Chief Chun looked at him and said, "Your rod skills are very strong. They must be passed down by someone extraordinary." "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. Let me see your ritual implement, Chen Yuan requested. Yi Futian took out his 5-element rod, and Chen Yuan held it in his hand and said, although it isn't bad, it's like a dead item. Unfitting of you. You should go and get another one. Ha! Yi Futian looked at Chen Yuan. The college chief really treated him very well. In the eastern region of the barren state near Zhongzhou City, there is a Xianxia city. On a mountain outside the city there is a Xianxia house. It is a very strong clan. Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and continued, not long later, the chief of the Xianxia house will be having his birthday banquet. You will represent the Starry School to go and celebrate his birthday. Of course, the purpose of this trip, apart from celebrating his birthday, is to obtain the treasure of the Xianxia house, the polearm of divine destruction. Yi Futian was stunned, and looked at the old man speechlessly. Why would the treasure of the Xianxia house be given to me? Since I was a major clan that had the qualifications to make the Starry School go forth to celebrate his birthday, it was evidently on the same level as the Divine Sky City's major clans. To take the treasure of such a clan, this was, you are the son of the Starry School, dominating your generation. What is there not to be done? Chen Yuan nonchalantly said, the pole arm of divine destruction is made from the meteorites falling from the 9 heavens. The pole arm is 90,000 caddies heavy. If you are able to use it well, you can crush many people just by its weight. It has the name pole arm of divine destruction. It suits you well. 90,000 caddies. Yi Futian felt numb, although martial arts cultivators had immense strength. For someone who specialized in both martial arts and spells like him, he had a strong physique. At the 5th level of the Arcana plane, his strength was immense, but a 90,000 caddy rod still made him shudder. Go and make preparations, you leave tomorrow. Moreover, the people going this time will not only be from the Starry School. Chief Chun went back into the ancient temple after saying all that, leaving Yi Futian there, stunned. Yi Futian shook his head bitterly. The college chief really treated him well, crowning him as the son, passing down the saint's law, and now helping him to pick a ritual implement for him to collect. Whether he could obtain it was another matter. Xianxia City was located to the west of Divine Sky City. Upon heading further west, one would reach Zhongzhou City, which laid within the eastern region of the barren state. Divine Sky City was the only major city within the eastern region of the barren state. As such, not only were the top 3 schools located there, but many great clans flourished there as well. But for how great the eastern region of the barren state was, there were places that were just as powerful. The Xianxia house was definitely unparalleled divine grounds within Xianxia City and its wider regions. As a true unchallenged power, they had even nominated a city lord to create laws and govern the city. The competition here may not be as intense as that in Divine Sky City, but the influence of the Xianxia house in Xianxia City was unbeatable still. In the skies of the outskirts of Xianxia City flew a figure headed straight for where the city was. It was Yi Futian and company, flanked by powerful figures from the Starry School who were there to protect them. Members of the West Mountain Dragon clan and the Gu clan had come along as well. Long Linger had tagged along too after clamoring to join Yi Futian and see the world. Madame Long had eventually acquiesced. Gu Yunxi from the Gu clan had also come along as a representative of the clan and a disciple of Divine Sky City. The Jin clan would be coming as well, but they were not traveling with the group. We'll be there soon, whispered Gu Yunxi. Right? Yi Futian nodded. Yunxi, how should I go about obtaining the divine destruction polearm from the Xianxia house? As Yi Futian and Gu Yunxi grew familiar with each other, Gu Yunxi had allowed him to call her by her name rather than an honorific. It's your task from the college chief. How would I know what to do? The corners of Gu Yunxi's lips lifted slightly. The college chief was being rather cruel by ordering Yi Futian to take the divine destruction polearm from the Xianxia house. The chief of the Xianxia house treasured the polearm to death and loved flaunting it. There was no way he would just hand it over to Yi Futian. Ah! Yi Futian's head ached. Along the way, he had found out some information about the ties between the Xianxia house and the top 3 schools. Back in the day when the top 3 schools had not been separated yet, the saint had several disciples to whom he personally imparted his skills. Each disciple inherited a skill respectively. When the saint fell, rifts had appeared between his disciples, and they split apart to set up the top 3 schools. The predecessor who had set up Xianxia House had been a disciple of the saint as well. He had parted ways with the senior who set up the Starry School after clashing over differing opinions. The founder of Starry School obtained the Starry Treasure Book, while the ancestors of Xianxia House inherited the Divine Destruction polearm. After many years, the top 3 schools became sacred training grounds in Divine Sky City. They were the best of the best, yet those of the Xianxia House refused to acknowledge the schools. The ancestors of the Xianxia House firmly believed that only they were the legitimate heirs to the divine path. Up till today, members of the Xianxia House never enrolled in the Starry School, preferring to head over to Zhongzhou City to pursue their education. With this sort of history, Yi Futian was suspicious of College Chief Chen's intentions in sending him to take the treasure of the Xianxia House. As the group moved forward, a vast ancient city appeared beneath the cloudy skies. "We've reached Xiantian City," an elder announced. That elder was Master Yun, who had previously headed for the Evil Dragon Zone. Many top-tier cultivators of the Noble Plane had been sent to accompany the sun as he traveled. Master Yun was one of them. The Starry School had previously asked its disciples of the Noble Plane if they were willing to accompany the sun and defend the divine path. But no one had responded to the call. It was true that Yi Futian had revealed unparalleled talent the other day. But as top-tier nobles, their pride prevented them from agreeing to protect the sun on his journey. To them, it would be akin to being Yi Futian's attendants, and no one was willing to do it. "Let's go down," Yang Xing, who was behind Long Linger, spoke amidst the rumblings of the dragon. The demonic dragon then dived down towards Xiantian City with its riders, attracting the gazes of many people in the city. But the people of the city were not too surprised as well. When the chief of the Xianxia House held his birthday banquet, many powerful figures would come from all sorts of places. This was a yearly occurrence and nothing to be astonished over. Once the group landed in Xiantian City, they found an inn to settle down in. News of the newcomers spread very quickly, and they were soon visited by people from the city lord office of Xiantian City. Discussion was rife outside of the inn. Everyone was trying to guess the identities of these people who had just arrived in the city. It was a rather large group, and they had arrived by dragon. Furthermore, the son and daughter of the city lord had come to visit at the first opportunity. At this moment, Yi Futian was meeting his visitors from the city lord office at the banquet room of the inn. At the head of the group of visitors was a young man and woman, both with exquisite looks. "You have all traveled a long way from Divine Sky City. Why not come over to the city lord office to rest instead of putting up at an inn?" The young man greeted them with lightly clasped hands, smiling as he spoke. He gazed at Yi Futian, who was sitting in the center of the room, and tried to guess his identity. The Starry School had never sent a representative so young, nor had they ever sent anyone lower than the Noble Plane to the chief's birthday banquet. It seemed as though the Starry School was beginning to not take the Xianxia House seriously, and was only going through the formalities. Of course, the young man dared not to comment. No one would have dared to comment even if the Starry School had not sent a single person. The top 3 schools in the eastern region of the Barren State were officially recognized as divine grounds. They came to visit every year with a motive of their own. "This is the son of the Starry School," Master Yun quipped coldly from the side. He felt that the young man's attitude towards Yi Futian was overly lighthearted and casual. The young man was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. "So this is the son I've been rude then. I'm Shi Yanfeng, and this is my sister Shi Qinglan." Shi Qinglan was also observing Yi Futian, her eyes glittering with a curious sparkle. She didn't remember the Starry School conferring the title of son onto anyone previously. The coronation of the sun had rocked Divine Sky City, but Xiantian City was a great distance away. Those in Xiantian City would also not be bothered to find out about news from Divine Sky City. As such, they still didn't know about the happenings in Divine Sky City. However, they assumed that the young man was of great talent if he was able to be coronated as the son of the Starry School. "If you are only here to tell us this, then please leave. We won't bother you any further," Yifutian said calmly from where he was seated. His tone was cool. This young man hadn't sounded any sincerer, and the sparkle in his eye made it seem even more like he had come only to patronize them. Yifutian had no time to deal with useless formalities. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan were taken aback. They had not expected that the son would not even be bothered to entertain them and send them back immediately. This son seemed like an arrogant guy, they thought, as expected of someone from the Starry School. If that is the case, then we will take our leave now. Please feel free to send someone for me at the City Lord office should you require anything. Shi Yanfeng spoke again after a moment of contemplation. He then clasped his hands in farewell and left. It seemed as though he too was not too bothered about feigning civility. After the visitors left, Master Yun spoke, his expression cool. For these people from the City Lord office under the Xianxia house to behave like this, they really are beginning to not care about the top 3 schools. Is it because of the Xianxia house's influence? Yifutian asked. He remembered the time when they were at Yunhua City, where the Wang family had been incredibly respectful towards disciples of the top 3 schools. However, it could have been because Yunhua City was incredibly weak. Xiantian City had its own top-tier clan, the Xianxia house. As such, they probably were not as easily impressed. Yeah, Master Yun nodded. If it wasn't for the backing of the Xianxia house, they wouldn't dare to have such an attitude at all. Yifutian chuckled and stood to leave, speaking at the same time. Master Yun, I'm not going to bother myself with these sorts of things from now on. Why don't you give me a hand? Sure. Master Yun nodded. After Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan left the inn, a cool smile could be seen on Shi Yanfeng's face. I don't remember the top 3 schools having a son. Was he only coronated this year then? Shi Qinglan asked. Probably. This son of the Starry School is really arrogant though. Shi Yanfeng chuckled. Sending us off without even bothering with the niceties. Well, he is a disciple of the top 3 schools. He's probably incredibly talented if he can be coronated as a son. Shi Qinglan guessed. A son as young as this? What is the Starry School thinking? Were people really convinced by their choice? Shi Yanfeng raised his eyebrows questioningly. As for talent, that's definitely a given, he continued. Naturally, Shi Yanfeng did not doubt the judgment of the top 3 schools. There definitely weren't any idiots amidst the authoritative figures there. Who cares about that though? We have our own beliefs and totems. Shi Yanfeng's expression grew solemn as he spoke. He gazed at a tall mountain in the distance. Their belief lay in the Xianxia house. These days, the younger generation of Xiantian City had hero figures of their own to look up to. 2 figures, in particular, were 2 remarkable geniuses from the Xianxia house. One of the geniuses had already entered the Holy Ji Palace, the best training grounds of Zhongzhou City, to train. In light of this, the top 3 schools didn't seem like much, for the Holy Ji Palace was the holy grail of all training grounds in the entire barren state. The other guests have arrived as well. We should go visit them too. Who knows if the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School have coronated sons too? Said Shi Qinglan. She did not think too much of all this. Just like her senior said, they had their own beliefs and totems. The next morning, many powerful figures of Xiantian City began to gather in one place. A chain of mountains lay next to Xiantian City. Upon lifting one's head, one would see palace after palace situated endlessly amidst the mountains. This was the renowned Xianxia house. Strong figures guarded the base of the mountains. There was only one entrance and only one staircase that led up the mountain. At this moment, powerful individuals from all over the land were gathered at the bottom of the staircase. Those are people from the Blazing Sun School. And that's the group from the Bright Moon School. The guests from the Starry School have arrived as well. Someone announced upon seeing Yifutian and his entourage. The top 3 schools were naturally in the center of attention. That's the group from the School of Heavenly Arts, observed another. A group of people stood there, emanating a powerful aura. Those from the Red Phoenix clan are here too. At another spot, a group of startlingly beautiful women waited, dressed extravagantly in flaming red phoenix feather clothing. They were the disciples of the Red Phoenix clan. People from Mount Shenyuan and Qinglei Court have come as well. The crowd chattered amongst themselves. These groups were not as outstanding as the top 3 schools, but they were still top clans within the Xianxia House's circle of influence, with sages within their ranks. Other than these clans, other groups of varying levels of influence had come to pay their respects as well. At this moment, even powerful figures from the other groups were looking over at the disciples of the top 3 schools. Some had looks of respect, others shot challenging gazes as if they were raring for a fight. But Yi Futian ignored all these people. He looked up at the mountain and Xianxia House, which was situated at the top. The difficult task he had been set was on his mind still. Yi Futian wondered just how he was going to successfully take the treasure of the Xianxia House. At this moment, someone from the Xianxia House appeared on the stairs at the base of the mountains. Looking at the crowd, he said, "Please make your way up the mountain for the birthday banquet." At his words, everyone on the stairs moved aside to create a path. Many people also clasped their hands to acknowledge the messenger before preparing to move up the mountain. Everyone began walking towards the stairs that led up the mountain. However, some people graciously turned towards those from the top 3 schools to invite them to go first. In an instant, those who had started moving first stopped abruptly and stood to a side as well. Their gazes turned to those from the top 3 schools. Those people had intended to just go up the stairs as if they were oblivious to just who were around them. But since someone had spoken up, they had to show some respect as well. After all, the top 3 schools were the divine grounds of the eastern region of the Barren State. It would be better to not cause them any offense at all. There were many guests from the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School. None of them made way for Yi Futian, and they even turned back to throw him a curious glance as they walked up. This time, the Starry School had not sent any disciple of the Noble Plane. Instead, they had put Yi Futian at the forefront of the delegation. However, no one thought this was a sign of weakness on the part of the Starry School. The coronation ceremony held the other day was a move by College Chief Chun to display the sun's true abilities to everyone. Yi Futian had also proved his worth that day. Everyone in Divine Sky City was aware that if Yi Futian managed to avoid anything that led to his downfall, he would grow to become a powerful figure like Long Yitian. With his outstanding abilities and his status as the sun, College Chief Chun would definitely do everything in his power to nurture his capabilities. Yi Futian probably had an ulterior motive in leading a party of individuals to this banquet. "We should go too," Yi Futian spoke, and they began to move up the mountain as well. Only after everyone from the top 3 schools had left did the rest of the guests begin to move towards the highest peak of the mountain range. The mountains were lined with ancient palaces. Exquisitely built, these palaces were a majestic sight to see. People began to arrive at the Xianxia House one after the other, and they were welcomed by those at the Xianxia House. A large banquet had been prepared to host these guests. With the arrival of the guests, the atmosphere at the Xianxia House grew lively. Yi Futian and his companions sat at a distance, quietly observing the event. The high status of the Xianxia House was clear from the huge turnout for this banquet. Even guests from the top 3 schools were greeted without any special treatment. Then, a group of people walked out from one of the pavilions high up in the Xianxia House. At the head of the group was a lady with her long hair coiled up on her head. She was the image of neatness in a tight-fitting white training outfit. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, yet it held the calmness of still water. Her beauty was delicate and otherworldly, and she was even more beautiful than Gu Yunxi, who stood next to Yi Futian. In Divine Sky City, Gu Yunxi was known as a devastating beauty that could bring down cities. She was incredibly gorgeous, and yet this lady was even more dazzling with her ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Even Gu Yunxi herself was stunned momentarily by the appearance of this beauty. She then whispered to Yi Futian, "I've heard that there were 2 incomparable talents in this generation of the Xianxia House, Mu Jifan and Mu Jiqiu. Mu Jifan was born extraordinary. His abilities are beyond comprehension, and he was the first person in many generations from the Xianxia House who managed to enter the Holy Ji Palace to train when he was in the Noble Plane. But some people also claim that Mu Jiqiu's abilities aren't inferior to her older brothers in any way. This incredibly talented prodigy is also so beautiful that other beauties pale in comparison to her. But for all her incredible looks, She has this aura that prevents people from having any profane thoughts towards her. All it takes is one look for many men to feel inferior and ashamed of themselves. Yi Futian looked at the figure next to him. Face to face with such a beauty, Gu Yunqi didn't show any signs of jealousy at all. Instead, she admired this lady who was more elegant than she was. Mu Zhiqiu's looks and demeanor were pleasing to look at. I don't think you're inferior to her in any way. In fact, I think you're on par with her, Yi Futian told Gu Yunqi, a smile on his face. He wasn't patronizing her in any way. His admiration for her was genuine. Gu Yunqi may be a daughter of a great clan, but she didn't have the negative qualities that many other young ladies from powerful families had. Nor was she arrogant. Instead, she was peaceful as still water, and her looks were pleasing to the eye. Indeed, she was beautiful both inside and out. Gu Yunqi was taken aback for a moment before a touch of embarrassment touched her gaze and a faint smile graced her lips. You think very highly of me, she replied modestly. It's the truth. Yi Futian grinned at her. At this moment, all eyes were on Mu Zhiqiu. Many young men felt attracted to her, yet they understood that any romantic intentions they harbored for her could only remain delusions. For them, it was enough to be able to look upon her beauty. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan from the City Lord Office of Shentian City were also looking at Mu Zhiqiu. Shi Yanfeng's eyes burned with passion at the sight of Mu Zhiqiu. To him, she was a goddess whose standards he could only aspire to reach. On the other hand, Shi Qinglan looked at her in admiration. She dreamed endlessly of becoming someone like Mu Zhiqiu. The person next to Mu Zhiqiu waved a hand to indicate a request for silence, and the chatter of the crowd slowly died down to nothing. Grandfather is currently busy at the moment and is unable to welcome everyone right now. However, he will meet with everyone here at noon. Before that, please feel free to make yourselves at home in the Xianxia house, Mu Zhiqiu announced. Her voice was not soft and delicate. Instead, it was clear and distinctive with an otherworldly quality to it. One would immediately recognize her upon hearing her voice. Miss Mu, you are too kind. Please let the chief attend to his business first. It'll be enough for us to meet the chief at his convenience, answered someone in the crowd. Everyone knew that Mu Zhiqiu was just being courteous. Though many guests had arrived at the chief's birthday banquet, most of them weren't that senior that they could demand that the chief entertain them. The chief of the Xianxia house was of equal standing with the college chiefs of the top 3 schools. Only figures of that caliber were important enough for the chief of the Xianxia house to spend time entertaining. It was already a great gesture of politeness that Mu Zhiqiu was even sent out to speak to them. After she had spoken, Mu Zhiqiu looked in the direction of the top 3 schools, and her gaze lingered on those from the Starry School. The Xianxia house and the top 3 schools were cut from the same cloth. To be even more accurate, they shared the same origins. One could even say that the Xianxia house specialized in skills that the Starry School no longer taught today. The only difference was that the Xianxia house was more singular in its focus since disciples of the Starry School specialized in many different areas. Why do the top 3 schools send people to pay their respects every year? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity. While the top 3 schools did share the same origins as the Xianxia house, there really was no need for this gesture. The top 3 schools were the ones that were truly recognized as the divine grounds of the eastern region of the Barren State. In response, Gu Yunqi explained, sharing the same origins is only one of the reasons. Actually, all the knowledge that the Xianxia house has passed down forms the core of the Starry School. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School are all hoping that the younger members of the Xianxia house will join them to train. As for the Starry School, I don't know what the reason is, but relations between the Xianxia house and the school aren't too friendly. I bet they're plotting something. Long Linger chuckled. Their intentions probably aren't that pure. Don't spout nonsense, an elder from the Long family chastised, glaring at her for the inappropriate comment. I do think Linger has a point though. Yi Futian nodded instead, smiling. He doubted that the school's yearly tradition of attending the chief's birthday banquet was so innocent. Besides, the chief had tasked him with taking away the divine destruction polearm after all. A commotion broke out and many people stood up. Yifutian looked around and saw that other than the top 3 schools, everyone else had gotten to their feet and were looking in a particular direction. An elder walked towards them in an unhurried manner and stood before everyone. He had a mighty aura despite his advanced age, and his gaze was strong and majestic. He appeared to be a figure of great authority. "Chief!" someone greeted him. Yifutian's eyes glittered, and the disciples of the top 3 schools rose to greet him as well. No one was exempt from showing good manners before such a senior character. As Yifutian stood with the people around him, he observed the chief of the Xianxia house. The chief's eyes were sharp as lightning, and a powerful aura emanated from his gaze. Yifutian felt as though he had been set up by the college chief. It seemed pretty plausible that the chief might just kill him on the spot without hesitation if he were to dare to ask for the treasure of the Xianxia house. In fact, it was a very great possibility. "We wish the chief a happy birthday," everyone echoed collectively. It was a magnificent sight to see. "You are all too kind. Please have a seat." The chief of the Xianxia house surveyed everyone with a strong gaze. His eyes lingered in the direction of the top 3 schools for a moment. "We've prepared a small token for you, sir. We hope you'll accept it," someone said. After that, many people began to present the chief with the gifts they had brought as well. Even the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had prepared gifts as well. Since it was a birthday banquet, it was only right that the guests brought presents for the chief. The chief accepted them all without any hesitation. "Where's our gift?" Yifutian asked Master Yun as the people from the Bright Moon School sat back down. "You didn't say to prepare one before we left," Master Yun whispered back. Yifutian was taken aback. This was an awkward situation. He was here to take the chief's treasure, yet he hadn't even prepared a birthday present for him. Was he to present the chief with one of his own possessions? Even so, there was nothing of value Yifutian could offer to someone of the chief's status. His possessions were useful to him, but they all seemed like measly gifts to give to the chief. Right now, many people were looking towards the Starry School, waiting to see what they would do after the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had presented their gifts. Yifutian wanted to run away upon feeling all the gazes upon him. This was such an embarrassing situation. He couldn't believe that the college chief had not reminded him to get a gift. With a solemn expression, Yifutian then began to speak, his features handsome as a prince's. "I, Yifutian, pay my respects to you, sir. The college chief has sent me here to ask after you. We were planning to prepare a birthday gift for you, but we felt that no gift would be befitting enough for a person of your stature. It would be an insult to present you with anything lesser, so we decided to not do that. We hope that you don't take offense at this." Everyone was instantly taken aback. Yifutian's words seemed reasonable at first, but then they suddenly realized that something was not right. This fellow wasn't planning to give the chief a gift at all, yet he had spun such a fancy excuse for himself, instead making everyone who had brought a present seem disrespectful towards the chief of the Xianxia house. Recovering from the surprise, everyone turned to glare at Yifutian in fury. Just how shameless could this guy be? Yifutian was so incredibly shameless. Everyone from the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School was frowning as well. What Yifutian had said was completely unacceptable. Disrespect is disrespect. What a joke you are to try to cover up your lack of a gift with pretty words. Xian, a noble plane representative from the Blazing Sun School, commented coldly. He was unhappy with what Yifutian had just said. "Who are you trying to fool?" spoke up another noble plane representative from the Bright Moon School. He was fair, with a slightly feminine air to his demeanor that belied a powerful cold aura. The representative was cool and fair as jade, with a gentle voice, but he was incredibly strong. The disciples of the Starry School are indeed arrogant, so much so that they don't even bother with manners anymore. With 2 powerful schools having spoken out, the rest of the guests were also beginning to chatter as well. Their tone was cold, and it was evident that they were all upset by Yifutian's words. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan, the pair of siblings who had come from the city lord office, mused that Yifutian was just as he was when they met him yesterday, cold, arrogant, and thinking himself above decorum and manners. The chief of the Xianxia house looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was a young man with an extraordinary aura. He was dressed extravagantly as if to highlight his status. Has Chen Yuan sent such a young disciple to represent him this time? The chief asked calmly. Chen Yuan was the name of college chief of the Starry School. At the chief's words, Master Yun, who was next to Yi Futian, got to his feet. Bowing to the chief, Master Yun explained, "Please let me explain, senior. This is the son of the Starry School. The college chief has sent the son as his representative in order to let you know that there's now an heir to the divine path. The college chief seeks your blessings." Yi Futian was taken aback at Master Yun's speech and threw him a questioning glance. It seemed that college chief Chen had briefed Master Yun on matters that were kept secret from him. Master Yun's speech about a new heir to the divine path, and that college chief Chen sought the chief's blessings sounded as if there was a deeper underlying message. The chief's gaze sharpened immediately. Staring at Yi Futian, he asked calmly, "I have not been keeping up with the news. When did the Starry School coronate a son?" "Not too long ago. It has only been about a month," Master Yun replied. "The son is a hallowed disciple of the divine path. Is he fit for the role?" The chief's eyes were piercing. With the Xianxia house sharing the same origins as the Starry School, the chief understood what it meant to be a hallowed disciple of the divine path. And now that Chen Yuan had coronated a son and sent him here to the Xianxia house, it was clear to the chief just what Chen Yuan was planning. The college chief has high hopes for the son and expects that his capabilities shall grow to be superior to that of Long Etienne's. The son will become a figure like no other in the eastern region of the Barren State, and surpass all competition, Master Yun announced solemnly. In an instant, everyone at the banquet went silent and all eyes were on Yi Futian. How arrogant Master Yun's speech sounded. During his time, Long Etienne had been incomparably powerful and without equals in the eastern region of the Barren State. For an elder of the Starry School to announce that Yi Futian was to become even more powerful than Long Etienne and surpass all competition in the eastern region of the Barren State was just, even Yi Futian was shocked. Somehow, he felt as though he had been betrayed by the college chief. This was a birthday banquet for the chief of the Starry School after all. Was it appropriate to be saying such things here? Furthermore, the two heirs to the Xianxia house were extraordinarily skilled as well. Master Yun's speech had essentially offended everyone present, and he could see many people raring for a fight to test his capabilities out. The chief of the Xianxia house looked at Master Yun, his eyes brimming with cold mirth. What a statement Master Yun had made, that Yi Futian was unrivaled by anyone in the eastern region of the Barren State. It seemed as if Chen Yuan was being rash here. It may be true that the disciples of the top 3 schools are extraordinarily skilled, but your speech seems rather unrealistic, and if you ask me, overly confident. Someone from the School of Heavenly Arts replied. While they were reluctant to offend anyone from the top 3 schools, they could not take Master Yun's words lying down. His speech was far too bold, and there were skilled students within the School of Heavenly Arts after all. That's right, we're talking about Long Etienne here. Even if the son is extraordinarily talented, that doesn't mean that he'll be able to surpass Long Etienne. A guest from the Qinglei court sneered. Besides, there's still Mu Jifan and Mu Jiqiu from the Xianxia house. The young master has already entered the Holy Ji Palace, the divine grounds of the Barren State, to train. Everyone here knows how illustrious it is to be able to train there. Furthermore, the young miss is also equally talented. Given their presence, how can anyone dare to say that they'll be unrivaled in the eastern region of the Barren State? Mu Jiqiu, who was standing next to the chief, cast her pretty eyes upon Yi Futian. Her expression was incredibly calm, as though nothing could ever disturb it. Yi Futian looked at those who had stepped out of the crowd to speak, and replied coldly, "It's not your place to speak in a conversation between the Starry School and the Xianxia house. You!" The guest from the Qinglei court pointed at Yi Futian, his expression frozen in shock. Everyone else's faces were dark as well. It seemed as though it wasn't just those from the Starry School who were arrogant. This young son seemed to be the same, with no respect for the people around him. While the guests at the banquet were not top-tier powers, but they still had some measure of influence within the eastern region of the barren state. For them to be reprimanded like this at a birthday banquet for the chief was insulting. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan's eyes glittered, and they turned to look at Yi Futian. As expected, he wore the same expression as yesterday when they first met him. He appeared to not have any regard for anyone else in the room. Yi Futian had said all this to play along with whatever Master Yun was up to. He had no idea what Master Yun had in mind, but he assumed that this had something to do with their mission. I am a disciple from the School of Heavenly Arts. I have long heard of the Starry School, and now that we're meeting in person, I would like to see just how good the students of the school are. It would serve as good entertainment for the chief's banquet, and we'll all be able to see just how great the unrivaled talent of the eastern region of the barren state really is. A young man spoke up, glaring at Yi Futian sharply. I would like to challenge the sun as well. Another young man from the Qinglei court declared as well. Many people looked towards Yi Futian, eager to see him prove all the wild claims made about his ability. You would like to challenge me? Yi Futian glanced coldly at them. He didn't deign to speak to them any further, but his expression communicated his disdain. Everyone felt their rage grow. Yi Futian really didn't seem to be taking anyone seriously at this birthday banquet. I would like to see your abilities, though. The chief of the Xianxia house chuckled coolly, looking at the representatives from the Starry School. He spoke again. Tell me what Chun Yuan wants from us. The Starry School and the Xianxia house made a promise in the past. Now that the sun has been coronated, we are here to fulfill the promise, Master Yun replied. The chief of the Xianxia house retorted coldly. What a joke. You think you'll create an heir to the divine path just by coronating a son and making all these wild claims? My grandson has already entered the Holy Ji Palace, and Jiqiu is definitely a cut above the rest in her generation too. I could also make a claim on the divine path too. Should I go and find Chun Yuan at the Starry School then? The martial arts battlefield in Divine Sky City collapsed because of the sun. He has inherited the fate left behind by the seniors who battled in that place. Master Yun continued. The Xianxia house has never recognized that place as legitimate. The chief responded calmly. The divine teachings lie at the peak of the Xianxia house. Then let the sun advance, Master Yun said. The chief stared at Master Yun. So, the Starry School intended to take away the divine teachings of the Xianxia house. I believe the chief wanted to see the abilities of the sun. If you think the sun is undeserving after seeing what he is capable of, he'll be unable to get anything in return anyway, Master Yun persuaded. Yi Futian stood to his side, listening quietly. It seemed like the college chief had this all planned out, and he wasn't just throwing Yi Futian to the dogs. It had seemed like suicide for Yi Futian to just come here and take someone else's treasure. It turned out that the ancestors of the Starry School and the Xianxia house had made some sort of promise in the past. This is a fine timing you've chosen. The chief of the Xianxia house glanced at them with a cold smile. I'll let you have your way then. Go ahead with the challenge. I'll show you people from the Starry School just who the true followers of the divine path are. Everyone's eyes gleamed upon hearing the chief's words. What was the chief planning? Follow me. The chief turned around and continued walking upwards. The guests got to their feet and followed him. Along the way, many cold glances were thrown at Yi Futian, the audacious guy who had caused all this. Everyone followed the chief through building after building, and soon they reached the mountains at the back. It seemed as though they were to climb to the peak of the Xianxia house. Finally, the crowd began to sense frightening energy. Looking ahead, their eyes were met with a truly magnificent sight. Many people stopped in their tracks, their hearts beating wildly in their chests. Is this the legendary Sky Dome? The Sky Dome was a mysterious place within the Xianxia house. A majestic view lay ahead. Before them was a vast starry dimension, with meteorites circling about in the skies endlessly. These meteorites emanated a sort of glow as if they were little stars in the skies. This starry dimension seemed like a mess of windstorms. A closer look revealed that it was in the shape of a mountain, almost like an ancient mountain made out of the starry skies. At the peak of this mountain was a starry pole arm, thousands of meters long. It was frighteningly dazzling, as if the entire starry dimension was born of its existence. "It's the ritual implement, the divine destruction polearm," someone announced. Many were shocked at the information, and Yi Futian stared at the powerful ritual implement. So, this was the ritual implement that weighed over 90,000 pounds. Did Chun Yuan coronate a son and send him here for this? The chief walked forward, before turning back to look at Yi Futian and company. "Yes," Master Yun replied. "The heir to the divine path has now appeared, and the ritual implement should thus be returned to him. Since you don't think the son is worthy, why don't you test him? Long Etienne tried once back in the day, and now your school has coronated another son to come and try again. Why don't you coronate a son every year from now on then? I'll cancel all my birthday banquets in the future and play along with you. How about that?" The chief scolded sternly. "Did the chief think we would come here for any other purpose?" Master Yun looked at the chief. Since the chief had already brought them here, his intentions were clear to all. "Since you all have wildly claimed that he's unmatched within the eastern region of the Barren State, I'll give him one chance," the chief announced. "I won't send anyone of the noble plane to participate. Only those of the Arcana plane will enter the dimension with him. If he can take away the divine destruction polearm, I'll let him have it. If he fails, then the fate that he inherited at the martial arts battlefield will belong to the Xianxia house from now on." The chief was highly confident. He knew it wasn't that easy to take away the divine destruction polearm. As of now, not only was Mu Jiqiu preparing to break through to the noble plane, but she was also about to enroll in the Holy Ji Palace as well. Since Qian Yuan had sent a son that had inherited the fate from the martial arts battlefield, he'd gladly take up the challenge as a huge present to his granddaughter. Well, Master Yun hesitated. He knew how difficult it was to take away the divine destruction polearm. Long Etienne had tried to get at it in his younger days, but he had failed. And once he had become number one in the eastern region of the Barren State, he could not just come by and take the ritual implement by force anymore, given his stature. Everyone smiled coldly at Yi Futian. Hadn't he claimed to be unmatched in ability? Now it seemed like he was going to back away in the face of a challenge and lose face. However, Yi Futian stepped forward. Eyes transfixed on the sky dome before him, he declared unhurriedly, "I accept the challenge." Everyone's gazes fell upon Yi Futian as he spoke. These were powerful individuals of the Arcana plane from all over the land. For all Yi Futian's outstanding abilities and status as the sun, was he really that confident in taking away the polearm of divine destruction? As a ritual implement, the polearm of divine destruction itself had incredible powers. If Yi Futian was unable to take it with him, was he really going to leave behind everything he had attained so far? Naturally, no one else was concerned about Yi Futian's situation. After Master Yun and Yi Futian's arrogance, everyone wanted to see just what someone who claimed to be the unparalleled best in the Barren State Eastern Domain was made of. Especially since the chief himself had given the word for all of the Arcana plane to challenge him. Everyone was raring to find out just how good Yi Futian was that he dared to declare himself indomitable. As you've just heard, all those of the Arcana plane are welcome to enter the Sky Dome and experience the dimension created by the polearm of divine destruction. Since the son of the Starry School has declared himself to be the unparalleled best of the Barren State Eastern Domain, now's an opportunity to see for yourself if this is true, the chief said lightly. Even without the chief's words, everyone was already raring for a shot at Yi Futian. They knew without question what should be done. Please proceed. The chief's cool gaze swept across Yi Futian and present company. He was absolutely confident that Yi Futian would not be able to take away the polearm of divine destruction. Yi Futian was young and talented, but he was probably overconfident from not having experienced many setbacks. All the best, big brother Futian. Long Linger raised her dainty hand as Yi Futian walked by. Yeah. Yi Futian turned to grin at her and saw that Gu Yunqi was also nodding at him with a smile. Master Yun felt a twinge of worry. It was true that Yi Futian had achieved things that Long Etienne never did at the martial arts battlefield. But this was Xianxia House. Many things about their situation right now were uncertain. While Chief Chen had sent Yi Futian to come to collect the ritual implement, Master Yun knew that this was no easy feat. His thoughts trailed off at what could happen to Yi Futian should he really be defeated. At this very moment, everyone was advancing towards the starry dimension within the sky dome. Many challenging stares were sent in Yi Futian's direction. But Yi Futian didn't seem to notice at all. His gaze was locked on the ritual implement at the top of the dome. As he approached the center, an immense invisible weight pressed down upon him. Once Yi Futian was right under the stormy sky of the starry dimension, the gravitational force was so great he felt like he was about to be crushed in this frightening dimension. Yi Futian took one final step forward into the center of the dome. An invisible storm surrounded him, and the immense gravity made him feel as though he was Atlas holding up the world. It was so heavy. Almost at the same time, the other challengers stepped into this starry dimension as well. For a moment, the challengers floated motionless within the starry dimension. The dimension's pressure weighed equally heavy on them, and the immense discomfort they felt showed in the slightly pained expressions many wore. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan had stepped into the starry dimension as well. Looking at the ritual implement within the sky, their expressions were solemn. The thought crossed their minds that it would be highly beneficial if they were able to train here every day. Their gazes then turned to Yi Futian, who stood nearby. They were curious as to just how long Yi Futian could stay in this dimension. Yi Futian began to make the journey upwards. It was clear that he really intended to take the ritual implement away. I, Mo Yao from the School of the Heavenly Arts, will challenge you. A figure shrouded in blinding rays of light made his way towards Yi Futian. His intent to battle was apparent. With a quiver, Mo Yao transformed into numerous shadow figures that struck out instantaneously at Yi Futian. The unforgiving energy surrounding Yi Futian grew wilder with the incoming attack. Yi Futian waved a hand, and immediately meteorites rose around him to deflect the attacks. Several explosions saw the attacks and the shadow figures blown apart. Throwing a glance at Mo Yao, Yi Futian struck out at him, the attack whistling through the air. With a loud boom, Yi Futian's attack blew through Mo Yao's defense and landed directly on him. The impact made him cough up blood and he was sent flying. He was then pushed down by the dimension's immense gravity. Nearby, the eyes of Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan sparkled. It was just as they had expected. One who had been declared the sun was indeed outstanding in ability. Even Mo Yao, one of the more powerful figures within the School of Heavenly Arts, had been defeated in no time. I, Mu Qing of Mount Shenyuan, will challenge you. Yet another challenger of the upper arcana plane charged at Yi Futian, his body glowing with green rays of light. He struck at Yi Futian with a gigantic battle axe. The force of the attack split even meteorites apart. The consequences would be disastrous if it landed on Yi Futian. Lightning flashed around Yi Futian, and he lifted his hand to reveal a shield of thunder. Once released, the shield morphed into gold and purple streaks of divine lightning, which rushed towards Mu Qing like an endless thunder raid. Mu Qing's body was instantly covered by the lightning, which even struck all the way into his mind. He trembled violently as the lightning passed through his body. His hair stood on end, and a burnt smell hung in the air. Don't bother introducing yourselves. I can't remember your names anyway, Yi Futian called out coldly, continuing his ascent. Everyone's faces darkened. He was obviously insinuating that they were but small fry that he couldn't even be bothered to get acquainted with. A challenger from the Red Phoenix clan came rushing at Yi Futian in a flurry of fiery energy, bathed in phoenix flames. A phoenix shadow was created, and it charged straight at Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced carelessly in her direction. The brilliant radiance of the sun emanated from him, morphing into a powerful flame matrix that flared straight at her. The challenger was halted in her tracks immediately. She struggled in the sky, seemingly about to be turned to ashes by the powerful flames. Ugh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she plummeted down as well. All eyes were on Yi Futian. The son of the Starry School did live up to his title after all. The chief watched quietly at the side, completely unfazed. He had already expected that a son chosen by Chen Yuan would be this powerful at least. It was apparent that Yi Futian had yet to reveal the full extent of his power, but the chief was not worried. Mu Jiqiu silently observed the starry dimension by his side. Her expression was calm as usual, as though nothing could ever shake her composure. In the dimension, Yi Tianfu was making the journey upwards, while enduring the immense gravitational force and warding off attacks from challengers. The challengers had been provoked to anger. Now everyone was encircling Yi Futian, and he was attacked by many different techniques all at once. But it seemed as though Yi Futian was surrounded by a smaller starry dimension of his own, with the meteorites that had been shattered revolving around him still in an impenetrable cloud. A buzzing sound came from above Yi Futian, right before a gigantic battle axe came rushing down towards him like a shooting star plummeting from the heavens. A blinding gold light appeared with the axe as if a new world was being forged within the starry dimension. He's finally making a move. The eyes of many challengers sparkled at the mention of Ta Kaishan. Hailing from Mount Shenyuan, he was freakishly powerful. He was also said to have mastered one of the truths of the Shenyuan axe. This axe was powerful beyond measure. Yi Futian glanced at the sky. It seemed to him that this light the axe was emitting belied a mysterious power. Anything that came before the axe would be destroyed. The large meteorites within the meteorite storm that surrounded Yi Futian were split in two by the axe. There were no loud explosions unlike before. The axe cut through the meteorites cleanly and soundlessly. It was stopped only by the meteorites that glowed with a mystical light, right before it reached Yi Tianfu. These dazzling meteorites seemed to form an imaginary starry sky of their own around Yi Tianfu, shielding and protecting him. He was currently using immortal celestial bodies, a defensive technique that was so strong it was indestructible. Yi Tianfu's eyes shone with the radiance of stars in the night sky. Looking at the many who had come after him in the dimension, a flash of coldness shot through his gaze. Since all of you are so eager for a challenge, I'll make your wish come true. As he stared coldly at the crowd, the stars surrounding him slowly grew sharp and pointed. Yi Futian was now bathed in starlight, an unimaginably brilliant sight to behold. All of a sudden, he charged towards them, like a shooting star streaking through the sky. At the sight of Yi Futian charging towards them, one of the challengers attempted to quickly retreat. Yet Yi Futian was just as fast as a shooting star, and the radiant figure shot across the horizon at breakneck speed towards the challenger. With a loud boom, the challenger was sent plummeting down like a fallen star, leaving behind a streak of blood as they fell. There was not even a moment for the crowd to react before they saw Yi Futian moving through the starry sky. Despite the immense gravity, he was still horrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were hit by Yi Futian and felled with a resounding thud. They were completely defenseless in the face of this shooting star. In fact, everything happened so fast that the challengers were taken down one after the other. To the onlooker, it seemed as though it was raining bodies inside the starry dimension. A magnificent sight it truly was. Just then, the shooting star came to a halt. However, endless streams of starlight then began to shoot outwards in all directions, hitting yet more challengers in the starry dimension. Meteorites, the chief observed, conceding that Chen Yuan had chosen quite well this time. Yi Futian was commendably proficient in these techniques. Jiqiu, the chief called out. Yes, grandfather? Mu Jiqiu, who had been by his side, answered quietly. The startling beauty remained facing forward still, while strands of hair fluttered against her forehead with the wind. Go ahead into the dimension, the chief ordered. Mu Jiqiu nodded lightly and stepped forward, her clothes fluttering lightly. She was incomparably gorgeous. In that instant, all eyes were on her. The jewel of the Xianxia house, an unrivaled beauty who had once set foot in the Holy Ji Palace, was about to step in personally. Mu Jiqiu stepped into the meteor storm, her sleeves fluttering with the movement. Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan watched her. Her aura alone made those around her feel as though she was far above them. Mu Jiqiu was a legendary figure of Xiantian City, a goddess in the eyes of many. Mu Jiqiu's fame extended beyond the city. The younger attendees at the birthday celebration all came from schools within the circle of influence of the Xianxia house. While they might not have known who were the powerful figures within the top 3 schools, They definitely knew who Mu Jiqiu was. To them, Mu Jiqiu was a goddess beyond their reach, whose standards they sought to achieve. And now, she was about to step in personally and challenge the son of the Starry School. The son will probably be content with getting defeated at the hands of Mu Jiqiu, the onlookers mused. While it was true that Yi Futian had shown unparalleled talent so far, no one believed he would really be able to defeat Mu Jiqiu. Besides, there was a large gap in their respective planes. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School, as well as those from the Jin clan, stared sharply at her. They too were wondering if Mu Jiqiu, the renowned pride of the Xianxia house, would be able to defeat the monstrously talented son, who had demonstrated such great ability at the coronation ceremony. Chen Wang, one of the Blazing Sun School's best who was at the peak of the Arcana plane, had lost to Yi Futian. But if Mu Jiqiu was really as powerful as the rumors suggested, then she was definitely way above Chen Wang in terms of ability. Most people were unaware, but some clan disciples of the three top schools had caught wind of rumors that Mu Jiqiu was definitely entering the Holy Ji Palace. No one would ever doubt the capabilities of an individual who was able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. All eyes were on Mu Jiqiu, yet she did not seem to be bothered by the attention and was peaceful as always. Once she entered the starry storm, she glided upwards effortlessly with the whirling winds, light as air. It was as if the heavy gravitational forces had no effect on her. In fact, she was riding on the currents of the storm as if they were nothing. "How beautiful!" murmured the challengers in the starry storm, who were watching Mu Jiqiu glide upwards. Her hair, black and silky, fluttered in the wind. She was as gloriously beautiful as an angel. Looking at the figure gliding up towards him, Yi Futian had to admit that Mu Jiqiu was indeed unparalleled in her beauty. She was second to none whether in looks or demeanor. However, he ignored her and continued his way up. His attention was on the divine destruction polearm that hung suspended in the sky. Yi Futian was here for the ritual implement, and no one would get in his way, not even Mu Jiqiu. As Yi Futian moved upwards, the gravitational pull grew stronger. He was left straining against gravity, unable to advance. Below, Mu Jiqiu was still spiraling upwards along with the currents of the storm. It seemed as though she were a fairy dancing through the air. In no time, she caught up with Yi Futian and cast her eyes upon him. She waved an elegant hand, and the storm suddenly seemed to flow to a strange rhythm. The giant meteorites moved along with the movements of her hand, and they began spiraling crazily towards Yi Futian. Everyone watched as the humongous meteorites changed their initial trajectory and sped towards Yi Futian. Furthermore, these eye-catching, radiant meteorites were not traveling in a straight line. Instead, they spiraled forward, the surface of each meteorite teeming with frightening stormy energy that made it an even more potent weapon. In the eye of this meteorite storm, Yi Futian appeared especially small and insignificant. His already solemn expression darkened even further. As he felt the power of this storm, he realized that Mu Jiqiu posed a very real threat to him. All around Yi Futian, stars were being created, and they revolved around him in a dazzling array of light. The immortal celestial body's defensive technique was a highly impressive one. At this moment, a giant meteorite hurtled towards him. With a loud explosion that seemed to rattle the sky, the stars that had been created were blown apart by the impact. But Yi Futian's defensive barrier remained standing, and with the collision, a piercing sound was heard. A series of further explosions were heard as the meteorites landed one after the other on the immortal celestial bodies that Yi Futian had summoned. Cracks began to show on the stars that revolved around Yi Futian. With a loud cracking sound, the starry defense was shattered, and yet another meteorite whistled towards Yi Futian, who had been rattled by the attack. In response, Yi Futian formed the shape of a bow with his body and cut through the sky like a shooting star. A loud bang was heard, and the meteorite was destroyed. Yi Futian, who was dressed extravagantly, stood upright in the sky, watching the figure opposite him intently. As expected of Mu Jiqiu, an onlooker declared. Everyone present was staring at the beautiful figure holding herself proudly in midair. Her peak arcana plane abilities, along with the fact that she was equally proficient at powerful star attack techniques, meant that she was able to launch a powerful attack that not only shattered Yifutian's defenses but also forced him back. What did it matter if Yifutian was a son of the Starry School? His reputation reached only the ends of the school. He was but fodder to boost Mu Jiqiu's own illustrious name. Mu Jiqiu's gaze remained peaceful. She waved her hands and activated a wind technique, twisting the air into whirlwinds that spun towards Yifutian. The winds grew stronger still, and it seemed as though Yifutian was about to be swallowed up by the windstorm that raged around him in a constant rhythm. Yifutian watched as the windstorm tore apart meteorites and created countless sharp edges that reminded one of knives. Even worse, the windstorm merged with the starry storm that he had created, releasing an even mightier power that forced him to remain in the middle of the storm. Meteorites buzzed around Yifutian, emitting dazzling starlight as they formed a storm that had him caught in the middle. With the storm continuously growing stronger and merging with the whirlwinds Mu Jiqiu had created, the entire starry dimension was instantly transformed into a nightmarish dark landscape of wind storms. A sharp, piercing sound could be heard coming from the wind. Mu Jiqiu stepped forward, her long hair fluttering in the wind. As she moved, a smaller starry dimension seemed to form behind her. The smaller dimension seemed to resonate with the one they were in. The meteorites hummed and vibrated, and the formless whirling energy seemed to vibrate along with them as well. Her realization of Dharma is the miniature starry sky. Yifutian's eyes sparkled. He realized that Mu Jiqiu's life spirit obviously had something to do with the starry skies. The Xianxia house now seemed a more legitimate heir to the starry divine path than the starry school. With the appearance of Mu Jiqiu's realization of Dharma, streams of starlight shot towards Yifutian from above. The attack looked just like falling stars, a technique Yifutian had used just now. Furthermore, the realization of Dharma made the attack look even more natural, as though it was following some sort of mystical rhythm. Along with the streams of light, meteorites were also hurtling dangerously down towards Yifutian. The streams of light came rushing at him as though they were about to annihilate the entire space, but Yifutian stood there silently. He reached out and instantly a golden polearm appeared in his hand. At the same time, the shadow of a giant rock burst out from his body. The roar of a dragon surrounded Yifutian, and his physical capacity was unleashed to the maximum as he was covered by the shadow of a divine ape. With a rumble, the stars moved and seemed to surround Yifutian, sparkling with a dazzling light. He waved the polearm, and in an instant, the starlight from the stars seemed to move with him as well. As the starlight illuminated the golden polearm, it appeared especially heavy. In the face of the attacking streams of light, Yifutian gathered energy around him. With a strike of the polearm, a star shot out along with the movements of the weapon and destroyed a stream of light with a loud crash. But more streams of light were approaching Yifutian. The wings on his back fluttered, and he attacked continuously with the polearm, sending out more meteorites that exploded upon impact. Yifutian's movements appeared slow, yet there seemed to be a methodical rhythm to it, and every strike felt equally strong. The roars of a dragon echoed about him as Yifutian continued advancing onwards. Mu Jiqiu kept up with him and continued firing streams of light at him as well. The two were battling furiously even as they moved upwards through the storm. This fellow's offensive capabilities are really strong, the onlookers mused. Mu Jiqiu was incredibly powerful, but even she had yet to take down Yifutian, who was still advancing upwards slowly. With a loud sound, a thunderbolt flashed under Yifutian's feet, and he charged at Mu Jiqiu using the thundering illusion step. With a strike of his polearm, meteorites exploded around him as he flew through the sky towards her. However, Mu Jiqiu's eyes remained calm and peaceful. Starlight began to gather in one place and formed a dazzling star pattern that looked just like the night sky. Boom! Yifutian struck down from above and cracks appeared in the star pattern. More cracks then grew within the pattern, and it seemed as though it was about to shatter at any moment. The sight of such a powerful strike sent shudders down the spines of many. This was all because Yifutian wanted to get his hands on the divine destruction polearm. It was plain as day that monstrously great power was hidden within this one strike. Yifutian was already physically strong. With the added power of his realization of Dharma, this one polearm strike seemed capable of splitting the very sky itself open. However, Mu Jiqiu's body began to emit dazzling starlight, which repaired the cracks at a crazy speed as the starlight came into contact with the pattern. With a strike of her palm, Mu Jiqiu sent the star pattern flying forward in an attempt to suppress Yifutian's attack. Streams of starlight shot out towards Yifutian, forcing him back. He waved his polearm, and with a roar that seemed to come from the heavens and earth, a stronger force of energy was created. Stars attached themselves to the polearm, and with another strike, Mu Jiqiu's star pattern was shattered with a loud boom. The shattered star pattern disintegrated into star fragments and meteorites that hung suspended in midair. The meteorites around Yifutian were unmoving as well. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill at this very moment. Yifutian looked at Mu Jiqiu, and his gaze was instantly sucked into hers. It was almost as if he was looking at a starry night sky instead of a pair of eyes. "It's over now," he declared. Those at the Xianxia house watched the scene before them silently. They thought to themselves that Chun Yuan had indeed selected a very talented son. It was a pity that even Mu Jiqiu had been forced into a stalemate by him. Rumors were going about that Mu Jiqiu was a definite pick to enter the Holy Ji Palace. But no one knew the exact reasons. The chief of the Xianxia house knew, of course. Mu Jifan had recommended Mu Jiqiu to the elders of the Holy Ji Palace while he was there. Afterward, an influential figure from the palace had personally come to the Xianxia house to meet Mu Jiqiu. After ascertaining her abilities, she had been invited to the palace to train. As such, Mu Jiqiu was granted direct admission to the palace without having to go through any tests, an unimaginable honor. The chief also knew that this granddaughter of his was incredibly competitive. Despite being admitted directly to the palace, she continued to prepare in order to enter the palace through her own merit. From this, her talent and ability were clear to see. Not many people in the vast eastern region of the Barren State had the opportunity to train in the legendary Holy Ji Palace. Even students of the top 3 schools did not find it easy to gain admission. Only the monstrously powerful and those of the highest abilities would be able to go. Yi Tianfu's plane was far lower than Mu Jiqiu's, yet he had been able to hold up against her in battle. This was no easy feat, and the chief's opinion of him shifted for the better. Indeed, the chief thought to himself that old man Chen Yuan certainly had picked well this time. The Starry School had finally produced a character that was truly heads and shoulders above the rest, arguably even more powerful than Long Yitian. But that didn't mean that the conclusion to this battle would be any different. In the instant Yifutian looked at Mu Jiqiu, he felt himself sink into her gaze, in which saw a dazzling night sky. It seemed to be a world created by eye sorcery. Mu Jiqiu was actually a powerful spirit elemental mandate cultivator. Furthermore, she was talented in navigating multiple elements as well. The stars revolved about that dazzling night sky. An endless stream of starlight shone upon Yifutian, bringing about a force that pressed down unforgivingly upon Yifutian. Both his spiritual energy and his physical body felt incredibly heavy, and the pressure was almost unbearable. The starry storm around Yifutian reflected the sight he saw within his spiritual will. Meteorites began to revolve in a more orderly manner around Yifutian, with each rock emitting a blindingly dazzling light. The starry sky was revolving and shifting in an orderly fashion. Countless people looked on in shock. They knew that this was far beyond the abilities of an individual of the Arcana plane. Mu Jiqiu must have mastered a tenet of sage intent and combined it with her own power in order to move the stars. With such great power, no one would be able to defeat her, save for a person of the noble plane. Everyone stared at the beauty who held herself upright in the starry sky, speechless for a moment. Who would be good enough to deserve a talented beauty like her? To even look at her was already an undeserved privilege. Yifutian's heart was beating out his chest, while his blood boiled in his veins. His physical body was barely enduring a frighteningly heavy pressure, and the amount of pressure placed on his spiritual will was enough to bring a person to the brink of breakdown. Still not admitting defeat? A cool, detached voice rang out to him. This was the first time Mu Jiqiu had spoken since entering battle. She knew just how powerful the energy she was releasing could be. If she were to keep up her attack, she would not be able to maintain control over what happened next. If Yi Tianfu was unable to hold up against her, then he might be destroyed right where he was. Yi Tianfu ignored her. A streak of dazzling light surrounded him. In his spiritual will where the illusion of the orderly starry night sky was. Yi Tianfu stood upright, surrounded by light and polearm in hand. He cut a dignified figure, like a statue of an ancient saint. He looked towards the sky, and the streams of light that fell from it were instantly absorbed into his body and flowed with him. The stars trembled, and the starry dimension which had been flowing in turmoil was now slowed down with his gaze. It was as if the dimension was operating according to his will. Mu Zhiqiu's clothes fluttered about her. Her eyes were still as dazzling as the stars, and starlight glowed within, making them even more striking. She stared at Yi Futian, who stared back. Time seemed to come to a standstill. This strange sight had many baffled. Just what was going on? The two figures, one the long-haired pride and glory of the Zhaixing house, the other the son of the starry school with his holy robes resplendent on him, seemed to be staring at each other. Some onlookers guessed that they were battling through spiritual energy. Within the sky dome, menacing meteorites floated about to a strange order before gradually forming an incredible storm. Yi Futian looked as though he was about to sink downwards. Suddenly, endless streams of starlight shot out and rained down on Yi Futian like a meteor shower. Yi Futian's body, flowing with dazzling eye-catching starlight, no longer seemed like flesh and blood. Instead, it felt as though he possessed a body crafted from the stars themselves. He glowed with the starlight in his body, and the pole arm he wielded also emanated a dazzling light. Yi Futian then began to wave the pole arm about. Every move seemed to belie a sort of mystical rhythm. It seemed as though his power was limitless, and with the might of the stars, he would assert his authority over all. When a meteorite plummeted down towards him, Yi Futian struck out with the pole arm, the seemingly sluggish movement belying incomparable power. A deafening boom resonated across the sky, and the starry dimension seemed to tremble at the impact. Even so, more meteors rained down upon him menacingly in a fury of sound. It seemed as though he was going to be buried alive. With a twist of his body, Yi Futian sent another strike singing towards the meteorites. The winds roared, and the light of the meteorites was scattered in all directions by the impact. The hearts of the onlookers were beating fast at the battle. They felt the immensity of Yi Futian's power. Mu Zhiqiu was like a fairy, creating the rules of the stars and releasing meteorites. On the other hand, it was as if Yi Futian had truly mastered the teachings of the divine path. Starlight glowed from his being, and his features were almost completely obscured by the light. It was as if he had transformed into light. At the fourth strike that destroyed yet more of the meteorites that littered the sky, the starlight that emanated from Yi Futian's body and the polearm had filled the vast dimension. An endless meteor shower then began to fall from the sky. It was impossible to destroy all of them. Yi Tianfu took flight, and the dazzling polearm swung endlessly in the sky, destroying meteorite after meteorite to the point where the shadows of the moving polearm merged into one. At the fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks, everything before the polearm was destroyed. The meteorites exploded violently and fizzled off in the sky. To the onlookers, Yi Tianfu had bulldozed through the starry sky with his incomparably dazzling polearm. With a resounding boom, the starry dimension that Mu Zhiqiu had created collapsed, sending tremors all throughout the sky. The meteors had been destroyed, and their light was dimming. Mu Zhiqiu's delicate figure trembled with a soft cough before she spat out blood, which stained her clothes. It was as if the starry storm no longer existed in this very moment. Everyone was stunned speechless at the sight of the beautiful figure with blood on her clothes and the young man who stood proudly in the sky with a pole arm in hand. Many of the onlookers began to recall what Master Yun had previously said, that the abilities of the Sun Wei surpassed that of Long Yitian. Second to none in the eastern region of the barren state, the sun was powerful enough to rise above all. Before this, many had felt that for how skilled the son of the starry school was, It was boastful to make such an exaggerated claim. But at this very moment, things had changed. Mu Jiqiu was a jewel of a talent who had been able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. But even with her peak arcana plane abilities, she had been defeated by Yi Futian. If that were the case, was it really an exaggeration to claim that Yi Futian was powerful enough to rise above all? Shi Yanfeng and Shi Qinglan's eyes widened as they observed the happenings in the sky. Their long-held beliefs were crumbling before them, and it felt as though their hearts were breaking. So there really was someone who was able to defeat Mu Jiqiu with just the abilities of a middle arcana plane. Mu Jiqiu was peerless in her talent. She was strong. No one dared to deny that, and yet she had still failed. The blood on her clothes was a shocking sight to see. The chief's gaze froze on her as well. However, he remained calm, though not to the extent of numbness unlike some onlookers in the crowd. He then looked at Yi Futian, his gaze sharp and glittering. No doubt Chen Yuan had sent Yi Tianfu to the Xianxia house in pursuit of the divine destruction polearm. Just where had he found such a monstrously powerful son? With Yi Tianfu's abilities, entering the Holy Ji Palace would be absolutely no problem. Yi Tianfu glanced at Mu Jiqiu. The polearm in his hand disappeared. Then he continued moving towards where the divine destruction polearm was at the top of the sky dome. The immense pressure within the sky dome grew stronger still. With every step he took, he was forced to slow down even more. But he was surrounded with starlight, and as he continuously ascended, he began to make progress. Below him, Mu Jiqiu lifted her head to look at Yi Tianfu ascending through the sky. The storm howled around her, but she remained firmly planted where she was. The journey of training was long and never-ending, and there always was someone out there who was more powerful. Being peerless in one's talent also depended on who it was one competed against. The chance to battle could only strengthen her will. At long last, Yi Tianfu finally reached where the divine destruction polearm was. The 1,000-meter-long polearm was too big for Yi Futian to hold even with both hands. He touched the ritual implement and then attempted to lift it up by carrying it on his shoulders. The sky dome seemed to tremble, and an incomparable pressure weighed him down. He was in the middle arcana plane, which meant he was strong enough to split mountains and break the earth, enough to lift 90,000 pounds. However, the weight he was enduring now was not just that of the divine destruction polearm, but also of the monstrously heavy pressure that lay within. Everyone was watching Yi Futian, including the chief of Xianxia house. What did it matter if Yi Futian was powerful? He still couldn't manage to take the ritual implement away. Yi Tianfu's expression was solemn. The roar of an ape pierced the air and reverberated before a gigantic divine ape seemed to materialize behind Yi Futian and attach itself to him. The divine ape was incredibly strong. Reaching out with a pair of thick, strong arms, the divine ape grabbed onto the ritual implement and attempted to lift it up with a resounding roar. The ritual implement trembled before a frightening burst of starlight plummeted downwards. With a loud sound, the huge divine ape had been forced down. It was unable to endure the pressure of that energy. The ritual implement possesses a spirit of its own, Yi Futian thought as the divine ape disappeared. With his current plane, he might not be able to take this ritual implement away. The chief probably knew this, which was why he let Yi Futian have a shot at it. However, College Chief Qin definitely had his reasons for sending him here. Don't bother trying anymore. You won't be able to take away the divine destruction polearm. The chief spoke to Yi Futian, who was at the top of the sky dome. Really? Yi Futian looked down from where he was at the chief. Yi Futian touched the divine destruction polearm, moving upwards along the length of the pole. A streak of dazzling sunlight emanated from his hand, surrounding the ritual instrument. Yi Futian came to the top of the divine destruction polearm, his hand remaining on the ritual implement still. The ritual implement trembled slightly at this moment as if it sensed the hidden significance of the streak of light. The endless glow of the stars wrapped itself around the 1,000-meter polearm. Yi Tianfu closed his eyes in an attempt to resonate with the ritual implement. He sensed a strong resistance, as though the ritual implement was intent on remaining where it was, refusing to go anywhere else. I'll only ask you this. Are you leaving or not? As Yi Futian spoke, many onlookers were shocked. How arrogant did this guy have to be to only ask the divine destruction polearm, "Are you leaving or not?" Who did he think he was? The divine destruction polearm was an instrument of the saints that was passed down through the generations. It was with the possession of the polearm that the chief of Xianxia could claim that they, and not the Starry School, were the true inheritors of the divine path. For generations, the top 3 schools, especially the Starry School, have always had their eye on the divine destruction polearm. But they had never succeeded in their attempts to claim the ritual implement. That was before Yifutian came. The chief stared at Yifutian, his expression luminous as the stars. The young man had thrown a question at the ritual implement. Was it going to leave with him or not? The divine destruction polearm belongs to the Xianxia. Do you think you'll be able to take it away so easily? The chief spoke coldly. What did it matter if Yifutian was incredibly talented? Yifutian seemed to not hear him. Streaks of divine light rushed into the ritual implement and resonated within. The moment he lifted the ritual implement, he realized that he had fallen into the chief's trap. With his current abilities and plane, he wasn't able to take the ritual implement away even if it was just sitting there before it. The ritual implement had a will of its own, and if it didn't choose to leave with him, he would never be able to take it away. As such, he attempted to communicate through the divine light. If this ritual implement was really passed down from the saints, then it should be able to sense the will of the saints. Should the ritual implement still refuse to go with Yifutian after that, then he would accept that it was just not meant to be and stop forcing things. Suddenly, the divine destruction polearm began rumbling violently, causing the starry storm to intensify as well. What's going on? Everyone was spooked as they sensed the rumblings from the starry dimension. Dazzling light shot out in all directions from the top of the divine destruction polearm as it began to shake violently. The chief's expression changed and he stared sharply at the sky. All the starlight in the sky seemed to be sucked into the divine destruction polearm, even as streams of dazzling light were being released. In no time the starry sky had disappeared. The ritual implement shook. Then with a loud bang a tremor spread. The 1,000-meter divine destruction polearm shrunk into a 2-meter-long polearm that fit into Yifutian's hand. Why is this happening? An onlooker demanded. The divine destruction polearm has submitted to him. The expressions of all those at the Xianxia changed. The disciples of the top 3 schools were shocked beyond measure as well. Everyone was staring intently at the figure in the sky. At this very moment, the handsome young man stood proudly at the top of the sky dome. His holy robes billowed in the wind, and as he gripped the polearm, starlight revolved around him. It was as if he were an actual inheritor of the divine path. Mu Zhiqiu's gaze was also on Yifutian, a surge of emotion finally appearing in her cool eyes. The polearm had actually chosen to follow an outsider, and this made her a little disappointed. "Good job!" exclaimed Longlinger excitedly. She marveled at how incredible Big Brother Futian was, and smugly thought that the old man was probably drowning in regret right now for allowing him to proceed. Master Yun and everyone from the Starry School inhaled deeply. So this was the son of their Starry School. He was incomparably brilliant and luminous even here at the Xianxia. "I thank you for the gift, Senior. I am a little ashamed to be accepting such a huge gift, but since the divine destruction polearm has agreed to follow me, I will not insult it by refusing." Even as the illustrious name of the polearm rings out across the barren state, people will always remember that it originally came from the Xianxia, Yifutian said. Many were taken aback by his words, and they looked to the chief to see his reaction. Yifutian was making it sound as though the chief had gifted the polearm to him with his speech and words of praise when he was the one who had taken someone else's treasure. It was obvious that the bastard was making it impossible for the chief to go back on his word. Just how shameless could one be? The chief of the Xianxia probably wanted to kill him at this very moment. How could he bear to let go of the Xianxia's precious possession? He had agreed to let Yifutian try and take the divine destruction polearm because he had wanted Yifutian's learnings from the martial arts battlefield. Who would have thought Yifutian would really have been able to take the polearm away? Gu Yunxi blinked, and she giggled to herself. What a guy Yifutian is, she thought to herself. The corners of the chief's eyes twitched, and his heart hurt. He regretted allowing Yi Futian an opportunity to take away the divine destruction polearm. He wouldn't have done so if he had known that Yi Futian really had the ability to do so. But he was the chief of the Xianxia house, and he couldn't go back on his word for fear of disgrace. However, at the thought of Yi Futian taking away the polearm, he felt a surge of reluctance. "Put that down," a cold voice called out. From afar, a few figures sped towards them. At the fore of those figures was an incredibly handsome man. Yet his handsome features were cold. An invisible energy flowed in the space around him. In an instant, they reached where everyone was and stared coldly at Yi Futian. "Zhifan," the chief called out, sending chills down everyone's spine. It was Mu Zhifan, the illustrious son of the Xianxia house who had already trained at the Holy Ji Palace. He was a monstrously talented prodigy. He had returned to the Xianxia house. "Grandfather, I've come to wish you a happy birthday," Mu Zhifan greeted the chief. He then cast a cold gaze towards Yi Futian. The latter was holding the divine destruction polearm in his hand. Mu Zhifan had no idea what had just happened, nor was he interested to know why. The polearm was an heirloom from the saints that sat at the sky dome of the Xianxia house. This ritual implement would be his primary weapon one day, and he already had his sights set on it. With the divine destruction polearm, he would restore the Xianxia house to its rightful place and surpass the top 3 schools. But today, the divine destruction polearm had fallen into the hands of another. The ritual implement was a gift from the chief. Master Yun spoke mildly. Mu Zhifan's eyebrows creased, and he looked to the chief with a confused expression. Someone then informed him of everything that had just happened. Mu Zhifan turned his gaze towards Yi Futian again and spoke. "Put down the divine destruction polearm. Feel free to ask for something else. The Xianxia house will gladly give it to you. I'll pass. Since the ritual implement has already agreed to follow me, I will not refuse it," Yi Futian responded. Looking at Mu Zhifan, the chief of the Xianxia house had already made a promise in front of everyone. Was Mu Zhifan trying to have the chief's promise retracted now? This was a bet, Yi Futian thought to himself. If he was the one to lose the bet, would the chief have let him off so easily by not taking away the learnings he had gained from the battlefield? "I told you to put the polearm down." Mu Zhifan took a step forward, and the power of the noble plane emanated from his being. Invisible energy began to flow within the space immediately, pressing down on Yi Futian. Mu Zhifan was already giving Yi Futian a dignified way out by allowing him to ask for something else. It was true that Mu Zhifan's grandfather had made a blunder, but for Yi Futian to still insist on taking away the treasure of Xianxia house was out of line. Mu Zhifan had trained at the Holy Ji Palace. The reputation of the top 3 schools mattered little to him. The top 3 schools may be the holy grail of training grounds in the eastern region of the Barren State. But the illustrious name of the Holy Ji Palace rang out all across the Barren State. "Who do you think you are?" Yi Futian answered coldly, staring at Mu Zhifan. He was annoyed that Mu Zhifan expected him to put down the ritual implement with just a word. Since College Chief Chen had sent him to collect the divine destruction polearm, Yi Futian supposed it wasn't really his problem whether or not he could hold on to it once he had claimed it. The ritual implement was an heirloom of the saints. That old guy couldn't possibly believe for real that Yi Futian, who was only of the Arcana plane, would really be able to take the polearm away from the Xianxia house. Mu Zhifan's expression was cold. He stepped forward again, and the invisible pressure grew stronger still. Mu Zhifan grabbed at the space before him, and a star-plucking handprint appeared in the sky. The gigantic handprint covered most of the sky and came rushing down at Yi Futian. Before it had even reached Yi Futian, an immense pressure pressed down upon him, making his limbs feel incredibly heavy. His golden holy robes rustling in the wind, Yi Futian grabbed on to the divine destruction polearm, and a starry sky seemed to appear around him, starlight dazzling around him. Waving the polearm, Yi Futian stepped forward. The polearm grew to the length of several hundred meters, and with the power of the stars in the sky, Yi Futian slashed at the handprint with the polearm. It was as if stars were falling out of the sky towards it. With a loud boom, the handprint was destroyed. Everyone stared fixedly at the sight, and Mu Zhifan's expression was incredibly cold. His eyes were fixed on the divine destruction polearm. Everyone in the world of cultivation understood that while a great ritual implement would improve a cultivator's abilities to a certain extent, it would be unrealistic to expect a massive increase in capability. Even with a powerful ritual implement, a lower-level cultivator would be limited by their own abilities and be unable to use the ritual implement to its greatest effect. However, Yi Futian had broken apart one of Mu Jifan's handprints with the divine destruction polearm in hand. The polearm had a will of its own and was able to resonate with Yi Futian to a certain extent. This allowed him to trigger the innate power that was present within the weapon. If that was the case, Mu Jifan definitely could not let Yi Futian take the divine destruction polearm away. Of course, Yi Futian had also felt that the divine light he possessed allowed him to resonate with the divine destruction polearm. That was the reason why he had managed to get the polearm to submit to him. The divine destruction polearm really was the ritual implement that was best suited for him so far. This clash with Mu Jifan had also made Yi Futian realize that with the power of the polearm, he was now able to battle an individual of the noble plane. Under this sort of circumstances, why would Yi Futian give up a treasure he had finally taken for himself? With a thud, Mu Jifan took another step still, and noble will emanated from his being. One of the noble plane had a distinct advantage over those in the arcana plane. They could crush everything with just the strength of their will. As expected, once Mu Jifan's noble will had been released, Yi Futian was unable to move. He was immobilized by Mu Jifan's power. In the past, Mu Jifan had faced traces of noble will. But those were but traces of the real thing left behind by individuals of the noble plane. Now, he faced an individual of the noble plane in person. The resulting experience would naturally be different. After all, they were still of different planes. With another thud, Mu Jifan took yet another step forward. Yi Futian felt his spiritual will tremble. It was as if he were facing a real king at this very moment. Mu Jifan charged at Yi Futian, reaching out to grab at the divine destruction polearm. Yi Futian felt as though he were in an illusion, where he was facing an irresistible power. A streak of light surrounded Yi Futian, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. With a roar from the divine ape, Yi Futian held on to the polearm and the space around him danced in response to him. With a step forward, Yi Futian attacked. A roar from the divine ape heralded a strike with the divine destruction polearm from above. It was as if the stars were falling from the sky. Another loud bang and the handprint was shattered again. But the shadow of the divine ape trembled, and it seemed unable to hold on tight to the ritual implement. Mu Jifan reached out with a hand and gripped. Instantly, it seemed as though the divine destruction polearm was being gripped by an invisible large hand. Yi Futian's eyes flashed coldly. Divine light filtered into the ritual implement and it dazzled with starlight, shattering everything around it and escaping the grip of that invisible large hand. However, Mu Jifan struck out at the same time. Yi Futian was caught off guard, and he was forced back with a grunt. His body seemed as though it had received a great shock, and blood trickled out the side of his mouth. He lifted his head and sent a chilly stare towards Mu Jifan. So, it truly was not easy to transcend into the noble plane, Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian was not aware, but at this moment many onlookers were watching him excitedly. They were amazed that Yi Futian, with divine destruction polearm in hand, could actually face the monstrously powerful Mu Jifan with his noble plane abilities in battle. Mu Jifan stared at Yi Futian coldly. That's enough now. Below them, Master Yun had spoken out calmly. Mu Jifan glanced down at Master Yun and challenged. Is the Starry School that intent on taking away our treasure? Is this what a promise from the chief of the Xianxia house amounts to? Master Yun sent a frosty glance in the direction of the chief. This has nothing to do with my grandfather. He may have made a promise, but I have never promised you anything, Mu Jifan retorted coldly. He then moved towards Yi Futian again. You're being unreasonable, Master Yun replied, his expression dark. He began to move upwards into the sky as well. However, strong winds began to howl in the sky, and it seemed as though a surge of endless energy was pressing down from the heavens. Everyone looked up towards the sky in surprise, wondering just what was going on. There was a sharp gleam in the chief's gaze. A handprint came rushing down from the skies in a flurry of starlight, heading straight for Mu Jifan. The chief's expression changed sharply at the sight. "Jifan, be careful," the chief shouted. But it was too late. As Mu Jifan advanced towards Yifutian in a bid to snatch back the divine destruction polearm, an immense energy pressed down upon him from above. Mu Jifan was instantly immobilized, and he felt as though he was about to stop breathing. Lifting his head, his expression changed greatly as he saw a large handprint headed straight for him. The handprint slammed into him without any hesitation, and he was sent flying to the ground with a loud thud. The ground shook and cracks appeared on the surface. The powerful Mu Jifan was now pressed down to the floor by the handprint, spitting out large amounts of blood. The sudden turn of events had everyone looking to the sky in shock, wondering just who had the guts to attack Mu Jifan like this. Mu Jifan was the future chief of the Xianxia house. Furthermore, he was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. It was baffling to everyone that someone would be crazy enough to attack him. "Does it matter whether or not you promised?" A cool voice rang out from the sky. The voice belonged to a figure standing proudly in the sky. It was an elder with his hands clasped behind his back. Starlight revolved around him, making him look like a god of the stars. "Chen Yuan," the chief of the Xianxia house said, his expression dark. He had looked at the figure in the sky, only to realize to his shock that it was Chen Yuan, the college chief of the Starry School. "College chief, you've arrived." Master Yun and everyone else from the school greeted the elder. Yifutian wasn't too surprised by the appearance of the elder. The old man had sent him here to take the divine destruction polearm with just some people of the noble plane for company. How was he to complete the task like that? So, this old man had been hiding somewhere watching Yifutian take the divine destruction polearm. But this old man really was cruel. Without a ritual implement of his own to give to his son, he had sent Yifutian to the Xianxia house to take one. What a sneaky move it was. Mu Jifan pulled himself up from the floor, covered in dust. He shook the dust off, a trickle of blood still coming from the corners of his mouth. Looking up, he glared coldly at the elder in the sky and said frostily, "I've heard about College Chief Chen's illustrious name, yet this first meeting has disappointed me greatly. It's an insult to the divine path that you attacked me, given your status." College Chief Chen's eyes swept over Mu Jifan lightly. Being a senior, there was no need to engage with Mu Jifan at all. Yet given how the younger man had been so disrespectful, the college chief decided to teach him a lesson on manners. "Mu Jifan, I thought you'd fight for your honor even if you were facing me, and do your great reputation justice. Instead, you're just all talk and no action. Where's the mightiness you had when you were facing my son of the Starry School? Who's of the Arcana Plane?" Chen Yuan stared coldly at Mu Jifan. "You're so arrogant when you're bullying those of the Arcana Plane, yet when someone of the Sage Plane attacks you, it's considered an insult to the divine path. Did your grandfather teach you this? Or did you learn this at the Holy Ji Palace?" Mu Jifan's wore an ugly expression. Staring at the college chief, he spoke again. "Yifutian was stealing from the Xianxia house? You can stop speaking now." Chen Yuan cut him off, not bothered with hearing whatever he was about to spout. He looked at the chief of the Xianxia house and said, "I'm helping you to discipline your young one, Mu Chuan, if you don't mind." "Chen Yuan, since when was it your place to discipline members of the Xianxia house?" Mu Chuan, the chief of the Xianxia house, replied coldly. In response, Chen Yuan said mildly, "As chief of the Xianxia house, you had agreed to let Yifutian return with the divine destruction polearm with him if he managed to get it in his possession. Mu Jifan is a descendant of yours, yet he ignored this promise and wildly claimed that this may not come to pass simply because he never made the promise. That reveals a lack of filial piety towards you. By not keeping a promise, he's proven himself to be untrustworthy. By riding on his own superior abilities to bully the weak, he's also proven himself to be ignorant of manners, decorum, and humility. Since I'm seeing all this, naturally I feel like I have to take him in hand on your behalf." Everyone was speechless at his words. The pride of the Xianxia house had been spoken of by Chen Yuan as if he was a worthless scoundrel. It was but it was impossible to refute his words. The college chief's speech had sounded completely reasonable. But everyone understood that the chief of the Xianxia house was the one who had fallen into the trap of the Starry School's college chief. The college chief's appearance at this crucial moment revealed that he had in fact set up this entire situation beforehand. The son's purpose in coming here was to take away the divine destruction polearm. The chief of the Xianxia house had always been arrogantly confident, and this personality trait of his had been considered by the college chief as he was setting up this trap for him. At this moment, Mu Chuan understood that he had been cornered by Chen Yuan. Indeed, he was in the wrong. He had been wrong in being overconfident and underestimating Yi Futian. Of course, things would have been completely different if the son had not been so monstrously powerful. It seemed like Yi Futian had already inherited the teachings of the saints at the martial arts battleground. That was why he was able to take away the divine destruction polearm. Good plan, Chen Yuan, Mu Chuan said frostily. Chen Yuan glanced coolly at him, and continued, the Starry School and the Xianxia house come from the same tradition. The divine teachings have appeared and I have chosen a son in accordance with divine will. This is as how it should have been. Since an heir of the divine path has appeared, the Xianxia house should have kept the promise of its ancestors to ensure the unity of the divine path. Whether or not there was a promise or a challenge today, the divine destruction polearm should have been Yi Futian's from the start. It belongs to him. Take it and scram, Mu Chuan spat. He was in no mood to hear Chen Yuan out any further. This situation had also been a tussle between him and Chen Yuan. Since he had lost, he would admit defeat. Grandfather, Mu Zhifan shouted. His gaze was extremely cold. He couldn't believe they were going to just let Yi Futian take away the treasure of Xianxia house. Mu Chuan waved a hand and didn't say anything more. But Chen Yuan looked at him and spoke again. The heir to the divine path has appeared, and the divine path should be unified again. Would the Xianxia house like to consider assisting the heir in order to restore the past glory of our ancestors? We don't have time for that, was the cold reply from Mu Chuan. He couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was still trying to get Xianxia house to become vassals of Yi Futian. The audacity of it. Chen Yuan was only sugarcoating his words. If that's your answer, then I shan't persuade you any further. I'll take my leave now, Chen Yuan said, before turning and walking up to Yi Futian. You did pretty well, let's go back now. Yes, college chief, Yi Futian nodded. He was thinking that he absolutely did not see this ruse coming. The illustrious college chief of the Starry School had actually resorted to tricks like this. Yi Futian guessed it was true that the older, the wiser. He had a long way to go still. Wait! A voice called out just as Yi Futian was about to leave with Chen Yuan. Turning his head, Yi Futian saw Mu Zhifan staring coldly at him. Mu Zhifan spoke, since you have the backing of college chief Chen as well as grandfather's promise, no one will stop you if you insist on taking away the ritual implement. But I'll advise you to leave it here. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased at the apparent threat. Ignoring the other young man, Yi Futian began to walk away. I'll be waiting for you around Zhongzhou City, Mu Zhifan threatened coldly as he watched Yi Futian leave. The divine destruction polearm was going to be taken away just like that. The disciples of the Starry School began to fly off as well. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet had been completely ruined. There was no point in carrying on. Let's just end the banquet here, the chief of the Xianxia house announced to the people still present. Everyone bade Mu Chuan goodbye, their hearts still slightly unsettled. Today, the treasure of the Xianxia house had been taken from them. Not only had that young man been crowned a son, he had pressured Mu Zhiqiu and faced Mu Zhifan in battle with the divine destruction polearm. The college chief of the Starry School had even come forth to personally snatch the ritual implement for him. The appearance of such a character within Divine Sky City meant that the eastern region of the Barren State would now be even livelier. Yi Futian would be yet another incomparably powerful character, just like Long Etienne in the past. After everyone had left, the chief of the Xianxia house spoke to Mu Zhifan. Zhifan, don't let yourself get affected by Mu Chuan. He intended to spite you. Don't let anything that happened today affect your will. Don't worry, grandfather, Mu Zhifan nodded in response. A few nasty words would not be enough to weaken his will. Though the college chief had described him as though he was absolutely worthless, Mu Zhifan didn't think he was wrong in any way. It was only right that he stood up to those who were trying to take away the treasure of the Xianxia house. He would remember everything that happened today. The journey of cultivating was long. They would surely cross paths again in the future. In the Sun's Palace of the Starry School in Divine Sky City, Yi Futian was practicing at the school's training platform along with a few others. News of what had transpired at the Xianxia house was spreading through the top 3 schools, and many marveled at how Yi Futian really seemed to have talent that surpassed Long Yitian. There were also many disciples in the Starry School who felt a twinge of jealousy at Yi Futian. The college chief had been incredibly nice to Yi Futian. First, he had organized Yi Futian a coronation ceremony that had been the talk of the entire Divine Sky City. And now, he had personally visited the Xianxia house to help Yi Futian obtain the Divine Destruction polearm. It was rumored that Yi Futian had obtained divine teachings from the martial arts battleground. That, in addition to the Divine Destruction polearm and the starry divine path that Yi Futian had inherited, meant that he was even more powerful than before. The other disciples who had yet to transcend to the noble plane felt despair at this. It seemed as though they would never get the chance to challenge Yi Futian. Even the outstanding disciples, like Long Mu and Jin Yunxiao, would be unable to catch up to Yi Futian's level and eventually be left behind. Perhaps Yi Futian's coronation had marked the beginning of a new generation where he would rise above the rest, just like Long Yitian had back in the day. Yi Futian didn't share these sentiments. Things did not seem to be going so well for him on the training platform, where he was swinging the Divine Destruction polearm around with some difficulty. Created from the very stars up in the heavens, the Divine Destruction polearm weighed 90,000 pounds. Even after shrinking down from 1,000 meters to just 2, its weight remained the same. It went without saying that it was incredibly difficult to swing around a ritual implement that weighed that much. Back when Yi Futian had battled Mu Zhifan at the Xianxia house, he had invoked the will of the saints in order to resonate with the ritual implement. He had also managed to pull off the realization of Dharma and greatly increase the capacity of his power. That was how he had managed to execute the amazing techniques everyone saw that day. However, using his own power to swing the Divine Destruction polearm around felt like torture. After a short while, his arms began to ache, and he stopped dejectedly. He rested the Divine Destruction polearm upright against the ground, and with a loud bang, a crack appeared in the training platform where the polearm had made contact. What? Yi Futian stared speechlessly at the training platform for a moment and then turned to look at the ritual implement in his hands. He looked puzzled. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen were struck dumb momentarily upon seeing this as well. Lulan Shui whispered, "If a sorcerer who deals only with spells was to try to carry this, I don't think they'll even be able to lift it." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. He was in the middle arcana plane both as a sorcerer and as a martial arts cultivator, which meant he was physically strong as well. But despite his powerful physique, he still faced difficulty carrying the Divine Destruction polearm. He imagined no sorcerer would ever put themselves at so great a disadvantage by carrying a heavy weapon like this. "Yu Shang, why don't you give it a try?" Yi Futian called out. Nodding, Yu Shang walked up to take the Divine Destruction polearm from Yi Futian. He swung the ritual implement, and even without any special techniques, the wind howled around them and an immense pressure descended upon the space. "Stop, stop!" Yi Futian shouted. Yu Shang turned to look at him in confusion. "That's enough, I can do this too," Yi Futian explained in response. He then took back the Divine Destruction polearm and began to activate the Imperial tactics as he swung the polearm about. His movements were slow, but it seemed as though every swing carried within it an incomparable energy. Gradually, an invisible current of energy began to flow through the space, seeming to carry incredible weight. Lulan Shui laughed gently at Yi Futian from behind her hands. Her icy beauty was made even more dazzling by her mirth. Yi Futian had just wanted to let Yu Shang experience the immense weight of the Divine Destruction polearm. Yet Yu Shang had managed to wave it around as though it were nothing. Yi Futian probably felt humiliated, which made him want to try practicing with the polearm again. Having spent all this time with Yi Futian, Lulan Shui knew this group of people and their unique points well. Both Yi Futian and Yu Shang had learned powerful martial arts techniques. Yi Futian trained himself with the rock spirit, the pure-blooded dragon, and the divine ape. Furthermore, he had learned a set of powerful martial arts techniques that gave him the illusion of being like the emperor when activated. She had no idea that the techniques were called the imperial tactics, which would make it seem as though the emperor himself had come to this world when activated with the will of the emperor. Yu Shang was in training for a very secretive method. It was incredibly painful to train, and she had accidentally caught a glimpse of his training once. It had been a frightening sight. Yu Shang had seemed like he was being possessed by demons then. The method seemed more like a form of self-mutilation. It ignited the innate power of the body in a frenzied rush, and should Yu Shang combine it with his natural power, he could even surpass Yi Futian in terms of strength alone. On the other hand, Yi Wuqian was a swordsman in training. His will as a swordsman was strong and pure. Yi Futian had the greatest talent out of them all, specializing in all attributes as a sorcerer and training in various methods. Yu Shang relied on simple, brute force. Yi Wuqian focused on a single specialization. The three of them were all striking in their own ways. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that she had been with the three of them throughout their paths of growth. When they had met at the ancient Lulan in the ancient barren world back then, the three of them had all just transcended into the Dharma plane. Yi Futian was currently getting into the zone. As he waved the polearm around, his movements gradually grew more fluid like the moving clouds and flowing water. But it was still an arduous task, and Yi Futian would take periodical breaks. He perceived 3 streaks of divine light, and his power was increasing slowly, along with his strength. Yi Futian's strength grew quickly through continuously training with the 90,000-pound divine destruction polearm. After half a month, Yi Futian transcended yet another plane as a martial arts cultivator and a sorcerer. He was now in the 6th stage of the Arcana plane, the peak of the Arcana plane. A few days later, Yu Shang transcended another plane too and entered the peak of the Arcana plane as well. Yi Wuqian followed in their footsteps too. Through his swordsmanship, he entered the upper Arcana plane. The trio gained much from their training at the martial arts battlefield, even managing to obtain the sage fate that had been on the divine bridge on the 8th level. Now that they were integrating it into their abilities for their own use, it was only natural that they managed to transcend a plane as a result. The Celestial Pavilion was still considered Yi Futian's property. But ever since Yi Futian became the son of the Starry School, he had not lacked any training resources. In fact, the college chief himself had personally visited the Xianxia house in order to bag him an ultimate treasure. As such, Yi Futian's status as owner of the Celestial Pavilion no longer mattered as much to him anymore. The same could not be said for Xianyu though. She had been working hard at the Celestial Pavilion all this time. Since Yi Futian had put her in charge there and she had the support of the Long family, no one dared to cause her any trouble. Thus, Xianyu, who was originally a staff member there, rose to become the de facto owner of the Celestial Pavilion, and her life took on a different path after that. At this very moment, Xianyu was walking through the Celestial Pavilion. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, and her eyes were drawn to a particular young woman. She was very pretty, and her aura belied a cool elegance. It seemed as though she was compromising her high status in order to entertain guests to the Celestial Pavilion, just as Xianyu herself had once upon a time. The young woman seemed familiar, and Xianyu vaguely remembered seeing her before. That young woman had spoken to Yi Futian once. Why was she working at the Celestial Pavilion now? Suddenly, 2 people entered the Celestial Pavilion and walked towards the young woman. One of them was as pretty as the young woman, and they even looked somewhat alike. "Euro, what are you doing?" Wang Yuqing stared at her younger sister. She couldn't believe that she had come to the Celestial Pavilion to run errands like a maid. "None of your business," Wang Euro retorted. "Come with me?" Wang Yuqing urged, looking at Wang Euro. She had heard from Jiang Nan that her younger sister was here. Her relationship with Jiang Nan these days were tense. Jiang Nan was being clingy towards her, and she couldn't be less bothered by it anymore. In the past, Jiang Nan had been an exceptionally talented senior to Wang Yuqing. But the incident with Yi Futian had caused her to see Jiang Nan as narrow-minded and petty. Of course, she had some issues of her own that led her to not want to stay by Jiang Nan's side as well. But not long ago, Jiang Nan had told her that her younger sister was serving as a maid at this place. "I still have work to do, you should leave," Wang Yuro replied coldly. "What can the Celestial Pavilion give you?" Jiang Nan challenged her calmly. Wang Yuro shot him a cool glance. She did not like him at all. When he had received her as a guest at the Celestial Pavilion, he had repeatedly insulted Yi Futian. Wang Yuro suspected that he was mostly to blame for how strained her older sister's relationship with Yi Futian had become. "That has nothing to do with you," Wang Yuro shot back frostily. "Why don't you be my maid instead and serve me? I could pay you double," Jiang Nan suggested, staring at Wang Yuro. The incident with Yi Futian had affected him greatly. Yi Futian was now living a life of glory and glamour as the sun. As for Jiang Nan, he had lost all dignity because of the insults he threw at Yi Futian on the day of the test. Even now, people mocked him, and his peers at the Starry School kept their distance from him as well. Even Wang Yuqing, a young woman he had almost managed to woo, was avoiding him now. Truly, he had suffered many losses because of Yi Futian, and his reputation was in tatters. Now, Jiang Nan was especially enraged by Wang Yuro's decision to work as a maid at Yi Futian's Celestial Pavilion. "Leave," Wang Yuro ordered, shooting Jiang Nan another chilly glance. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nan's expression darkened considerably before he chuckled coldly. "Wang Yuqing, your younger sister would rather be a maid at this place than to leave with you. Looks like she's hoping to serve another person here." "Sir, ma'am." Xinyu had walked over, and she was looking at Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing as she spoke again. "If there isn't anything else, I would like for you to stop bothering my staff and take your leave." Jiang Nan looked at Xinyu. Her youthful, pretty looks and attractive figure revealed an innocent beauty. Yet there was an air of sophistication about her. "If I remember correctly, you were a staff member here back then as well. Who are you to speak to me this way?" Jiang Nan challenged Xinyu. "I am the manager of the Celestial Pavilion now. You are not welcome here. Please leave," Xinyu replied coolly. "Leaping through the ranks to become a manager when you were once a maid?" Jiang Nan laughed coldly. "What did you offer?" His words carried a hint of crudeness, and his gaze traveled down Xinyu's attractive figure. The implications of his question were clear as day. Xinyu's expression changed immediately. However, Jiang Nan looked to Wang Yuro and continued, "No wonder you want to be a maid here too. Seems like you're aiming for the same thing. Throw him out," Xinyu ordered frostily. "I'm a disciple of the Starry School. Don't you dare lay a hand on me," Jiang Nan threatened. "Xinyu," a voice rang out, and Xinyu turned to see a person entering the Celestial Pavilion. To her pleasant surprise, "Pavilion owner," Xinyu greeted him. Everyone followed suit and bowed to Yi Futian and his entourage, who had just arrived. Jiang Nan's expression changed. Why had Yi Futian returned to the Celestial Pavilion? "You should treat disciples of the Starry School better," Yi Futian chastised. Xinyu was taken aback, while Jiang Nan chuckled coldly to himself. "Since he doesn't want to leave, then don't let him leave. Guard the door," Yi Futian continued calmly. Xinyu broke out into a dazzling smile and nodded. "Understood." At Yi Futian's command, some people went to guard the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion. Those who weren't involved in the matter moved to a side as well. Upon seeing Yi Futian staring at him, Jiang Nan grew especially uncomfortable. "What are you going to do?" he asked, his voice filled with trepidation. "What did he say before I arrived?" Yi Futian asked Xinyu. He had only caught the last few lines of their exchange just now. "The two of them came here looking for someone. Then they kept insulting her." Xinyu glanced towards Wang Yuro as she spoke. "I requested that he leave, but then he began to insinuate that I had risen to this position using underhanded means." Looking at Xinyu's lowered head, Yi Futian was fully aware of what she meant by underhanded means. Yi Futian turned to Jiang Nan once more, disgust apparent on his face. Jiang Nan had made snide remarks at him many times before, but Yi Futian had mostly ignored him, thinking that there was not much point to arguing with such people. He didn't expect that Jiang Nan would continue to stick around him. Perhaps Jiang Nan had grown bolder after being ignored by Yi Futian. I was only saying. I didn't do anything at all, Jiang Nan countered, feeling a little unsettled by Yi Futian's cold expression. After all, Yi Futian had defeated Chen Wang back then. Furthermore, Jiang Nan had also heard about Yi Futian's trip to the Xianxia house. After taking their ritual implement, he had even managed to last a while in a fight against a noble. Jiang Nan was well aware that he was no match for Yi Futian. How do you want to settle this? Yi Futian questioned Jiang Nan. I'll apologize and leave. From now on I'll never step into the celestial pavilion again. Jiang Nan replied. Xin Yu chuckled coldly. How pathetic Jiang Nan was right now. Wang Yuqing was equally disgusted. It made her incredibly uncomfortable that she had once been with someone like this, and that she had even believed his words. And that's enough? Yi Futian shot back. Jiang Nan stared insolently at Yi Futian and retorted. I am a disciple of the Starry School too, and your senior. Even if you are the son, you can't just do whatever you want to me. Besides, I'm from a prominent family in Divine Sky City. It's already a lot for me to apologize to you and promise to never come back again. What else do you want from me? Yi Futian didn't bother to reply. With a flash of dazzling light, a pole arm with starlight revolving around it appeared in his hand. It was the Divine Destruction pole arm. We'll settle this with one swing. Whatever happens is up to your own luck, Yi Futian announced calmly. Jiang Nan's expression hardened. He took a few steps back in an attempt to leave, but the door had been sealed off. Looking cornered, he protested. You cannot do this. This was the ritual implement that Yi Futian was rumored to have obtained. It was the treasure of the Xianxia house and weighed over 90,000 pounds. If he were to be hit by it, Jiang Nan was beginning to regret coming to the Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian was supposed to be training at the Starry School. Jiang Nan had not expected that he would come back all of a sudden. It was even worse luck for Jiang Nan to bump into Yi Futian here. I'll only swing the polearm using my own strength. Are you ready? Yi Futian stared at Jiang Nan as he spoke. No! At the sight of Yi Futian standing before him with the Divine Destruction polearm in hand, his face turned deathly pale. The polearm whistled through the air as Yi Futian stepped forward. Jiang Nan's face was ashen. Activating his life spirit, Jiang Nan summoned an armor ritual implement to defend himself. At the same time, a defensive spell surrounded his body. There was no intention to attack. Jiang Nan was only thinking of how he could defend himself from this attack. With another step forward, Yi Futian sent the Divine Destruction polearm slashing towards Jiang Nan. A frightening sound emanated from the swing, and Jiang Nan felt the immense pressure coming from the ritual implement. His face went deathly pale, and he even closed his eyes as he frantically released spiritual qi to defend himself. With a loud boom, the polearm landed directly on Jiang Nan's chest. In a flash, he was sent flying through the entrance and beyond. A figure landed on the streets, sending everyone scurrying away. Passers-by looked upon the fallen figure in curiosity. Has there been a battle at the Celestial Pavilion? People wondered, their expressions bewildered. Yi Futian was still the owner of the Celestial Pavilion. Who would dare to make trouble there when Yi Futian's name was so well known? It looks like someone from the Starry School, someone declared, looking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was convulsing on the floor, spitting out large amounts of blood continuously. He tried to pull himself up before collapsing again and spitting out more blood. It seemed as though his sternum had been shattered. He was in incredible pain. Ah! Jiang Nan let out a pathetic cry. He lay there staring at the sky, his eyes bloodshot. Yi Futian really had no mercy towards him. That swing of the polearm had almost killed him. Jiang Nan hated Yi Futian. He wanted Yi Futian to die a horrible death. In the Celestial Pavilion, Yi Futian was paying Jiang Nan no attention. If Jiang Nan hadn't provoked him first, he wouldn't even have bothered with him. Looking at Wang Yuro, Yi Futian asked, "What are you doing here?" "I was looking for some work to do. Then I remembered the Celestial Pavilion." Wang Yuro smiled at Yi Futian. But you are a precious daughter of the Wang family. Do you really need to do this? Yifutian was confused. A precious daughter of the Wang family? Wang Yuro let out a self-deprecating laugh. I was unable to enter the Starry School, and with my current plane, there are many things I can't do. I don't know what to tell the people at home if I go back. Indeed, she had been a precious young mistress of the family back when she was in Yunhua City. How superior she had felt back then. But when she arrived in Divine Sky City, she met with many obstacles, and not long ago she had almost been manipulated by others. After escaping them, she had come to the Celestial Pavilion. It was then that she understood that out in the real world, family backgrounds mattered little, especially if you were from a family in a small city. She finally understood why so many powerful individuals, even those of the noble plane, were willing to become bodyguards or attendants. After all, not everyone had astounding talent comparable to that of Yifutian's. Most people were average. That sounds rough, Yifutian chuckled. How about I treat you to a meal as a friend? Sure. Wang Yuro laughed heartily. Let's go, Yifutian offered, and Wang Yuro nodded in response. Looking at Wang Yuqing, she said, You should go back. I'll take care of myself from now on. You won't have to concern yourself with my affairs. She then walked into the Celestial Pavilion with Yifutian. Wang Yuqing stood there watching the two figures, struck dumb. Yifutian had not looked her way a single time ever since he arrived. It was as if she was invisible or non-existent. She was definitely disappointed. There was a twinge of discomfort too. But who could she blame for this? She had said many outrageous things to him in the past. It was already gracious of Yifutian to not hold anything against her. Now they were as good as strangers. He was the son of the Starry School, an incomparable talent at the forefront of an entire generation. His future was brilliant beyond measure, and yet her sister could still sit with him as a friend. As for her, she probably would only be able to look up to him from afar. After all, some opportunities don't come knocking twice. Walking out of the Celestial Pavilion a little dejectedly, Wang Yuqing saw Jiang Nan struggling painfully to get to his feet. She eyed him with feelings of disdain and pity before turning to leave. Jiang Nan looked vengefully upon the leaving Wang Yuqing. After a long while of trying, he finally managed to stand up. Shooting a cold glance in the direction of the Celestial Pavilion, he hobbled away as well. Yifutian and Wang Yuro were having a meal together at the fairy pool of the Celestial Pavilion. Can I offer you a drink? Yifutian raised a cup at Wang Yuro, grinning. Sure. Wang Yuro nodded, and the two drank together. After a few cups, her cheeks grew flushed. She turned her pretty eyes towards Yifutian and chuckled. I remember back then when Wang Linfeng first brought you to see me. I was so suspicious of you, but because I trusted Wang Linfeng, I decided to hire you anyway. I still remember how proud you were back then. It pissed me off so much. Yifutian laughed but said nothing. Life really is so unpredictable. Who would have thought that you'd be so outstanding? Even though you defeated the three other big factions, my grandfather and I still believed that you'd only make it to the top 3 schools. Neither of us could have imagined that you'd be the top disciple in one of the top 3 schools, and even be coronated as a son. And the college chief proclaims you to be the best of a generation. Wang Yuro gushed, seeming especially chatty after a few drinks. Of course, Yifutian's presence was greatly inspiring to her. She had not thought that she would meet a person like him in her lifetime. She hadn't even dared to think that there could be someone as brilliant as he was. Is your grandfather well? Yifutian asked. Yes, Wang Yuro replied. He had great hopes for me. He was awaiting my enrollment in the top 3 schools. Before I came here, he even reminded me to keep relations cordial between you and my older sister after I found her. I never thought things between you would be so bad. I still can't answer to my grandfather now. Wang Yuro said all this with an air of self-deprecation. Her days in Divine Sky City made her feel the most defeated she had ever been. Your sister and I may be strangers now, but I hope you don't take that to heart. You are still a friend of mine, Yifutian responded. If you're willing to help me, why don't you stay at the Celestial Pavilion and help Xinyu manage the place? You know I don't have the time to do it myself, so I'll have to trouble the two of you. I didn't come to the Celestial Pavilion to work in order to gain your pity. Wang Yuro laughed. She knew that Yifutian was only being considerate of her feelings by offering to let her help him. This isn't pity. We're just two friends helping each other, Yifutian insisted. Also, didn't you all help me take care of Yangting and Yangyi? When they come to Divine Sky City in the future, they'll be able to lodge here. Wang Yuro was taken aback at his words. Looking at Yifutian's bright, clear eyes, she asked, "Is there anyone you like?" There was a brief moment of silence where Yifutian was at a loss for words before he nodded. "Yes, there is," he replied. "She must be really brilliant then." Wang Yuro laughed. "Yes," Yifutian nodded. "She's even better than I am." Looking at the sparkle in Yifutian's eyes, Wang Yuro felt a twinge of envy. She would love to know just what kind of woman would be a good enough match for the young man before her. Jiang Nan did not return to the Starry School. Seriously injured, he hobbled into a private residence in Divine Sky City. An extravagantly dressed young man sat quietly in the courtyard. "You only went out to run some errands? Why are you injured?" The young man's gaze swept over Jiang Nan's form. "I ran into him." Jiang Nan lowered his head, his gaze dejected. A sharp golden dazzle shot through the young man's eyes. "You were injured by him?" he asked. "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. The young man laughed coldly. "Since he has come back to the Celestial Pavilion out of his own initiative, we're saved some trouble. I guess you were unfortunate to have made a wasted trip and even get injured for it. But vengeance will soon be yours. You'll come with me from now on." "Thank you, young master." Jiang Nan bowed to the young man. The attack he had endured was worth it. "Come out, the two of you," the young man ordered calmly. To his side, two people walked out, their eyes cold. "Go ahead and take action. Remember, I have absolutely nothing to do with this." The young man stood and turned to leave. He was not worried at all that they would betray him. These people had families, they would never dare to sell him out. In the fairy pool of the Celestial Pavilion, Wang Yuro was getting drunk. The wine and food of the Celestial Pavilion weren't regular items. Even a cultivator would get drunk. Yifutian drank with her. He could see that the princess of the Yunhua city was in a bad mood. As a pampered girl who kept hitting dead ends in the Divine Sky City, she was obviously frustrated. However, people all had to get used to this process. If one wanted to get to a higher place, one must become accustomed to these trials. During this, Gu Yunxi also came to the fairy pool. When Yifutian saw her, he ordered Xinyu to come. Smiling, he said, "Yunxi, what a coincidence. I thought you would be busy with cultivating. How come you have time to relax?" Gu Yunxi said, smiling. Xinyu smiled at the side. She didn't know if Yifutian was pretending or was really that dumb. How was it a coincidence? The princess of the Gu family liked Yifutian and would often come to the Celestial Pavilion. The utterly beautiful girl did suit Yifutian, but sadly, he apparently liked someone else. She was also very talented, but Xinyu didn't know how she was like. "We all entered a new plane recently, so we came out to relax. Otherwise, we would go crazy," Yifutian said, chuckling. There was a limit to cultivating too. If they couldn't have a clear mind, the cultivation effect would be bad too. "Yes, you're already so excellent, but you still work so hard. What do you make of the other sons of the city?" Gu Yunxi's eyes were clear as water. "There is no end to cultivating," Yifutian said. "I'm still too weak." He still had many things to do. He wasn't satisfied with just the title of son from the Starry School. Gu Yunxi rolled her eyes. The action was actually a bit flirty. A bit drunk, Wang Yuro looked at Gu Yunxi. Girls all had some sort of gut instinct. She could naturally feel the admiration from Gu Yunxi. Smiling, she wanted to get rid of some thoughts. She should be content to be friends with people like this. If not for the trip to Yunhua City, they probably would never meet. Thud. Just then, there was a huge sound. Then a woman said, "Tell the person in charge to come." "Miss, the Celestial Pavilion's food will never have filth in it," the servant nearby said. "I said to tell the person in charge to come." The woman's voice was sharp. "I'll go check," Xinyu said from the tower. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. He looked outside and saw two figures, a man and a woman, sitting at a table beside the fairy pool. They wore a bamboo hat and their hair seemed messy. They seemed to be a couple trying to make a name for themselves. What's wrong? Shen Yu walked to them and the servant retreated. The woman looked up at Shen Yu and pointed at the table. There was an insect wriggling. This is impossible. Shen Yu shook her head. The celestial pavilion would never have filth like that. So you're saying that I did this on purpose? The woman said coldly. Perhaps it climbed in while you two were eating, but we will take responsibility. I can treat you to this meal and have them cook it again, Shen Yu said. She could feel that the woman was in the noble plane. The celestial pavilion wasn't scared, but this was still a business. She would try to keep things calm if possible. I'm already in a bad mood and you want me to keep eating here? The woman was being harsh. Pointing at the filth, she said, Eat it. Miss, that's a bit too much. Shen Yu's expression changed. I told you to eat it. The woman's voice was cold. Many people looked over curiously at the couple. Did they not know who this place belonged to? Even if it was the Celestial Pavilion's fault, it was still shameful to make Shen Yu eat it. At this time, Yi Futian and Gu Yunxi had walked out too. Many people were behind them. The Celestial Pavilion has already apologized and is willing to compensate you too, Yi Futian said. Please do not push it. The woman glanced at Yi Futian and the people behind him. What? The Celestial Pavilion will use its power to bully people. The Celestial Pavilion doesn't want to cause trouble. But it isn't afraid either. Yi Futian's voice was cool. The couple was purposely looking for trouble. Are you threatening us? The man on the side said. His aura seeped out. Looking up, his eyes gazed straight at Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with fire and scary noble will. Behind Yi Futian, Wang Yuro felt that those eyes were a bit familiar. However, the man had some lines on his face that looked like special markings and were unfamiliar to her. He seemed to be purposely hiding his features. At this time, her heart skipped a beat. Finally thinking of someone, she couldn't help but call out, Be careful, it's Xianxia. As soon as she spoke, the bamboo hat that the man held burned to nothing. His eyes instantly became terrifying and he released strong noble will. It rushed into Yi Futian's mind, trying to destroy his will. Yi Futian instantly closed his eyes, feeling a burst of pain. Almost at the same time, horrible ice will surged from the woman. It was about to freeze the world. The spell landed on Yi Futian, sealing him instantly. Their target was clear, they came to kill Yi Futian. The man stepped out, crossing through the space. He was too fast. He was at the upper noble plane and was so horrible. Just as the people behind Yi Futian and Gu Yunxi rushed out, the man's fiery palm had already landed, carried such murderous intent and was fatal. The people eating at the fairy pool were terrified. How could someone try to kill the legendary son of the city? Did they want to die? An upper-level noble could definitely kill with one strike. But how could these people be so willing to die and exchange their lives for Yi Futian? The stronger one was, the less likely they would give up their lives. Therefore, it was rare for people of high cultivation to be suicidal fighters. Barely anyone was willing to do it. But these two, they were crazy, too crazy. The people behind Yi Futian didn't have time to react. The people beside him had the chance to block the attack. But Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Gu Yunxi weren't stronger than Yi Futian. How could they block it? Even so, these people attacked without hesitation, almost simultaneously. Because of the sudden change, everyone's potential was forced out. Yu Shang roared and turned into a huge demon. Holding the demonic tripod, he stood before Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen turned into a dazzling and sharp sword. The sage ritual implement shot out. Horrible sword will swept out. Lulan Shui released her book, sealing everything in ice, trying to block the opponent's move. Even Gu Yunxi and Wang Yuro acted. Gu Yunxi took out her guqin and started playing. Sage will was released from the instrument. Wang Yuro's ritual implement was the weakest. It was only a noble sword. Everyone attacked at once in the chaos. The surrounding people were all shocked. These people had attacked without caring for their own safety. Boom! There was a huge explosion. No matter how powerful these ritual implements were, they were only at the Arcana plane in Cultivation. None of them were in the Noble plane, so they couldn't block the Noble at all. Wang Yuro and Gu Yunxi were thrown into the air. Yi Wuqian's sword warped and was then forced back by the palm. Yu Shang's demonic tripod boomed and he was forced back too. He crashed into Yi Futian and they both spat out blood. Even the ice around Yi Futian was shattered. The woman's spell landed again. This time, everyone was covered in frost. They were about to be sealed in ice. The man didn't stop at all. He continued forward, slapping down a palm at Yu Shang and Yi Futian. Using the thunder step, Yi Futian stepped out, not letting Yu Shang block him. Light flashed from his hands. Stars dazzled while the pole arm of divine destruction appeared. It instantly became miles long, forcing him and Yu Shang back as it expanded. The horrible palm was blocked. It landed squarely on the pole arm of divine destruction. The 1,000-feet-long polearm hit Yi Futian and Yu Shang. It forced them into the air and they spat out blood. When the man saw that both attacks had failed, his expression changed. The noble aura descended. He continued walking, murderous intent surging. He didn't retreat at all. But then, another might fell from the sky. This undefeatable power pressed down on him. He was an upper-level noble, but he was still immobilized, almost getting crushed. How can this be? He raised his head with difficulty to see an old man walk down from the sky. He seemed to be stepping directly on the man's body. The elder's hair flew and his eyes were murderous. Sage! The people at the fairy pool looked up at the strong cultivator, eyes dancing. A sagely figure was protecting Yi Futian in the background. The starry school really treated the sun so well. Even so, Yi Futian had almost gotten killed. It was honestly terrifying for an upper-level noble to suddenly attack at such a close distance. The sage was strong, but they couldn't be on guard at all times. Yi Futian could have been killed instantly. The elder descended and stepped down. The couple couldn't withstand the force and collapsed onto the ground. They raised their heads with difficulty, staring coldly at Yi Futian. They were extremely angry to see Yi Futian get up. How was he still alive? "Who are you?" the elder asked coldly. Naturally, he wouldn't kill them directly. The couple raised their heads and stared at the elder with red eyes. "They're from the Business Alliance," Wang Yuro said weakly. She lay on the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Laughable. An Arcana plane has a sage as a guard. "It is hateful that I can't take revenge," Xianxia gritted out. "What revenge makes you give up your life?" the elder asked coldly. "Taking revenge for my son cannot be topped by anything else," the woman said sharply. "My poor son was also a pride and cultivated in the top 3 schools. But he died in the wilderness and no one cares. It breaks my heart. No need to speak anymore." The man held the woman's hand and looked up at the elder. "We are taking revenge for our son. Since we failed, we will pay with our lives. Will you kill us? Or should we commit suicide?" The elder looked at the two coldly and then turned to Yi Futian. Since they were enemies, Yi Futian should know that it would be up to him. Right now, Yi Futian was covered in blood. He breathed weakly and his steps were unsteady when he walked. Clearly, he was badly hurt. But when he walked to the two, his expression was extremely cold. He wasn't the only one who was hurt. The people beside him had been hurt while trying to protect him. And yet, he didn't even know the two who'd almost killed them. "The Yunue Business Alliance. Is Shang Yunfeng your son?" Yi Futian asked coldly. Wang Yuro had said that they were from the Business Alliance. That obviously meant the one from the Yunue city. Yi Futian had only killed 2 people in the Evil Dragon Zone. One was Shanghai, who'd had conflicts with him. The other was Shang Yunfeng. He remembered Wang Yuqing had told him that Shang Yunfeng cultivated at the Blazing Sun School. He was from the top 3 schools, so these two were clearly talking about him. Yi Futian had almost forgotten about this person. He'd killed Shang Yunfeng while in his silver cape. No one knew who he was before he revealed his identity. But after the coronation ceremony, the people of the top 3 schools all learned of his identity. If the parents wanted to take revenge for their son, they would naturally find out too. Yes. The woman glared at Yifutian, eyes still bloody and filled with murderous intent. Shang Yunfeng was their only child. They'd had high hopes for him, but he died tragically in the wilderness. How could they not take revenge? They wanted to kill Yifutian even if it meant dying themselves. Unfortunately, they failed. Now, they could only hope that the one who found them would have other ways to kill Yifutian. This assassination would end with them. They'd come to take revenge for their son. Since the two admitted it, Yifutian's expression turned colder. If he'd really died this time, it would be truly tragic. Back then, Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai had wanted him dead. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. There was nothing to say now that his parents had come for revenge. Do it yourself, Yifutian said coldly. The two struggled, seeming to try to take one last desperate stab. But the elder wouldn't give them the chance. He pressed down on them with his powerful might. Suddenly, the woman laughed. As she laughed, she started crying. It was easy to talk about death, but one couldn't be so calm when the time really came. The couple met eyes. Let us go accompany Yunfeng, Shangzhan said. With that, he slapped his forehead. Blood spurted out immediately and he fell over. Seeing that her husband was dead, tears rolled down the woman's face. Then she used the same tactic and lied down beside Shangzhan. Her breathing soon stopped. They came to assassinate Yifutian after knowing his current identity. This meant they were prepared to die. They knew that even if they killed Yifutian, the Starry School wouldn't let them escape the city. Looking at the two corpses, the surrounding people couldn't calm their hearts. They didn't expect to witness such a shocking assassination today. The cause had been a seemingly unimportant figure. They might not know him, but the son of the Starry School almost lost his life. This was the rivalry of the cultivation world. The assassination attempt had losses. Gu Yunxi of the Gu clan was badly hurt and the others weren't well off either. A group of arcana cultivators had gone against an upper noble. They were lucky they didn't die. Yifutian ignored the corpses. He turned to check on the others. Wang Yuro was the most badly hurt. She was the weakest and also had the weakest ritual implement. After seeing the assassinators die, she fainted. Her body was covered in blood. Senior, Yifutian said, turning towards the sage cultivator. The elder came to Wang Yuro's side. He placed a hand on her and warm power enshrouded her. Spiritual qi surged into all her body parts. Spiritual qi was strength, could protect her heart and veins, saving her life. Call the medicine master from the school, the elder ordered. He didn't go personally. After such a big event, he didn't dare be careless. The event had been too dangerous. Even with his high cultivation, he'd almost been too late. Everything had happened too quickly. Yes. Someone nodded and went. Take them to rest. They won't die, the elder said to Yifutian. You need to rest too. Don't worry about them. All right. Yifutian nodded. Seeing all the hurt figures, his eyes reddened. They'd all attacked without caring for their own safety just then. Yushang went without saying. He would never worry about the situation and just protect Yifutian with his own body. Yi Wuchen also had many life-or-death experiences with them along the way. Lulan Shui was only a servant. They'd interacted for a long time, but they hadn't had these experiences before. Yifutian had never expected Gu Yunxi or Wang Yuro to act without hesitation either. He didn't know how to repay them. You all can go. The Celestial Pavilion will close for today, the elder said. Finally, the crowd dispersed. What happened at the Celestial Pavilion quickly stirred up an uproar and spread quickly throughout the Divine Sky City. Yifutian was definitely the figure that everyone paid attention to this year. He'd collapsed the martial arts fate battlefield, was coronated as sun, defeated everyone in his own plane, and had no enemies in the Arcana plane. He'd taken the pole arm of divine destruction from the Starry School and had become a legendary figure of his generation. But today he'd almost gotten assassinated. The Starry School had sent a sage to protect him in the background. The Gu clan, the Dragon clan, and other clans were the first to get the information. The two families sent people quickly because Gu Yunxi was also at the Celestial Pavilion. Other than that, many strong cultivators from the Starry School also hurried over. The celestial pavilion quickly gathered strong cultivators from all over. In one of the city's private mansions, a youth in the courtyard learned about the news and his expression turned ugly. He yelled something about failures and not being able to take advantage of the opportunity. The upper noble must be a failure if they couldn't even kill an Arcana Junior. He'd imagined everything beautifully. Xianxia would kill Yi Futian to take revenge for his son and then get killed by the Starry School. It wouldn't affect him at all. It was flawless. Of course, it wouldn't affect him even though it failed. It was clearly a revenge mission. But he was still pissed because Yi Futian wasn't dead. It would be even harder to kill Yi Futian after this failed attempt too. He actually had a sage to protect him. He would be more guarded now too. They might even send more people to protect Yi Futian. Plus, there were no better candidates. If he chose someone else, the Starry School would do everything to investigate the mastermind. Only Shang Yunfeng's parents from the Yunue Business Alliance wouldn't need instruction. Many strong cultivators came to the Celestial Pavilion. Many from the Gu clan came, including clan leader Gu Hanshan. Right now, Gu Yunxi was lying in bed. Her pallor was much better. A skilled medicine master was treating her. Clan leader, Mrs. All right now, the medicine master said to Gu Hanshan, but the man stared coldly at Gu Yunxi. He clearly looked angry. Father, Gu Yunxi called softly, seeing her father's expression. Yunxi, do you know what you did? You and Yi Futian are good friends. But why did you rush over in that dangerous situation? If something happens to you, what will your mother and I do? Gu Hanshan was furious. Gu Yunxi lowered her head and then smiled. But father, I'm all right now. How dare you smile? Gu Hanshan glared at her. All right, Yunxi has just recovered a bit. Stop it. The pretty woman beside them said. It was Gu Yunxi's mother. Whatever. Gu Hanshan sighed. Girls can't be kept after they grow up. This girl keeps running to the Celestial Pavilion and I don't understand why. Is he that attractive? As a father, he obviously knew what Gu Yunxi was thinking to do all this for Yi Futian. She wouldn't protect him if she didn't feel anything. Father, what are you saying? Gu Yunxi blushed as if her father had revealed her secret. I'll mention it to Chief Chen someday and see what the guy thinks, Gu Hanshan said. The son of the Starry School was unparalleled in talent and quite matched his daughter. More importantly, his daughter liked him. Father, no. Gu Yunxi's expression changed. Why not? Gu Hanshan asked. He has someone he likes. Gu Yunxi looked at her father. Her voice was a bit sad. Gu Hanshan was surprised. So the girl admitted it? She knew Yi Futian liked someone but was still like this? Father, don't worry about me. We're just good friends, Gu Yunxi said. Gu Hanshan sighed. Looking at his wife, he said, Look at your daughter. What is this? As the clan leader, he ruled the divine sky city, but he was helpless against his daughter. Many people came to see Yi Futian in another room. Long Linger stayed beside Yi Futian, feeling belated fear. Madame Long had come personally too to check on Yi Futian's injuries. Senior, madam. How are the others? Yi Futian asked after he'd recovered more. Don't worry. They'll be fine, Madame Long said. Take this as a lesson too. If you anger someone in the future, you should still be careful. Yes. Yi Futian chuckled wryly. He'd indeed overlooked Shang Yunfeng's death. After the chief heard of this news, he ordered people to investigate whether the Yunue Business Alliance participated in this. The sage said to Yi Futian, If they didn't, we will warn them that we won't give them a second chance. If they did, you can decide what to do. Yi Futian nodded. Things shouldn't affect the relatives. If Shang Yunfeng's parents did this for revenge, he would accept it and wouldn't involve the Yunue Business Alliance. But if they were involved, things would be different. Neither he nor the Starry School killed for no reason. They followed the rules of the cultivation world. After all, he had a family too. He didn't want to make enemies someday and have them hurt his family. Many days had passed since the assassination attempt at the Celestial Pavilion. The people of the Divine Sky City had started to forget it. The uproar over something was limited, after all. The Divine Sky City was a main city in the Eastern Barren Territory. All sorts of things happened every day and people would forget. Of course, the people involved wouldn't forget so easily. The one sent to investigate the Yunhua Business Alliance returned to the Starry School. The Business Alliance really hadn't participated. Shang Yunfeng's parents had come alone to take revenge for their son. When the Starry School arrived there, the entire Business Alliance had been terrified. They couldn't imagine that the talented youth who'd shone at the Battle of the Top Four would become the son of the Starry School. He now had high status, and the assassination had brought the entire alliance under a storm. After all, they had suffered the most losses. Shang Zhan was an extremely powerful figure and had died just like that. But what could they say? No one even dared to mention it afterward to avoid getting involved. The Starry School wouldn't just warn them in the future. After the Starry School returned, the Wang family of the Yunhua city also went to the Divine Sky City to visit the Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian went to welcome them and saw that the family leader had come personally. "Senior Wang, how come you're here?" Yi Futian asked politely. "After we learned of what had happened, we started paying attention. Back when you'd left, I had thought you would reach a higher level. But I didn't think this," the family leader said emotionally. No one thought that someone so ordinary would reach this extent. Wang Linfeng had also come with his family. He was also full of thoughts. "I'm just lucky," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Senior, let's have some wine." "Sure." The family leader nodded. "Futian, I heard about Yuqing too. That girl is a bit arrogant. Please don't take offense. It's my fault for not teaching her well. If you don't wish to see her in the future, you don't have to." He naturally wouldn't try to persuade Yi Futian. That would make things worse. Wang Yuqing's attitude had been so bad. It was better if they acted as if they'd never met. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "Senior, would you mind if I keep Euro here to work? She's not as talented. I'm more than grateful that she can train with you." "Of course, I don't mind." The family leader smiled. Wang Euro stood by quietly. Her injuries had mostly recovered now. After what had happened, she could clearly feel that Yi Futian was nicer to her. "Great." Yi Futian nodded. "After what happened with the Yunhua Business Alliance, do you think more things would follow?" "I don't think so." Shang Zhan and his wife were aloof and spoiled their only son. They placed great hope on him, and Shang Yunfeng never disappointed them. He was always successful and cultivated at the Blazing Sun School. "They must have been hit hard to take this risk and come assassinate you," the family leader said. "I remember when Shang Yunfeng died. The two practically went crazy. They went to the Evil Dragon Zone and even ran to the Divine Sky City. But they didn't find anything and were forced to leave. I didn't think that they didn't give up. They must have come again after realizing it was you. It's normal to keep looking for the killer of one's son." Yi Futian nodded. He didn't hate them. The group continued chatting in the fairy pool. At the same time, there were two figures in a courtyard of the Blazing Sun School on the other side of the city. Both elder and youth looked extraordinary. "So is everything investigated?" the elder asked. "Yes." The youth nodded. When Yi Futian became the son, someone in the school mentioned Shang Yunfeng's death. But Yi Futian had just become son, and everyone saw how Chief Chun treated him. It would be useless even if someone went to find him. We weren't as skilled as him before and were too ashamed to ask him for the man. Thus, we decided to notify Shang Yunfeng's parents who had come to the school before. And then, after, we saw people meet Shang Yunfeng's parents secretly in the Yunhua city. Then the two came to the Divine Sky City. They didn't tell the Yunhua Business Alliance and did everything alone, probably to avoid involving them. "Who were the ones who met them?" the elder asked. "After Shang Zhan and his wife came to the Divine Sky City, we kept watch over them and finally figured out who called them here." "Uncle, guess." The youth chuckled. "I remember you said that Yi Futian was very arrogant on the martial arts battlefield. But he must have feared revealing his identity. So he didn't cross the line and kill anyone from a clan. Only one person was greatly humiliated." The elder smiled. "He was forced to kneel as if worshipping a god. For someone from a proud clan, it's unacceptable." "Uncle, you are so wise." "You're right on," the youth said, smiling. "This junior of the Jin clan has always been arrogant. He wanted to compete with Long Mu from the same school and was humiliated like this. He obviously can't stand it. It just so happened that Yi Futian became the Starry School's son and treated as a gem. He couldn't harm Yi Futian, which made things worse. He's smart though. He didn't send his own men in case someone found out. Instead, he chose to take advantage of Shang Yunfeng's parents' hatred of Yi Futian. It's impossible to find the connection. No matter what, it has nothing to do with him. But I'm curious, the elder continued, a bit confused. How does Jin Yunxiao know about the death of an ordinary disciple of the Blazing Sun School and think to take advantage of him? This might have something to do with a disciple from the Starry School, the youth said. His name is Jiang Nan. He's a descendant of the lesser Jiang clan and is quite well known in the Starry School. Coincidentally, he'd insulted Yi Futian and had some conflicts. This person happened to be at the Evil Dragon Zone and witnessed Shang Yunfeng's death. He also wants to get on Jin Yunxiao's good side. I'm afraid he told Jin Yunxiao. Our men also found out that Jiang Nan had caused trouble at the Celestial Pavilion before the assassination. It must have been to make Yi Futian go back. He must not have expected to get forced out with a staff. The assassination happened afterward. I see, the elder said, smiling. It is indeed a great plan. Unfortunately, things are always so coincidental. We just happened to have gone to Yunhua City. Did the Jin clan participate in this? There are no signs. It's likely Jin Yunxiao did this alone, the youth said. He thought himself clever. The Jin clan is one of the Starry School's major clans. The Celestial Pavilion technically belongs to the Dragon clan, and Gu Yunxi of the Gu clan was hurt badly. This event involved the schools, the Dragon clan, and the Gu clan. It won't be so easy for the Jin clan to be spared. Smiling, the elder continued, Jin Yunxiao gave us a good start. Think of a way to alert Yi Futian or the Starry School. Of course, don't make it obvious. Do just enough. Understood, the youth said, smirking. At the Starry School, the disciples were still busy cultivating. Wang Yuqing walked down the street, feeling a bit down. She'd been depressed these past days. Her grandfather had never been angry at her, but after coming to the Divine Sky City, he'd yelled at her. It's senior brother Jin, someone beside her said. She looked up, even though Jin Yunxiao wasn't much compared to Yi Futian. But the Starry School was big. There were many disciples. To the regular disciples, Jin Yunxiao was from a powerful clan and he was still an esteemed figure. Wang Yuqing looked over and saw a familiar figure beside Jin Yunxiao. It was Jiang Nan. She frowned. When did Jiang Nan get close to Jin Yunxiao? Senior brother, many people called. Jin Yunxiao's duo walked over. When they passed Wang Yuqing, Jiang Nan scanned her coolly and ignored her as if they were strangers. Seeing Jiang Nan's eyes, Wang Yuqing thought of the humiliating words he'd said to Yi Futian. He'd said sarcastically that Yi Futian was skilled at kissing up to other people. Thinking back now, it was laughable. Wasn't he talking about himself? Since when was senior brother Jiang with senior brother Jin? A youth near Wang Yuqing mumbled. Turning around, he saw Wang Yuqing and couldn't help but smile. Hello, senior sister Wang. You know me? Wang Yuqing looked at him. She wasn't famous and she didn't know the other either. I've seen you with senior brother Jiang. The youth smiled. Don't mention him. Wang Yuqing was upset. The man bowed slightly, seeming polite. I thought you two matched each other before, he said softly. You are beautiful while senior brother Jiang is talented. Now that he's close to senior brother Jin, he must be extremely smart. But it's a pity that someone so smart made a mistake because of you and was almost killed, making you two have conflicts. Because of me? Wang Yuqing scoffed. Yes. If not for you, why would someone as smart as senior brother Jiang go cause trouble at the Celestial Pavilion? Doesn't he know that it belongs to the sun and is backed by the Dragon clan? He'd almost died because of it too. But it's strange that the sun almost died as well. The youth shook his head and sighed. Thankfully, it's all over and senior brother Jiang is with senior brother Jin now. I hope you two will make up soon. I'll leave now. With that, he took his leave. Wang Yuqing's brows furrowed tightly, seeming to ponder the man's words. Her heart skipped a beat. Thinking back to her interactions with Jiang Nan, he didn't seem to be a brash person. Instead, he was very calculative. In the celestial pavilion, Wang Yuro found Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw her flustered and said, "Your injury has just gotten better. What is it that is so urgent? Just now my sister came over and asked me to tell you something," Wang Yuro replied. "What is it?" Yi Futian's expression was curious. Something was off. "My sister said that Jiang Nan is a sly person. To people of higher status than him, he will always maintain his manners and will not break out of character. That day in the Celestial Pavilion, when Jiang Nan insulted me and Xinyu and ignored the background of the Celestial Pavilion, it was abnormal." Wang Yuro looked at Yi Futian and continued, "It was just at the right time that we ran into you coming back. Not long later, the Yunue Business Alliance's Xianxia couple came to the Celestial Pavilion." Yi Futian's expression tensed up as Wang Yuro continued. "Also, Jiang Nan has wanted to establish a connection with Jin Yunxiao since a long time ago, but Jin Yunxiao has never given him any face or even looked him in the eye. However, not long ago, Jiang Nan was seen following beside Jin Yunxiao." Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in thought. Wang Yuqing would not ask Wang Yuro to tell him this for nothing. Moreover, this involved Jiang Nan and Jin Yunxiao. Although these few incidents may look separate, if they were thought about together, there was much to be suspicious about. The day when the assassination had failed, the two of them had committed suicide on the spot. Because they were Shang Yunfeng's parents, it was perfectly justified for them to want to seek revenge for their son. Nobody would think that someone else would instigate them to take revenge for their son. That was why there was no mastermind for this matter. It was an obvious revenge attempt. However, from the way things looked now, they had all overlooked some things because of the couple seeking revenge for their son. He had been cultivating in the Starry School all along. Why would the Xianxia couple know which day he would be at the Celestial Pavilion? They were evidently very sure that he was at the Celestial Pavilion before they made a ruckus to force him out. If the matter had been blown up, they would have had no chance to enter the Celestial Pavilion in the future. Of course, there was also the possibility that they had been keeping watch on the Celestial Pavilion. If they wanted revenge, it was only natural to do that, so this could not be considered a major oversight. The peculiarity lied in what Wang Yuqing said. That day, why would Jiang Nan do something so unlike him and cause trouble in the Celestial Pavilion, and why did the Xianxia couple appear not long after? In his conversation with the Wang clan leader that day, it appeared that Yunue City was not updated on what had happened in the Divine Sky City. The Xianxia couple had returned to the Yunue City. How did they know of his identity and return to the Divine Sky City? However, this could not be considered an oversight. Perhaps the Xianxia couple had been keeping tabs on what was happening within the Divine Sky City. However, Jiang Nan was exactly the person who knew this the best. They would not need instigating to take revenge for their son. However, giving them information and helping them arrange a time was something that he could help them with without leaving any trace or taking any risk. Yi Futian's eyes opened, a cold glint in the corner of his eyes that even he himself did not notice. Does sister mean that Jiang Nan is involved in this time's assassination? Wang Yuro had hurriedly come to look for Yi Futian after hearing what her sister had to say. Evidently, she had understood the meaning behind those words. "I don't know," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Let the elders from the Starry School investigate." The matter involved disciples from the Starry School, so it was not fair to take only his side of the story, especially when it could potentially involve the Jin clan's young master Jin Yunxiao. "Xinyu," Yi Futian summoned her. "Pavilion owner." Xinyu, who was standing at one side, replied, "Ask the members of the Dragon clan to go to the West Court and tell the madam what Yuro just said. You will go to the Gu clan and bring the word to them." Yi Futian gave his orders as he left to find the experts from the Starry School. In the Starry School, in the yard where Jin Yunxiao was, a few figures descended from the sky. Seeing these people, Jin Yunxiao's expression changed and he asked, "Uncle, why have you come?" "Follow me back to the Nine-Cloud Palace," the person replied coldly. "Is something the matter?" Jin Yunxiao looked puzzled. "We'll talk when we get back. The clan leader wishes to speak to you." The person nodded, and so did Jin Yunxiao. He turned to Jiang Nan and said, "You can take your leave." "Yes, senior." Jiang Nan bowed and took his leave. In front of others, he continued to address Jin Yunxiao as senior. Jin Yunxiao and the Jin clan members took flight and left. Jiang Nan was bewildered as he did not know why the Jin clan members suddenly appeared to bring Jin Yunxiao away. He walked out of the yard feeling uneasy. Could it be that something had happened? It wasn't possible. The matter had been flawless. There would definitely be no repercussions. Moreover, the Xianxia couple who had tried to assassinate Yifutian had died then and there. Walking out of the yard and strolling on the pavement, a group of people walked towards him. The group of people all had exceptional auras and cold demeanors, stopping in front of Jiang Nan. The people around looked at them and many disciples quietly stepped back, evidently knowing the identities of these people. It was the people from the Starry School Punishment Institution. They were in charge of giving out penalties. Jiang Nan saw them stop in front of him and his heart sank. His footsteps continued normally, but his legs were already shaking lightly. "Jiang Nan pays his respects to elders and seniors," said Jiang Nan, suppressing the fear in his heart and bowing. "Jiang Nan, follow us," the person said emotionlessly. Jiang Nan's face paled and he asked, "Elders and seniors, may I know what for?" "We'll talk at the trial court." The person stared at Jiang Nan with a deadpan look, as though he was a statue. Although Jiang Nan had tried his best to suppress the fear rising from his heart, his voice still jittered as he replied, "Okay, elders and seniors, please lead the way. Let's go." The group turned around and started to walk with Jiang Nan within the group. The disciples who saw this scene started to debate. The punishment institution rarely ever took action. After all, the top 3 schools was a place of cultivation and the rules were not strict. If it was not particularly important, the punishment institution would not step in. Once they did, it was likely a huge issue. What trouble had Jiang Nan caused? In the trial court, an imposing figure sat on the main seat. Many people were at both sides with emotionless faces, a frigid feeling spreading across the entire court. When Jiang Nan saw the elderly person sitting on the main seat, he was stunned and the color drained from his face. It was the punishment institution's grand trial elder, Elder Lu. He was just an arcana plane cultivator, a normal disciple. What huge matter would require a strong sage plane elder to personally oversee his trial? The entire court was deadly silent, to the point where it was actually scary. In such a circumstance, Jiang Nan could almost hear his own heartbeat. "Own up." Elder Lu stared at Jiang Nan for a long time, then said this one sentence. There was a mysterious might in his voice. Jiang Nan's head was extremely low, and he bowed and replied, "Elder Lu, I do not understand what you mean." Before the college chief crowned the sun, he once summoned all of the school's elders for a discussion. The college chief is bent on the restoration of the divine path. Thus he broke all the rules and crowned the sun, even creating the holy robes and holy crown for him and ignoring all objection. Although the Jin clan may not agree with it, they did not say anything afterward, because they saw the college chief's determination. Elder Lu appeared to have said something irrelevant, yet he continued, "Since you've done it, don't try to hide it. You are very clear of the means a cultivator can go to. If you come clean and admit your wrongdoings, I can give you the lightest punishment." Jiang Nan's expression was ashen. Even though he had been afraid along the way, he held on to a glimmer of hope. Yet what Elder Lu just said had smashed his last vestige of hope. He was very clear that when the punishment institution believed something, they would investigate to the very end. It was one thing if he did not do it, but once he had done it, there would be no escape. Bringing him directly to the trial court was evidently not just simple suspicion on their part. The experts from the punishment institution had too many methods to make him speak up. In front of sage plane experts, all attempts to conceal the truth were futile. Cold stares landed on him and Jiang Nan's limbs started to shiver. Cultivation was not easy, and he was born in a small clan in the Divine Sky City. His achievements, being able to cultivate in the Starry School and a soon-to-be noble plane expert, all did not come easy. What Elder Lu had said about the college chief's determination, he had seen it too. That was why he was all the more certain that the crime of attempting to harm the son was not something that he could bear. With a thud, Jiang Nan kneeled on the ground, his head planted to the floor, and said, "Elder Lu, I was just jealous of the son's potential and the kindness he received from the college chief. That was why I told Senior Jin Yunxiao about the death of the Yunhua Business Alliance's Yunfeng. Everything after that was all planned by Jin Yunxiao. I was only following his orders." Elder Lu looked at Jiang Nan, who had his face planted into the ground, and asked unfeelingly, "So the person was invited by Jin Yunxiao from the Yunhua Business Alliance to the Divine Sky City and brought to the Celestial Pavilion for the assassination?" "Yes." Jiang Nan maintained his position and continued, "I know that I have brought shame to the name of a Starry School disciple, and I am willing to be expelled. I hope Elder can grant my request. Since you've come to the Starry School to cultivate, you are a disciple of the school. After harming the son and assisting in the planning, now you want to drop out of the school and call it quits? What a joke." Elder Lu continued, "Your cultivation was from the Starry School. Since I've agreed to give you a lighter punishment, I will spare your life and only permanently destroy your powers and expel you from the school." Elder Lu. Jiang Nan raised his head with terror in his eyes. Permanently destroying his powers and expelling him from the Starry School? "No, Elder Lu. I know my mistake now. I know my mistake now." Jiang Nan was filled with terror and shouted. A disciple stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Nan. "No, no!" Jiang Nan shouted wildly, but that did not stop him from being dragged out of the court. Soon, screams of agony could be heard, and he was dragged out of the Starry School and thrown outside the gates. The Starry School was bustling, and later, someone saw the punishment institution flying out of the school towards the Jin clan's Nine-Cloud Palace. After a period of time, a groundbreaking piece of news spread through the Starry School. The assassination of the son, Yi Futian, had the involvement of Starry School disciples, one of them being Jiang Nan, who had had his powers destroyed and expelled from the school. The other person was the pride of the Jin clan, a genius of the Starry School, Jin Yunxiao. The entire Starry School was in an uproar over this. Was the school really going to arrest Jin Yunxiao? The Nine-Cloud Palace was more brilliant with each level up, and the peak of the Nine-Cloud Palace was like a heavenly palace, golden light sprinkling onto the clouds, sacred and solemn. In the Divine Sky City, the Nine-Cloud Palace could be considered the most extravagant place, and the Jin clan's dressing was also extremely luxurious. Presently, in the Nine-Cloud Palace, a teenage figure was kneeling on the floor, and in front of him, many people stared emotionlessly at him. The teen kneeling on the floor was the Jin clan's Jin Yunxiao. "Grandfather, only Uncle Chung knows about this matter, and Uncle Chung is definitely loyal to the Jin clan, so he will not rat us out. Only the Jin clan knows about this, it will definitely not spread." Jin Yunxiao nervously looked at the elderly person in front of him. It was a perceptive elder with golden hair. Even his eyes were golden, and contained a formidable sharpness. This person was the clan leader of the Jin clan, Jin Chengfeng. Today, the Jin clan had brought him back, precisely because the servant protecting Jin Yunxiao had left the Divine Sky City a while back. After Yi Futian had nearly been assassinated, a person in the Jin clan had taken notice of this and reported it to the clan leader after he had finished his meditation. They had then found Jin Yunxiao's servant and questioned him. That was how they knew that Jin Yunxiao was involved in the assassination of Yi Futian. "Didn't you say previously that this was told to you by another Starry School disciple, Jiang Nan?" "He would naturally know then," Jin Chengfeng said unfeelingly. "He also had a part to play in the incident. If word spreads, he won't be able to get away scot-free with his background, so he naturally will not say anything. Moreover, I have already brought him around with me and taken him under my wing. There will be no mistakes," Jin Yunxiao replied. "What if the Starry School decides to investigate him after news of the incident spreads?" Jin Chengfeng looked at Jin Yunxiao and asked, "Grandfather, the people who attempted the assassination have already died on the spot. Taking revenge for their son, this needs no investigation." Jin Yunxiao shook his head. "Idiot!" Jin Chengfeng cruelly said, "I have already sent my men to the Starry School. They will naturally deal with your schoolmate. After all, Dead men tell no tales. Xianxiao's expression turned grim and his heart trembled. His grandfather was the owner of the Nine-Cloud Palace and was extremely decisive with his killing. Even though he did not like Jiang Nan, he did not mind having another servant by his side. However, his grandfather's thinking was different and did not want to leave a potential threat alive. Indeed, killing an insignificant disciple was nothing in comparison to assassinating the sun. The Starry School had numerous disciples, and it was common for disciples to die while adventuring outside the school, so it was not strange for one or two disciples to just die off. Yes, grandfather. Xianxia did not dare to refute his grandfather. Nobody dared to question his grandfather's position in the Nine-Cloud Palace. Even when the next generation of the Gu and Dragon clan had stepped up, his grandfather was still in charge of the Nine-Cloud Palace. "I'll settle the score with you after I've dealt with him," Jin Chengfeng declared emotionlessly. Having been in the Divine Sky City for so many years, he was of the same generation as Chen Yuan, so he naturally understood what crowning the Starry School's son meant to Chen Yuan. That was why, even though the school had not given the Jin clan any advance notice, which displeased the Jin clan, he did not mention a word of it or thought of dragging Yi Futian down from his position. Chen Yuan had been holding his desire in and waiting for far too long. He would only strike at the most opportune time to deal the killing blow on Yi Futian. But now was not the time. Xianxiao's selfish actions were downright foolish. At this time, a figure approached them on a rock, flying straight down beside them. The figure walked with a trail of golden clouds behind him, and bowed to Jin Chengfeng and said, "Clan leader, we have trouble." "What is it?" Jin Chengfeng frowned, his sharp aura assailing the person. "Jiang Nan has been taken away by the Starry School's punishment institution. His powers were then destroyed and he has been expelled from the school." The person continued his report. "Now, the people from the punishment institution are on their way to the Nine-Cloud Palace. They should be arriving anytime soon." The expressions of the Jin clan's members turned pale. Xianxiao even more so. He panicked and said, "How can this be? The school cannot have possibly found out about the incident." Jin Chengfeng coldly swept Xianxiao with his gaze and said, "Bring him away." "Understood." Someone looked towards Xianxiao and acknowledged. "Grandfather, this can't be happening." Xianxiao shook his head repeatedly, then followed the person and left. "What do you all think?" Jin Chengfeng looked at the rest of the people and asked. Although he had heard the news, he remained calm. At his cultivation level, the world could have crumbled and he would still maintain his composure. The members of the Jin clan had knowing looks. They naturally knew what Jin Chengfeng was asking. If the Starry School came and asked them to hand over Xianxiao, would they? The Starry School dares to directly confront our Nine-Cloud Palace. Do they not care about our Jin clan's position within the school? Why do they not attempt to suppress the issue? One of the members said, evidently vexed. Before Chen Yuan crowned the sun, he had been hiding it from the Jin clan and had the support of the Dragon and Gu clans. Now they want to arrest our clan member. Is the Starry School trying to force the Jin clan out? Another member complained. The crowning of the sun had been a thorn in the Jin clan's flesh. Although it was rash of Xianxiao to orchestrate the incident, they all secretly agreed with his actions. "We will definitely not hand over Yunxiao. What reputation will we have left within the school if we do so? If we do that, the disciples that enter the school will no longer want to enter the Jin clan or become a member of the Nine-Cloud Palace." An elderly member analyzed calmly. The top 3 schools had a long heritage. Generations of disciples had entered the schools to cultivate and come out as powerful leaders. The schools would provide guidance to aid in their disciples' cultivation. Many of the school's disciples were under his command and could be considered members of the Nine-Cloud Palace. After they had left the schools, they maintained connections with the Jin clan and some of them even served the Jin clan. After generations of disciples, the major clans had successfully infiltrated the top 3 schools. Wait for them to arrive. Jin Chengfeng did not say much and calmly announced. Not long after, the Starry School's punishment institution arrived and was brought to meet Jin Chengfeng and the rest of the clan. From the Jin clan's lineup, the Starry School knew that the Jin clan had already gotten wind beforehand. Senior. The people from the punishment institution bowed towards Jin Chengfeng. The Jin clan leader was in the same generation as the college chief, so it was only natural for them to salute him. Can I know what you all are here for? Jin Chengfeng asked. Senior, Jin Yunxiao is suspected to be involved in the assassination of the son. Elder Lu has ordered us to bring Jin Yunxiao back to the school. The person in charge bowed and answered in a straightforward fashion. I've heard of the incident as well. I heard it was by someone who had their son killed by him, and the parents came for revenge. Why would Jin Yunxiao be involved with it? Did you make a mistake? Jin Chengfeng questioned. The assailants were indeed the couple from the Yunhua Business Alliance, but we have found out that the two were brought into the Celestial Pavilion by Jin Yunxiao and another disciple from the Starry School, Jiang Nan. The two of them provided the conditions for the assassination to be carried out, and Jiang Nan has already admitted his crime. I hope that Senior will not make my job difficult. The person from the punishment institution continued explaining. As expected, it would not be easy to arrest someone within the Nine-Cloud Palace. They thought in their hearts. After Jin Yunxiao is brought back, Elder Lu will personally confirm the truth and will not malign Jin Yunxiao. Please rest assured, Senior. The person from the punishment institution patiently reassured him. Can a normal disciple's words be trusted that easily? Please go back and ask Elder Lu if it was possible that the whole incident was Jiang Nan's doing. He could have dragged Yunxiao into it to avoid punishment. Jin Chengfeng nonchalantly suggested. The people from the punishment institution wanted to continue, but they heard Jin Chengfeng say, Go, investigate the truth soon. If there is a need, I will go to the Starry School and pay Chief Chen a visit. Understood, we will go back and report. Since it had come to this, they naturally understood that the Jin clan leader was unwilling to hand over Jin Yunxiao. They could not forcefully arrest him, so they could only go back and report the matter. However, this was within their expectations as well. It was not an easy task to arrest Jin Chengfeng's grandson, the young master of the Nine-Cloud Palace. Yi Futian had already returned to the Starry School. Presently, in the Starry School's trial court, there was not only Elder Lu Yi Futian, experts from the Gu clan and Madame Long were also there. They were all here waiting for news from the Nine-Cloud Palace, to see if the Jin clan would hand over Jin Yunxiao. After a period of time, the people who had headed for the Jin clan had returned to the trial court. Seeing as Jin Yunxiao was not behind them, they all understood what had happened. Elder Lu, the Jin clan leader, personally met us. He wanted me to bring word to you and ask if it was possible that the incident was orchestrated by Jiang Nan alone, who just dragged Jin Yunxiao in to acquit himself. The person delivered Jin Chengfeng's words. Of course, they had a deeper meaning. Elder Lu looked at Yi Futian. He naturally understood Jin Chengfeng's intentions. He wanted the school to suppress the issue and push the blame onto Jiang Nan and not involve Jin Yunxiao in it. Yi Futian, this issue can only be decided by the college chief now, Elder Lu told him. The issue involved one of the elite clans, the Jin clan. Even if he was in charge of the Starry School's punishments, he did not have the authority to judge the issue. The old man from the Jin clan wants to shirk responsibility with just this one sentence? A frigid voice sounded out from outside the court, and a few figures walked in together. They were the Gu clan leader Gu Hanshan, Madame Long from the West Mountain Dragon clan, and Chief Chen. The three important figures had come personally to address the issue. College Chief, Senior Gu, Madame Yi Futian addressed them, and the rest of the people all saluted. The assassination was done by the people from the Yunhua Business Alliance. Jin Yunxiao was just a participant behind the scenes and was not personally involved in the assassination. The Jin clan naturally wants to trivialize the matter, Madame Long silently said. Yunxi was injured and nearly died. Yet Jin Chengfeng wants to absolve his younger generation of blame? Why would I let him have it this easy? Gu Hanshan said ruthlessly. What do you think? Chief Chen's gaze landed on Yi Futian and asked. Jin Yunxiao was definitely involved in the incident, Yi Futian replied. Jiang Nan did not have such huge capability. Moreover, his sudden appearance at Jin Yunxiao's side, coupled with the fact that he had already admitted his crime, meant that Jin Yunxiao was also the same. How do you want to handle this? Chief Chen asked again. Yifutian stared at Chief Chin. He naturally knew that there would be serious repercussions, as the Jin clan was the strongest influence within the school. If he wanted to incriminate Jin Yunxiao, it could trigger a huge backlash. Although I luckily survived, a debt of blood can only be paid in blood. He who attempts to kill should be killed. Yifutian looked at Chief Chun in the eyes and said, this time it was not only him that was involved. Yushang, Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Gu Yunqi and Wang Yuro had all been severely injured and nearly died. Chief Chun had asked him for his attitude. Naturally, it would be to kill. Chief Chin heard Yifutian's words, stared at him and asked, do you know what repercussions it will cause you if you do so? He naturally understood Yifutian's feelings. He could help Yifutian kill Jin Yunxiao, but he was unsure how drastic the Jin clan's reaction would be, or what they would do. There was only one thing he could be sure of: if he ordered that Jin Yunxiao be killed, with his position, no matter what ruckus was caused, it would not threaten him. However, Yifutian was different. He was only in the Arcana plane. The grudge of Jin Yunxiao's death would be placed onto him. Even with his protection, to be targeted by an influential force like the Jin clan was still an unbelievably scary thing. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Jin Yunxiao had already attempted to kill him. If he still worried about the future, what purpose would there be? Even if he let it go today, Jin Yunxiao and the Jin clan would not call it quits. If they had the chance in the future, they would definitely try to kill him again. All right. Chief Chin nodded as well. Jin Zhe wishes to meet the college chief. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the court. Chun Yuan turned around and said, let us go out. After saying that, the group of them walked out. Presently, at the bottom of the stairs, a group of people appeared. When they saw Chief Chen, they bowed and addressed him. College Chief, is anything the matter? Chun Yuan asked. We've heard that a disciple Jiang Nan lured in assassins to assassinate the sun and tried to push the blame onto Jin Yunxiao. We beseech the college chief not to trust such rumors. Jin Zhe bowed and said, the truth will come to light after we bring Jin Yunxiao to the school. Chun Yuan's gaze swept across the people below. He could naturally see that the Jin clan's elites in the school were all here attempting to pressure the school. The Jin clan has always maintained close relations with the school. All these years, we have already assimilated into the school and become part of the Starry School. Jin Yunxiao is the descendant of the Jin clan. Why would he attempt to assassinate the sun? Jin Zhe started to plead for him. If the college chief arrests Jin Yunxiao over a despicable person's words, you will be putting the Jin clan in a spot. My brother is the Jin clan leader, and Jin Yunxiao is a direct descendant of the Jin clan. This would cause the school to fall out with the Jin clan. Jin Zhe continued his persuasion. Moreover, there is much to be suspicious about the incident. It could be the work of someone who wants to sow discord between the school and the Jin clan. I know. Chun Yuan nodded. However, there will be a fair trial to see if Jin Yunxiao was indeed involved in the incident after we bring him here. If I have wronged Jin Yunxiao, I will personally apologize to the Jin clan. If the college chief does this, wouldn't it make things awkward for the Jin clan? Jin Zhe replied. The Jin clan has always regarded the college chief highly, and when you crown the sun, the Jin clan did not even say a word of objection, as we admired the sun's demeanor as well. The Yunhua Business Alliance sent assassins to take the sun's life. Our Jin clan hates the assassins as well. How could the college chief drag the Nine-Cloud Palace into it just by someone else's words? On the day of the coronation, I announced publicly that the sun would be the leader of the Starry School's disciples. To see him would be akin to seeing me. Now that someone has claimed that Jin Yunxiao is the mastermind, how could I not bring him forth for an investigation? Jin Zhe, you've tried numerous times to stop me. What is your intention? Chief Chen's tone became chilly. Jin Zhe wanted to continue persuading him but heard Chief Chen shout. My decision is final. Jin Zhe, why not you go to the Nine-Cloud Palace and bring Jin Yunxiao to the Starry School? Jin Zhe raised his head and looked Chief Chun in the eye, then said, College Chief, have you really made your decision? If you won't go, I will naturally ask Lu Wang to, Chen Yuan replied. Jin Zhe bowed slightly and said, Farewell. After saying so, he turned around and left. Among those following him were many experts from the Jin clan. Not long after they had left, many figures flew through the air. About 1/5 of the elders in the Starry School were leaving, instantly causing a huge commotion. Outside the trial court, with their cultivation level, Chief Chun and the rest could naturally feel people flying through the air and leaving the school. Chun Yuan stared into the air, his eyes like stars in the sky, deep and bottomless. The rest of them all fell silent. This matter was slowly brewing into a giant fiasco. One after the other, there were people rushing over to report that experts from the various departments had left the school. Usually, some people leaving would not garner such attention, but this time they were leaving on a large scale. Evidently, something extraordinary had happened. Not just the elders, the Starry School's disciples were also in a mess. Following which, more people started to soar through the air and leave. The entire Starry School was left devastated. More people started to gather at the trial court. Some of the elders had arrived as well. Jin Qingfeng's style is as overbearing as always. Is he forcing the Starry School to make a decision? Someone said emotionlessly. The Jin clan was withdrawing all its clan's experts from the Starry School. Furthermore, they were bringing many talented disciples with them. For many years, the influence of the Jin clan, Gu clan, and Dragon clan had been deeply rooted within the Starry School and become native to the Starry School. Now, the Jin clan had suddenly withdrawn all its members. The Starry School's strength was bound to be affected. The top 3 schools were originally equally matched in the Divine Sky City, but after the Jin clan's members had left, the Starry School immediately fell to the weakest among the top 3 schools. The Starry School had to be wary. College chief like Jin Zhe has said, there could be another person behind the whole incident. The sun had obtained the divine teachings from the martial arts battlefield, causing the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School to covet it. Now that the Starry School's strength has been weakened, someone said with a heavy heart, Jin Chengfeng must definitely know about this. That's why he's doing this, to force the Starry School to forget the issue. Another person quipped in. Their gazes landed on Chief Chun, only to see him with his hands behind his back, looking towards the sky. In reality, when he asked Yi Futian what he wanted, he had already thought about this possibility. He understood what kind of person the Jin clan leader Jin Chengfeng was. They were in the same generation and had already known each other when they were younger. He was arrogant and overbearing, so the Jin clan would not hand over Jin Yunxiao even if they had to fall out with the Starry School. It was not just because Jin Yunxiao was Jin Chengfeng's grandson, but also because Jin Chengfeng would not allow the Jin clan to accept humiliation from an Arcana Plane Jr., especially if it would cause the whole city to know about it. With Jin Chengfeng's arrogance, forcing him to make a decision with such means was also within his consideration. When I crowned him as the sun and organized the coronation for him to wear the holy crown and don the holy robes, I had already thought about it. Since I wanted to restore the glory of the saints and let him walk the divine path, the road ahead would definitely be tumultuous. Chief Chun looked into the air and said slowly, before the coronation, I had asked Yi Futian, if he was to be crowned the sun, he would have to dominate his generation. I asked him if he could do it, and he replied, yes. Since he can do it, everything else should be left to us to settle. Although the Jin clan did not voice their opinion, they evidently object to my decision. Today's incident is also an opportunity for us. From now on, the Starry School is united. Chief Chun lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and said in a solemn voice, Jin Yunxiao had participated in the assassination of the sun. If he is not punished, there will definitely be other clans who will do the same. I have decided to arrest Jin Yunxiao and incarcerate him. The crowd looked at Chief Chun. They could all feel his determination. However, it would not be easy to clear the divine path. Long ago, Chief Chun had great expectations for Long Etienne. Yet Long Etienne had died away from his protection. Yi Futian was now the new hope that Chief Chun saw. Convey my orders to the Starry School. Jin Yunxiao from the Jin clan schemed to assassinate the sun and has escaped to the Jin clan after his failure. The Jin clan has withdrawn all their members cultivating in the school to protect him. Chief Chen's voice was stern, and he continued his announcement to the crowd. The Starry School is a place of cultivation, Yet the Jin clan has violated the school's rules to protect their clan member. This has caused the school to be in an uproar. Thus, from today onwards, nobody from the Jin clan is allowed to step into the Starry School to cultivate. The crowd heard Chief Chen's words and were astounded. The school was breaking off all relations with the Jin clan which could not be reconciled. The Jin clan had withdrawn their experts to force Chief Chen to make a decision between the Jin clan and Yi Futian. Chief Chen had chosen Yi Futian, who was still in the Arcana plane. Furthermore, his methods had been unyielding and decisive. Everyone understood that once the word had been spread, the Starry School would be at conflict with the Nine-Cloud Palace. Lu Wang, bring your men to the Jin clan and bring him here. Tell Jin Chengfeng that if he is unwilling to hand Jin Yunxiao over, I will personally bring my men to the Nine-Cloud Palace. Chief Chen continued to give orders. Understood. Lu Wang stared at the elderly man in front of him, a surge of emotions coming over him. Chief Chen was willing to go to any extent to protect the divine path. Lu Wang took his men and flew through the sky. Chief Chen's words spread quickly throughout the Starry School, striking them out of the blue. This caused many people to be completely overwhelmed. The Starry School was breaking off relations with the Jin clan. From now on, members of the Jin clan would forever not be allowed into the Starry School to cultivate. The Jin clan's experts leaving had left a huge mess for the school. It seemed like the college chief had been angered. The news traveled equally quickly to the Nine-Cloud Palace, causing the Jin clan to be equally stunned. Many people were dumbfounded by the news. The Jin clan's experts withdrawing was a show of their attitude to force the school to accede to their request. However, they did not actually want to break off relations. Chief Chen had done so nonetheless, breaking off all relations with the Nine-Cloud Palace and cutting off the Jin clan's way out. When Jin Chengfeng heard the news, he flew into a frenzy. How dare Chen Yuan be so decisive, he thought. When Jin Yunxiao heard the news, he was scared out of his wits. He naturally understood how grave the matter was, but he had absolutely not expected that his actions would have such serious repercussions. The entire Divine Sky City was in a huge uproar over Chen Yuan's orders. Lu Wang led his people to the Nine-Cloud Place, with the ones at Starry School speculating if Nine-Cloud Palace would hand over their people. Outside the trial court, Chen Yuan said, "Assemble all mighty ones who are available, and stand by outside Starry Temple." "Yes, sir." Everyone nodded, knowing well that big trouble had made it to their doorstep. Seems like the chief thought that even if Lu Wang was to head there himself, Nine-Cloud Palace would still refuse to hand over the people. They knew well of Nine-Cloud Palace Lord Jin Qingfeng's temperament. With the Starry School breaking up with Nine-Cloud Palace and ordering Lu Wang to claim their people, the entire issue had become the talk of Divine Sky City. The possibility of Jin Chengfeng simply handing over who they demanded was close to nil. The Nine-Cloud Palace would have lost all face otherwise. The act of the chief assembling mighty ones to stand by outside Starry Temple was seen to be no less than an act to declare war on Nine-Cloud Palace. "Shouldn't you all head back and get prepared?" Chen Yuan turned around and asked Gu Hanshan. Yi Futian the son was sent to Starry School with recommendations from West Mountain Dragon Clan and Gu Clan to be conferred the son. With Starry School guarding Yi Futian's divine path, there was simply no way the aforementioned two clans would have been able to stay out of the conflict. The assassination attempt had Yunqi severely injured, and that is naturally something I cannot ignore. "I'll go get ready," Gu Hanshan replied. "I will gather people and head there as well," Madame Long added before leaving. "Get back to Starry Temple. Yi Futian, head back and wait for further news," Chen Yuan said. "Yes, sir." Yi Futian nodded. The group left the trial court one by one. Chen Yuan went back to Starry Temple and stood outside. Several silhouettes appeared and gathered around him, all of them important figures of Starry School. Elder Nie walked to Chen Yuan's side and asked, "Why are you here, sir?" He knew well of the implications of what took place today. The Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had been up to no good. With the power of Starry School diminished, further developments of things from here on out would turn unpredictable, should Starry School choose to wage a war against Nine-Cloud Palace. Chen Yuan lifted his head and looked afar, and spoke slowly with misty eyes. "Since the days of the saints, The divine school split into 3 schools. 7 clans immersed themselves within. For countless years, all 3 schools never achieved anything glorious. The eastern regions of the barren state might have conferred sacred land status, but one look at the entire vast lands of barren state, one couldn't help but realize the 3 schools were nothing in comparison. My student, Long Etienne, was a glorious figure himself once, and yet he too perished on the divine path. There have been many proud ones since ancient times. Every headmaster, including my own mentor himself, yearned for the divine path and all failed to attain it. I'm aware that my talents are limited, and the divine path is something I couldn't even dream of. Just how many holy roads will there be in a place like the barren state? Chan Yuan's tone turned solemn and he continued, "Now, the heavens have bestowed a sacred one right before my eyes, one who carried the heritage of the sacred path. This is an opportunity, one that had not been here for years. How could I possibly give it up? My own wish to witness the divine path aside, in the school's perspective, the birth of a saint would create yet another holy road. When that happens, the top figures all over the barren state will all flood the Holy Ji Palace, and they will also study at Starry School. When all that came to be, all 3 schools will become one again, marking a return to the glorious days of the ancient saints. Do you not wish to witness such grand events taking place yourself? We remained behind at the school for cultivation and never went to create our own clan forces. We remain here to teach the people of the world and to seek our own path. It is only natural for us to wish to witness the divine path." Elder Nye nodded. There was no one who did not yearn to witness the fleeting divine path. It was just that it all just seemed too far away. If one were to witness the path in the morning, one will have passed on contented in the evening. Chun Yuan smiled. If I was able to bear witness to the birth of the divine path in this very starry school, I will have had no regrets in this life. Let us hope that it will come to be. It is near impossible to bear witness of the divine path after all. A bitter smile was seen on Elder Nye's face. The divine path aside, one who was capable of being considered a sage, was naturally one exalted above mere mortals in the state of mind and perceptivity. Such a figure has a long way ahead of him. The road is long and one's study reaches far. We, who have been in the study of the arts, would not have bothered with that bit of time. The Jin clan never said it out loud, but there has been a fissure between the later generations and the sun for ages. Furthermore, Yi Futian was sent into the school by the Dragon clan, and it would only be a matter of time before change happened. They would not have simply chosen to bear witness to Yi Futian's growth, and the breakup with Nine Cloud Palace was bound to happen sooner or later. The storm had simply come early. Chun Yuan smiled with a clear state of mind. "Seems like you have had everything thought out, headmaster." Elder Nye did not say much. More and more elders of the Starry School made it to where they were, and all heard the conversation between the two of them. It was apparent that Chun Yuan had meant for them to hear all that. Lu Wang brought his men back after a while, without sight of Jin Yunxiao. It appeared that Nine Cloud Palace had refused Starry School's request once again. "It is time to depart." Chen Yuan said little. He simply led his men heading for Nine Cloud Palace. Nine Cloud Palace, imposing and luxurious, exuding a peerless flair of extravagance. At the peak of Nine Cloud Palace, Jin Changfeng wore a solemn expression, and the mighty ones of the Jin clan assembled at Golden Cloud Ancient Temple. Each and every one of them wore solemn expressions themselves. "My lord, the Starry School, the Gu clan and the West Mountain Dragon clan have all brought their men heading for Nine Cloud Palace." Someone bowed and reported to Jin Chengfeng, who was sitting at the Golden Temple. "Chun Yuan, how dare you indeed?" Jin Chengfeng had golden, sharp eyes, which seemed to be capable of piercing the void and gazing at something far away. Between the Jin clan and Yi Futian, Chen Yuan had unexpectedly chosen to side with the boy, a young one in the arcane plane. He had not wanted to have anything to do with Yi Futian. He had simply wanted Chen Yuan to leave all that behind. He had always had an arrogant, remarkably extravagant temperament, and it was only natural for him to not hand over Jin Yunxiao and bear such insult. As such, threatened Chen Yuan with force. He had not expected in the least that Chen Yuan would have made one such insane decision. Has Chun Yuan lost his damn mind? An elder shouted in rage. While Jin Yunxiao had participated in the attempt, it was not him who set up the assassination attempt. He had simply used Yunhua Business Alliance for a bit. They had never thought Chun Yuan would dare cause such a fuss over something like that. The time to press on the case has passed. It is now time to think about what to do with the situation at hand. Someone among them added calmly. With the Starry School allied with the Gu clan and the Dragon clan and coming for them, their position as the Great Nine Cloud Palace would have been able to do little to avoid the conflict. The fight that was about to happen seemed inevitable. Many turned silent. It was apparent that Nine Cloud Palace as a whole had not prepared for war. Even if they were to fight, there was no doubt that they would end up being on the losing side. They had forced Chun Yuan's hand before, and now it was Chun Yuan who was threatening them. Whose mind would prove more adamant? Winds howled and clouds stirred from afar. A row of mighty ones appeared, all of whom eyeing the extravagant golden Nine Cloud Palace. The men of the Starry School had arrived. The earth-shaking howl of dragons was heard soon after, marking the entrance of the mighty ones from West Mountain Dragon Clan. Mighty ones of the Gu clan appeared soon on the other side. An imposing force consisted of men from three sides, loomed over Nine Cloud Palace. It was akin to troops gathering outside the gates of an enemy fort. Jin Chengfeng stood up and headed out on a golden cloud. Jin Zhe, a former student of Starry School, who had led students to leave the school, stood by his side. "Are you all here, asking for a fight?" Jin Chengfeng said as he swept his gaze at the opposing forces. Jin Chengfeng, Jin Yunxiao was a student of Starry School as well. He had participated in the assassination attempt of the sun, and yet you hid him and refused to hand him over. My daughter, Gun Yunqi, almost lost her life in that attempt. Do you still refuse to hand him over? Gu Hanshan stood at one side, emanating a condescending air. He was, after all, the head of the Gu clan. Chun Yuan, what do you propose to do with Jin Yunxiao? Jin Chengfeng asked. For his crime of attempting murder of the sun, death, Chun Yuan replied. Death, huh? The Jin clan of the Nine Cloud Palace has done countless things for the sake of Starry School for all these years. Yet you disregarded the Jin clan with just one line all the same. Chun Yuan, you were something indeed. Jin Qingfeng's words seemed to have been laced with razors. If something like that hadn't happened, or rather, Jin Zhe had led people of the Jin clan to simply leave after what had happened. Worse still, they take many who are not bearing the surname Jin. What would you make of that? Are they students of Starry School? Or are they disciples of Nine Cloud Palace? Is the Jin clan doing things for the sake of Starry School? Or for the sake of the Jin clan? Chun Yuan looked at Jin Chengfeng and replied, We are here today for two reasons. We are here first for Jin Yunxiao, and then, those who are not of the surname Jin. I would not pursue the matter of members of the Jin clan returning to Nine Cloud Palace. But those who do not bear the surname Jin, they have enjoyed using the resources of the school, yet followed members of the Jin clan to serve Nine Cloud Palace. What do they think the school is? How is this any different from betraying the school? As such, as for any student who does not bear the surname Jin, and left the school for Nine Cloud Palace, I shall bring them back to the school to be dealt with at a later date. The Starry School students who had left the school to follow the Jin clan felt shivers go down their spines as soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, trembling where they stood. Chen Yuan, the headmaster of Starry School, had never bothered himself with the affairs of the school. As the school was a place for cultivation, the school did not get involved with the future undertakings of their students and had never forced any student to stay. That was the very reason they followed the Jin clan to Nine Cloud Palace. They had not expected the headmaster to be so forceful with the matter at hand. Chun Yuan. Jin Qingfeng's tone was as cold as ice. The disciples that you have sent to be nurtured by Starry School are now being used to fight against Starry School. Do you think I will simply let that slide? Chen Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Hand over the one responsible, or we shall resort to violence. Starlight shone above Nine Cloud Palace as soon as Chen Yuan finished, having seemingly thrown them into a starry world. Nine Cloud Palace, which bathed in the light of the sun, seemed to be encased in the night for a split second. Such was the power of the sages. One thought was all that it took to change the skies, summoning abnormal phenomenon of the cosmos. The entire nine-cloud palace felt a strong pressure heaving on their shoulders at the very split second the starry sky appeared. There was an incredibly terrifying gravity in the air, bearing down on their bodies, making it difficult for anyone to move. Those who were of weaker cultivation felt it impossible to even make one step forward. Jin Chengfeng leaped into the sky. An overwhelmingly huge shadow of the divine bird appeared, which materialized into the rock shortly after, cutting down the night and spraying golden brilliance all over the place, covering the entire nine-cloud palace. Infinite golden brilliance emanated through the body of the divine bird. The flowing light seemed to be deceivingly sharp, cutting the gravitational space to shreds. Two godlike figures seemed to be going at each other's throats between heaven and earth. Jin Chengfeng, are you trying to destroy Nine-Cloud Palace? Gu Hanshan asked as he took a step forward. Men of Nine-Cloud Palace all had had a dreaded look on their face. The Starry School alone proved adequate to shake Nine-Cloud Palace. With mighty ones from renowned clans, the Gu clan and the Dragon clan, thrown into the fray, the most lavish place in the entire Divine Sky City would have been razed if they were to actually fight. People far away all had their eyes locked onto the abnormal astronomical phenomenon taking place, and all were terrified to the very core of their being. Are the Starry School and Nine-Cloud Palace really going to fight each other? Of course, there were also people of other clans who were students of the school among the crowd, and they were smirking at the development. They wished to see both sides actually going at each other's throats, as they would have left both sides suffering heavy losses. Immense pressure encased the vast space right before the Nine-Cloud Palace. Jin Chengfeng glared at the silhouette before him with cold eyes. It was more than his personal temperament that had led to the event taking place at the moment. He was, after all, the head of his clan, and it was a given that such a figure would have never relied solely on his personal preferences when making decisions. If it hadn't had been for other situations, sacrificing one of his grandchildren was not a decision he would have been incapable of making. However, what was taking place before them all was not something that could be resolved with just the sacrifice of one person. Jin Chengfeng knew well of Chen Yuan as a person. The school and the clan shared a close relationship for ages, and the influence of the clan had long seeped into the school. Chen Yuan, however, had always wished for the school to be a place of purity, wanting nothing to do with the power games of the clans and be embroiled in their respective agendas. The era of Long Etienne had seen the man reigning over Divine Sky City, and things have never been as glorious. In Chen Yuan's perspective, however, it was a great regret that Long Etienne was of the surname Long, a member of the Dragon clan instead of a figure of a pure lineage of the school. Yi Futian was different. He was of the surname Yi. The man was young but nonetheless capable of bringing down the martial arts battlefield, accomplishing what Long Etienne had never been capable of doing. He was also the son conferred through a ceremony of the highest honor in the Starry School. Chen Yuan had wanted to make a saint, and Yi Futian had not let him down, thus resulting in Chen Yuan having even higher expectations of the young man. Under such a majestic background, should Yi Futian come to be a force to be reckoned with someday, the influence of the clans with the school would definitely be diminished by the one siding with the school. Given that both the Dragon clan and the Gu clan supported Yi Futian, events resulting from such a turn of events on them would have been minimal. There was no doubt, however, that the school would be rid of the Jin clan. While Jin Yunxiao never informed his clan of what he did, if the clan had actually intended to find out about what happened, they would definitely have not been kept in the dark. A warning would have been more than enough to prevent all that from happening. Yet the Jin clan kept to themselves, and that was akin to giving tacit permission to letting the events before to unfold. Jin Chengfeng had ordered Jin Yunxiao to be taken into custody as soon as they found out what he did, and had also ordered the members of Jin clan within the school to leave after the school found out what had happened. Other than to test how Chen Yuan would have reacted to such things, it was also to save whatever face the clan had left within the school. Mass exodus right there and then would have been a wiser choice than to have their influence slowly encroached in the future. If Chen Yuan had chosen to take a step back, there would have been something else he could have done. Yet Chen Yuan proved more insistent and aggressive than he had anticipated. Chen Yuan, Are you sure you want to take things this far? Jin Qingfeng's eyes were razor-sharp. He was sure that Chen Yuan was aware of the dire consequences that would follow, even if the headmaster was to win this battle today. Indeed, Chen Yuan nodded. Bring Jin Yunxiao here, Jin Chengfeng said. Most people who were present were shocked. Jin Chengfeng, the head of Jin clan, a figure who had insisted on breaking up with Starry School instead of losing face, had finally given in instead. Such a turn of events was hardly surprising. If the Jin clan was to go to war with Starry School allied with two other clans, Nine Cloud Palace would have suffered a humiliating defeat. Paying one such price just to protect Jin Yunxiao alone was hardly worth it. However, given Jin Chengfeng's arrogant temperament and how Chen Yuan had literally cornered Nine Cloud Palace, it was only a matter of time before Nine Cloud Palace sought revenge against the school. Jin Yunxiao was brought before them soon. He shivered all over from fear, looking at Jin Chengfeng and shouted, "Grandfather!" If he was to be handed over to the school, there would have been no way he would have made it out of the predicament alive. Moreover, other than the school, there was also the Gu clan to contend with. Given how Gu Yunxi suffered severe injuries for what happened, he would have suffered consequences just as severe even if his life was spared. His fate would have taken a turn for the worse regardless. Jin Chengfeng did not spare even one glance for Jin Yunxiao, letting the young man scream his lungs out. The head of the clan had made his decision and intended to stick with it. Jin Yunxiao was brought before Chen Yuan. Members of Jin clan retreated after handing him over and looked at Chen Yuan. Jin Yunxiao was frightened to the core of his being, begging as he trembled, "Have mercy, headmaster. I didn't mean anything bad. Even if I was out of the picture, they would have wanted their revenge all the same. I was simply informing them beforehand." All traces of the young man's pompous and domineering air vanished without a trace. His words shook as they came out of his mouth, and there was nothing but fear in his eyes. "I said it before. Pay your respect to the son as you would me. Yet, as a student of the school, you participated in the attempt to do the son harm. Yi Futian, the son, and Gu Yunxi almost lost their lives because of you. Death would be a fitting sentence." Chen Yuan spoke coldly. "Lu Wang, get on with the execution." He waved his hand and sent the young man over to Lu Wang as soon as he finished talking. "Yes, sir." Lu Wang glanced at Jin Yunxiao. "No!" Jin Yunxiao's face turned pale as Lu Wang extended his palm, enveloping the young man soon to be executed in an immense sense of dread. Jin Yunxiao felt himself suffocating. Golden lights exploded from his body in an attempt to resist his end. His eyes filled with extreme defiance. He was a member of the Nine Cloud Palace, a proud member of the Jin clan. Jin Yunxiao detested Yi Futian, seeing him as little more than vermin. He had even almost killed Yi Futian right there and then in the martial arts battlefield with just one swing of the sword. Yet, he was now sentenced to death for nothing else other than participating in the assassination attempt on that vermin. This is ridiculous. Who does he think he is? A will of unparalleled strength surged in his mind. He felt a strong tremor in his body, and he felt himself losing consciousness fast. He dropped to the ground with defiance in his mind. A proud son of Nine Cloud Palace, a young man of immense talent studying in the Starry School, perished just like that. The world was ephemeral, and life was filled with regrets. "Gu Hanshan, are you satisfied now?" Jin Chengfeng asked Gu Hanshan instead of addressing Chen Yuan. "He deserved nothing less," Gu Hanshan answered coldly. "Yes, indeed. He is now dead. People of Gu clan and Dragon clan, your affairs here are done," Jin Chengfeng said with an equally cold attitude. "As for those who followed the members of Jin clan here, they came of their own will to Nine Cloud Palace. If I were to simply hand them over, there would have been no place left for Nine Cloud Palace in Divine Sky City. Chen Yuan, if you insist on waging a war against us, then do it." The eyes of those who left the school with Jin clan members lit up, and their fears diminished somewhat. The master of Nine Cloud Palace had not forsaken them after all. Doing so would have been more detestable than just handing over Jin Yunxiao after all. Jin Yunxiao was a criminal who attempted to assassinate others. Yet all the others who left the school were simply followers. If Nine Cloud Palace simply handed them over, no one would dare work for Nine Cloud Palace anymore from there on out. Everyone understood what was at stake. It seemed that Jin Chengfeng had yielded to the first condition, which was to hand over Jin Yunxiao. Yet, the second condition was something that could not have been fulfilled no matter what, even if it meant going to war. Furthermore, doing so robbed both opposing clans of their reason to get involved, as they have had no reason to get involved in the first place. Chan Yuan glared at Jin Chengfeng, seeing the head of Jin clan burning with intentions to fight. All students who stayed in the school far away from Nine Cloud Palace awaited the news anxiously. Yi Futian was among those who stayed back in the school. Those who headed out that day were figures of sage level. If he had headed out with them, he would have simply made himself a target for further extortion. Scorching intent was sensed right above the school's compound, as if being dominated by a powerful force. The sun seemed to look terrifying, as if it would burn everything under it to ashes. Under the burning sun and the vast sky, silhouettes stepped on thin air as they made to the area above Starry School. Those who witnessed the silhouettes were shaken to their core. The beings were not a mighty one from Starry School. Who were they? These people emanated a domineering bearing of sage level. They stood where they were, and seemed to have melded with their environment, encasing Starry School with the might of the sun. Many realized that something big was about to happen. A few leaped from within the school. One among them asked, "May I know what is your business here with the school?" Men from Blazing Sun School. Some recognized these uninvited figures. Having mighty ones from Blazing Sun School appearing at Starry School during such a time meant something good. They really knew when to show up. The spiritual energies emanated from the few sage-level figures encompassed heaven and earth, sweeping the compound of the school. They said nothing, but everyone beneath felt themselves being swept up by some sort of spiritual energy. They soon found out where it was coming from, and made their way in that direction. Their eyes peered in the same direction. Within the Starry School's Temple of the Sun, Yi Futian felt the wave of spiritual energy washing over him. He lifted his head, having a bad feeling inside after sensing what the mighty ones from afar were up to. Yi Futian. A voice from the void beckoned him at the moment. Everyone felt their hearts about to pop out of their chests, knowing who these people came for. Seeing their eyes locked onto him, Yi Futian knew that there was no way he would have been able to simply back out of this. He leaped into the air swiftly, gazed at the guests and smiled. "Greetings to you all, seniors. I wonder what business you have with a junior such as myself. We are from the Blazing Sun School. When the students of all three schools headed to the Evil Dragon Zone years ago, Shang Yunfeng, a student of our school, was killed. We now realized that it was your doing. We need to hear what you have to say for yourself. So come with us," one of the Blazing Sun School guests said. "Shang Yunfeng intended to kill me back then. I merely acted out of self-defense," Yi Futian answered. "If you need to hear me out, shall we discuss the matter further when the headmaster return?" He felt a chill in his mind. The Blazing Sun School had never bothered speaking about the death of Shang Yunfeng before. Furthermore, it was entirely normal for a student of a school to die while out on their pilgrimage. It was obvious that these people were up to no good, judging by how they brought up such a matter at this time. It was apparent that Blazing Sun School had simply taken the advantage of Starry School's mighty ones going out to settle scores with the Jin clan to take whom they deemed responsible. There was no escape for Yi Futian. Dire expressions appeared on both Yu Shang's and Gu Yunqi's faces, hearing the words of the mighty ones from Blazing Sun School. They were just taking advantage of the school's predicament, nothing else. "Since we have made it here all the way, please just come with us. When Headmaster Chun returns, he can go to Blazing Sun School," one of the guests said coldly. Several figures came to stand with Yi Futian, and said to the void, "Coming here at such a time to take him away, you Blazing Sun School assholes are something indeed." Intense heat from the sun washed onto the ground below. The mighty ones from Blazing Sun School fanned out and made it onto the ground. One of them was immensely powerful, and they seemed like someone important from Blazing Sun School. They simply looked at Yi Futian and said, "Come with us." Yi Futian had been conferred the title of the Son of Starry School, and Chen Yuan intended to guard him on his divine path. If Chen Yuan had been there, asking to take someone of theirs away would have been seen as an act to declare war. Blazing Sun School had no intention of going to war with Starry School. With Chen Yuan leading the mighty ones heading for Nine Cloud Palace, the timing proved convenient for them to spirit Yi Futian away. The young man needed to explain himself over what had happened at the martial arts battlefield. It was simply impossible for them to sit by and do nothing while Starry School went on to nurture a saint. The people of Starry School all had their eyes fixed on the figures emerging from the void. Two sages that stood guard by Yi Futian's side quipped. So it seems like Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School has resorted to such methods? Yang Ding was the headmaster of the Blazing Sun School. Although they were still figures of sage level staying behind the school to hold down the fort while mighty ones of Starry School went bargaining with Nine Cloud Palace, the intruders from Blazing Sun School made it clear that they would leave with what they came for, and they came prepared. Yi Futian of Starry School killed a student of Blazing Sun School. There should be no problem of us taking him into custody. If all of you have no intention to cooperate, we will be forced to make a statement. One of the intruders said. I will leave with you, Yi Futian said, looking calm as he did so. If Blazing Sun School wanted to take him away, there was simply no way that they would leave empty-handed. He had to leave with them even if he did not want to. There was no use fighting in right there and then, as there was no stopping these intruders. No! Yu Shang clenched his fists, looking at the figure in the void with angry eyes. Just wait for me here. Yi Futian lowered his voice and said. He leaped into the void as soon as he was done. The intruders from Blazing Sun School left with him without causing any further ruckus, seeing as how he was willing to cooperate. Many within Starry School looked up at the void, seeing the intruders from Blazing Sun School as a bunch of bullies. Blazing Sun School, like Starry School, was one of the three great schools in the Divine Sky City. It was built on the east side of the city close to the mountains. The entire school seemed to emanate a scorching intent. Blazing Sun School was most abundant in fire elemental spiritual chi. It was like the place had actually inherited the fires of the sun. Yi Futian was brought straight to a tall temple within Blazing Sun School. The rays of the sun shone on the old temple, making it seem like the entire place was surrounded by fire. A figure was seen sitting on a sun chair in front of the temple, the headmaster of Blazing Sun School, Yang Ding. Mighty ones were seen at his flank, and both were important figures of the school. Greetings to you, seniors, Yi Futian said as he bowed. Yi Futian, you killed Shang Yunfeng, a student of Blazing Sun School. What do you propose we do with you? Someone from the side asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at the one who asked, then answered. When misfortune befalls any students of the three great schools out on pilgrimage, would any of the schools make such a fuss? We naturally wouldn't, but you are the son of Starry School. Thus we can't just treat this like some mishap. Shang Yunfeng wasn't strong enough to keep himself alive, and he ended up dead by my hands when out training and fighting for resources. If things like that needed figures like headmasters to get involved, the three schools would be at each other's throats all the time. Why do you think you need to ask about this? Please just be forthright with your intentions of bringing me here, Yi Futian said. Both sides were clear that the death of Shang Yunfeng was but an excuse to get Yi Futian to Blazing Sun School. The martial arts battlefield was the sacred ground of the three great schools, run under the authority of the three great schools. How were you able to bring down the place? What did you find in the divine palace of the martial arts battlefield? Yang Ding's eyes fell onto Yi Futian, and he asked without bothering for context. The very reason why Chen Yuan would confer the title of the Sun onto Yi Futian and go to lengths to protect him, even waging a war against Nine Cloud Palace, was all because of what took place in the martial arts battlefield. It was only natural for him to want to find out what happened. I dare not speak lightly on the matter. Yi Futian bowed. You think you are allowed to keep it to yourself? Yang Ding shot back in a very direct manner, causing Yi Futian to wear a bitter smile on his face. If my words proved offensive to any of you, my seniors, please do forgive me. Yi Futian cupped his hands slightly, Madame Long looked for me and told me someone was investigating me after the incident on the martial arts battlefield. I knew I wasn't able to keep things under wraps, and the truth would have been exposed. I wanted to bail, yet she gave me a choice after finding out the truth. She claimed the sages of the three schools were all important figures of impressive bearings and would have had immense tolerance for faults of others. As her clan, the West Mountain Dragon Clan, shares a very good working relationship with Starry School, she recommended me to Headmaster Chun. Those who were present heard his words seriously and thought his cunning to be something to be reckoned with. He had, after all, showered immense praise on the sages of all three schools, and they could not help but wonder if it was simply a ploy to make it difficult for them to move against him. Regardless, the sage-level figures were immensely interested as to what kind of surreal encounters happened to him. I went through one obstacle after another in the martial arts battlefield, and finally stepped foot onto the 9th floor, taking out many martial arts spirits as I went. When I made it to the Divine Temple, I saw the founding saint of the three schools. Yifutian's tone turned serious, and everyone who heard him wore exceptionally solemn expressions. They had not expected the sun to have such heaven-shaking luck to be able to meet the ancient saint. The saints left an undying will which was sealed within the battlefield. The very reason he left a divine path was to find one who would inherit his will. He bestowed his lineage to me after hearing about the schools of today, and ordered me to walk the divine path and leave the lineage behind for the three schools. Should it be possible, I was also to reunite the three schools as one, to serve as the master of all three schools, and reclaim the glory of days past. Yifutian elaborated as he fixed his eyes on Yang Ding. Everyone present was shaken to the core of their being. Some even stood up to gaze at Yifutian. The saint passed down his lineage to him, Yifutian, and he made him the master of all three schools? Wasn't that the same as having all of them call him master? That is ridiculous, someone retorted in a cold manner, suspecting that Yifutian was deliberately bluffing. I dare not lie to all of you, Yifutian continued. If I hadn't acquired the recommendation from Madame Long, I would not dare step foot into Starry School. If what I just said was a lie, Headmaster Chun would not have conferred me the title of the Sun and held a grand ceremony to do so. I'm certain all seniors here realize that the Sun was a hallowed disciple of the divine path, a student of the ancient saint. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to find what Yifutian said to be true. The young man had calm eyes, looked at ease, not perturbed in the slightest as he spoke. What kind of lineage are we talking about here? Yang Ding asked. Yifutian had claimed that if he were to walk the divine path, he would leave his lineage behind to the three schools. Please see for yourselves, Yifutian answered. His surroundings shone with intense brilliance as he finished speaking as if he was showered in divine light. Beams of light lit up and illuminated the entire ancient temple. 3 beams of divine light appeared and celestial bodies hung up high above their heads. The light of the saint rained down upon them. All eyes were dazzled as they fixed their gaze on Yifutian. 3 beams of divine light and the silhouette of the saint was shown. The 3 beams represented the sun, the moon, and the stars respectively, which in turn represented the 3 schools of today. The 3 divine lights were left behind by the founding saint of the 3 schools himself, and he ordered me to inherit the 3 schools. When I walk the divine path, I will inherit the 3 lineages of the contemporary divine path. If I become a saint in the future, there will be no need for me to leave the 3 divine lights behind. I will simply follow the words of the saint and pass them down to the 3 schools respectively. As to whether the 3 schools would be reunited as one, I will leave that to all of you. I will not force my opinion on anyone. However, as I was bestowed with the task by the ancient saint, it is only natural for me to do my best and have all 3 lineages represented by the 3 divine lights left behind in Divine Sky City, Yifutian said plainly as if he was telling the truth. In actuality, while he did inherit the 3 beams of divine light, there were no words left behind by the saint. That part was all made up, leaving behind the lineages in the 3 schools and all. The part where he was to be made the master of the schools was especially so. However, it was apparent that Blazing Sun School had taken out of jealousy for Starry School taking him, and did not want to see him grow. It was only natural for him to tell them that despite his status as the son of Starry School, he was noted by the saint to belong to all three schools, and he would also take care of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School equally as well. Doing so would not only alleviate the tensions and grievances between the schools but would also make it seem like they were interconnected. Everyone present pondered what they had just heard. While Yi Futian had pretty much bluffed his way through the whole ordeal, what happened at the Divine Palace? The three beams of divine light and his status as the son conferred by Chen Yu on himself made it all seem irrefutably sound. It was as if every word he spoke was the truth and nothing else. If that was the case, why did you not make it clear before? On the day of conferring of the sun, you rampaged and injured students from both Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School, Yang Ding said, refusing to simply buy Yi Futian's story at face value. Even if I had made myself clear about such things, I had no certainty of how everyone would have dealt with me. It was a grave matter concerning the lineage of the divine path. I dared not simply utter such things everywhere I went. If I had not been brought here today, I would have chosen to wait until I was capable enough to ensure my own safety before making such statements. Yi Futian smiled bitterly before continuing. As to what happened that day, it was a test Headmaster Chen gave me to measure my talents. If I did not display talent strong enough to overwhelm all present, there would not have been a day where I was conferred the son of Starry School, as I was certain that I would have simply ended up dead at the hands of the students of all three schools. Yang Ding nodded, finding no fault in the words of Yi Futian. Sir, the divine lights marked the lineage of the saint. Yi Futian is of Arcana plane, and having someone in such a plane being enlightened in the will of the saint is an utter waste. If the one to be enlightened in the will of the saint was you instead, sir, the breakthroughs achieved would have been unimaginable, someone suggested. Yi Futian's eyes jumped. It was the lineage of the saint after all, and that meant it was something very tempting. Not many would have behaved like Headmaster Chen regarding something like that. Furthermore, what happened right at that moment was different from the day when he met Headmaster Chen. He was brought before the headmaster by recommendations from Madame Long and the Gu clan. Today he was instead brought there by force, and it was only natural for them to be on guard. The three divine lights were meant to be passed down to three respective schools by the saint. I was simply a caretaker for the moment. If you, sir, wish to be enlightened in the divine light of the sun, it would be natural for me to keep it for you at the moment. However, the divine light is directly concerned with the lineage of the divine path. When you are done being enlightened with it, may I ask that you hand it back to me until the day I finally walk the divine path, before it stays with Blazing Sun School permanently? Yi Futian asked in a sensible manner. He would have handed it all the same if they tried to take it by force. It was a wiser choice to willingly hand it over himself. He was careful with his words, proposing that both parties getting enlightened together and mentioning the divine light of the sun only, deflecting any suspicion they might have had of him. However, everyone present was aware of what Yi Futian was trying to pull, and they were able to see that he was a sensible one. He was also one who was careful enough with his words to avoid sounding deceitful in any way. The saint has bestowed his lineage on you. Wouldn't what you propose now be an affront to his will? Yang Ding asked while looking at him. I was simply proposing that we share this enlightenment together. How would that be an affront to anything? Besides, if it is convenient for you, I'm willing to reside within Blazing Sun School for the time being and study the intricacies with you. Your cultivation is strong and I would gain a lot studying under you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yi Futian said as he cupped his hands. What if Chun Yuan shows up wanting to take you back? Someone asked. I would then advise Headmaster Chun to return. Headmaster Chun knows of the lineage and will understand, Yi Futian said. Well then, let's have it your way. Yang Ding nodded. I will train with you. Should you run into any problem, I would be there to guide you. Everyone present gazed at Yi Futian with dazzled eyes as they heard their headmaster's words. What a cunning fellow indeed. Yi Futian had been forcefully taken to the Blazing Sun School, though he had not put up a fight. His cooperation made him seem sincere and genuine, and there was a chance that everything he had said about the inheritance was true. But the human heart was complicated. and it was implausible that Yi Futian would willingly give up the divine light. It was obvious that Yi Futian was aware of his circumstances and adapting to it in a bid to save his own life. Yang Ding, the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, could tell this as well. But in truth, he wasn't intending to kill Yi Futian. Doing that would be as good as declaring war. Let me feel the divine light of the sun that the saint passed down. Yang Ding's face was radiant as the sun, and a hush fell over the place. All eyes were on Yi Futian. Yes, senior. Yi Futian nodded, and a streak of the sun's dazzling divine light was sent towards Yang Ding. I have already severed my ties to this divine light. You may. The words had barely left Yi Futian's mouth before Yang Ding had already integrated his own will into the divine light. The dazzling radiance of the sun shone above him, seeming to bathe him in the very light of the saint himself. Furthermore, with Yang Ding's immense will, the divine light shone even brighter than it had with Yi Futian. The blazing rays of the sun that were shining down from above were like divine flames. The divine path, Yang Ding declared, his gaze sharp. He then retracted his will from the divine light. Smiling at Yi Futian, he said, "You'll train with me from now on." Yang Ding did not force Yi Futian to give up the other 2 streaks of divine light he had. Those did not belong to the Blazing Sun School. He knew very well that if he were to take them by force, the other 2 schools would not leave it at that. Yang Ding, a frosty voice called out from the sky above the Blazing Sun School. Following after, a line of figures descended from the misty sky. At the front of the party was Chun Yuan. They had been confronting those from the 9-Cloud Palace when they had gotten the news. Upon hearing that Yi Futian had been taken away by the Blazing Sun School, they had abandoned the confrontation and rushed over immediately. Yang Ding looked towards the sky. The flames of the chair behind him shone brighter than ever. He said calmly, "Chun Yuan, what brings you to the Blazing Sun School?" "Yang Ding, you're the college chief of the Blazing Sun School. Don't you feel that it's beneath someone of your status to be taking advantage of the situation and bringing Yi Futian to your school?" Chun Yuan's tone was chilly, and frightening energy pressed down from the sky as he spoke. "Chun Yuan, Yi Futian possesses the divine teachings of the saint of the top 3 schools. What's wrong with me inviting him over to experience the divine path left behind by the ancient saint?" Yang Ding gazed at the figure in the sky as he spoke. "Let him go," Chun Yuan demanded coldly. Yang Ding turned his gaze towards Yi Futian, and Yi Futian bowed in Chun Yuan's direction as he said, "College Chief Chun, the Blazing Sun School really just invited me over to demonstrate the divine teachings of the ancient saint." He turned to bow at Yang Ding as well. "Senior, let me explain to the college chief." After he spoke, Yi Futian moved towards the sky. In that instant, all eyes were on him. Yi Futian had spoken pleasant words just now, but those were only niceties. Going up to Chun Yuan now would put him on a path of no return depending on what he did. "Stop!" Mighty energy landed on Yi Futian. It was sage intent which could kill him in a heartbeat. Chun Yuan may have arrived here, but he dared not to make any hasty moves. This was also why he had not brought Yi Futian to the 9-Cloud Palace. If Jin Chengfeng were to begin attacking in a surge of savagery, things would get troublesome. Yi Futian stopped midair and chuckled. "What do you ask of me, senior?" Many gazes turned towards Yang Ding, as though waiting for him to indicate something. Before capturing Yi Futian, the Blazing Sun School's aim was the divine teachings that Yi Futian had obtained in the martial arts battlefield. Yi Futian had been very cooperative in handing it over, all the while stalling for time. By the time Chun Yuan arrived, the Blazing Sun School had yet to decide what they were going to do with Yi Futian. Yi Futian had promised to stay here and train, but looking at things now, it didn't seem like things were going to turn out that way. If they were to let Yi Futian go, he would not pose a threat to the Blazing Sun School for now. This was because they had already taken away one of the divine teachings he possessed. But Yi Futian would still be like a ticking time bomb to them. The atmosphere turned tense almost immediately. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School lifted their heads to look at the sight before them. They felt the immense pressure and tense atmosphere even from afar. "Yang Ding." Chun Yuan's gaze landed on Yang Ding. An immense pressure emanated from the heavens and a starry dimension appeared in the sky. The skies above the blazing sun school turned dark as night. It was as if Chen Yuan would launch an attack immediately if Yang Ding were to do anything to Yi Futian. Yang Ding glanced at Yi Futian before laughing. "What are you doing, Chen Yuan? We were having a good chat. I'd like for him to stay at the blazing sun school and train with me. I could instruct him. But of course, all this is up to Yi Futian to decide himself." Chen Yuan's expression relaxed a little. He had predicted that Yang Ding would not do anything to Yi Futian. His aim was probably to obtain the divine teachings, so he would not be as bold as to just kill Yi Futian just yet. Yi Futian had made the same judgment as Chen Yuan, which was why he had resorted to remaining civil and saying niceties. He had done his best to avoid a verbal conflict and create an illusion of harmony. Both parties were aware of each other's underlying intentions, but in this situation, Yang Ding had a way out without embarrassing himself. At this moment, Yi Futian's top priority was to get out of this place. Upon hearing Yang Ding's words, Yi Futian mentally heaved a sigh of relief. "Futian, come here," Chen Yuan ordered. At the same time, a streak of energy headed straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian began to move forward. However, the instant he took a step, he suddenly felt an immense threat and his expression changed. Then, a frightening light of intent pierced through Yi Futian's body like a sharp blade. A grunt was heard. Then Yi Futian's body shuddered in the sky before he felt a sharp blade rip through his insides, shredding his veins and breaking his bones. Yi Futian's face turned deathly pale, and despair flooded his mind. He had been on guard the moment he was taken to the blazing sun school, saying niceties and trying to talk his way out of danger by lying. His only aim was to stall for time and make it out alive. While he had anticipated that the college chief of the Blazing Sun School would not kill him, he had not dared to relax. Even then, he had not expected that someone would launch a sudden attack on him all of a sudden in a bid to take his life. Chen Yuan's expression changed. Darkness spread all across the sky and an immense pressure emanated from it. Everyone in the party he brought along with him wore incredibly chilly expressions as well. Madame Long and Gu Hanshan were shocked as well. They had not the Blazing Sun School to actually take action. Even people from the Blazing Sun School, Yang Ding the college chief and many other sages who were present, were taken aback as well. It was apparent that the current situation had occurred outside of their control. Chen Yuan clenched a fist in the sky. Since the other party had made a move, he had no more reservations left. In an instant, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by the glow of starlight and was brought to Chen Yuan's side in the sky. Yi Futian was pale as a sheet and in immense pain. His veins and bones seemed to have all been destroyed, and he had sustained immense internal injuries. Chen Yuan's expression was dark. In the starry night sky, countless meteorites appeared out of nowhere and hung over the Blazing Sun School. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School were stunned at the sight. Should those meteorites be sent plummeting down, it would surely be a disaster. Chen Yuan. Yang Ding's expression changed as well. Looking at the person who had attacked Yi Futian, he demanded, "Who told you to take action?" "Shang Yunfeng was a disciple of our school," the person coldly responded. "Is Yi Futian to be let off for killing a disciple of the Blazing Sun School just because he is the son of the Starry School? He should pay for his crimes and be deposed of his cultivations." He then exhorted, "College chief, this child is crafty and talented. If we don't get rid of him now, he'll definitely cause us a lot of trouble in the future." Chen Yuan stuck out his palm at the direction of that person. In an instant, a frightening rumble sounded and a wind storm emerged from the broken earth, taking on the dazzling light of the stars. The endless wind storm rushed towards the person and surrounded him, and as Chen Yuan clenched his fist, the person was buried within the meteorites with a loud crash, no longer able to move. They were both sages, but their exact planes were different, and the disparity in their abilities was great as well. "Chen Yuan, don't be rash." Long Ding appeared before that person in an instant and lay a hand on him. Instantly, flames appeared and seeped into the meteorite formation. With a bang, the meteorites that covered the sage were burned to ashes, and the space was transformed into a flaming hell. A scary rumbling rang out and meteorites began to plummet towards the Blazing Sun School from the starry dimension like shooting stars. The Blazing Sun School was in chaos. Everyone was trying to escape, their faces deathly pale. This was crazy. An elder of their school had dared to launch a deadly attack on Yifutian and triggered a battle of this immensity. This was all so crazy. The rumbling noise continued endlessly as the buildings of the Blazing Sun School were destroyed and turned into giant debris floating in the sky. The earth was cracking open as well at an incredible rate, with lines spreading across the ground. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. It really seemed like the apocalypse. Chen Yuan, the top 3 schools may be in contention with each other, but all 3 schools share the same origins. You've gone mad. Long Ding roared upon seeing the destruction before him. Chen Yuan was trained in the starry divine path. It was based upon the earth elemental power of the earth itself and could turn apocalyptically destructive in an instant. It had the power to turn the vast Blazing Sun School into a pile of rubble in no time. So, you're still aware that the top 3 schools share the same origins. Chen Yuan's face was contorted in anger. He had pinned great hopes upon Yifutian, who had inherited the divine teachings. He could understand if the Blazing Sun School sought Yifutian out for the divine teachings he possessed. But to make an attempt on Yifutian's life was unforgivable. Madame Long was taken aback by the scene of destruction before her eyes. College Chief Chen had not been moved to this level of anger in many years. It seemed that the peace in Divine Sky City was no more. She looked at the person who had attacked Yifutian. This person probably had ulterior motives in provoking this fight. Indeed, there was someone behind this entire fiasco fanning the flames. Though Jin Yunxiao had carried out the assassination attempt, there was someone backing him who wanted to see the world burn. It seemed as though something larger was about to happen. The top 3 schools share the same origins. Yang Ding told Chen Yuan gravely. Now that things have come to this and his cultivations have been destroyed, the divine path has lost its hope. He had taken the divine teachings of the top 3 schools away from the martial arts battlefield after all. Take the divine light with the power of the stars with you and let this incident come to an end. If not, the consequences will be too much for you and me to bear. Yang Ding's words only served to anger Chen Yuan further. It seemed as though an entire night sky was contained within his eyes. With an outstretched palm, the meteorite storm in the sky howled wildly. Let this incident come to an end? Chen Yuan's voice was icy cold. Then why did you not consider the consequences before making a move? You've really gone mad. Yang Ding let out a shout, and he leaped into the sky, his body emanating an endless fiery glow. His body was like a giant sun, incinerating everything that came into contact with his light. He rushed towards the attacking meteorites, intending to reduce the resulting damage and casualties as much as possible. The sages of the Blazing Sun School stood facing all directions, covering all sides of the school. They released their own energies in a bid to deflect College Chief Chen's destructive attack. Chen Yuan took a step forward. Starlight dazzled endlessly around him, and he brought Yifutian with him as he walked towards the sage who had attacked him. Around Chen Yuan, the sages cast protective spells all around. The pressure was so immense it was shocking. The expression of the sage Chen Yuan was approaching changed. He thought that Chen Yuan had gone stark mad. The earth shattered with a rumble as Chen Yuan walked, and the sky itself seemed to be brought down by the pressure. He shot out like a streak of starlight, and at the same time, a divine sun furnace appeared behind Yang Ding. Its flames headed straight for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was undeterred, and he continued advancing forward. The flames of the divine sun furnace rained upon his body and clung to it, making the starlight even more dazzling. Flaming golden runes appeared from within the divine sun furnace and shot towards Chen Yuan, as though to destroy him. But Chen Yuan did not stop. With a loud crash, the two collided into each other, and Yang Ding was sent flying. Chen Yuan specialized in the divine starry path and possessed immense power. On the other hand, Yang Ding specialized in the flames of the sun. In close combat, it was natural that Yang Ding would lose out. But the flames had begun to seep into Chen Yuan's body. his expression unchanging. Chen Yuan swung his palm at the sages below him from the sky. It was as though a large heavenly hand that could cover the skies bore down upon them. The sages were pressed down by the gravity of the stars. The ground caved in below them and swallowed them into the earth with a frightening rumble. Chen Yuan had the ability to directly control the power of the earth. With a loud bang, the large hand began to slam down. The sage that had attacked Yi Futian's expression changed from shock to despair. Though he was a sage like the college chief of the Starry School, there was a disparity in their individual planes. He was far from a match for Chen Yuan. The sage was unable to handle the immense pressure that Chen Yuan was sending out, and his movements were restricted. Chen Yuan! Yang Ding shouted, but he was too late. The large hand slammed down with a loud crash and killed the sage immediately upon impact. A handprint hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground, leaving a deep crater where it had landed. It was a magnificent sight. A figure lay within the handprint. He had been crushed flat. Yang Ding stopped to look at the dead body. His expression was ugly. People of the sage plane were incredibly precious to the school. As such, Yang Ding was going to defend the errant sage even if he had disobeyed orders and attacked Yi Futian. Furthermore, that had been no ordinary sage. He was an outstanding sage of the Blazing Sun School. He could have grown even more powerful in the future and was in the running to be a protege of Yang Ding's as a very young sage. The Blazing Sun School would not have let someone like him die. But Chen Yuan had ignored all consequences and crushed him to death in a fit of savage rage. Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian. His injuries were incredibly severe and could invalidate him for life. "Let's go," Chen Yuan ordered. He moved towards the sky, and his followers from the Starry School followed him as well, soaring into the sky in preparation to leave. Yang Ding glared at him in rage. How badly he wanted to battle right here, right now. But this was his Blazing Sun School, and any battle he started now would only be a disaster upon his disciples. Even the short skirmish just now had been incredibly costly. Looking at the leaving figures, someone walked to Yang Ding and asked, "Chen Yuan has gone too far with his bullying. College chief, do we attack?" Yang Ding looked at the person, then glanced at the body of the fallen sage. They may have lost a sage, but they were indeed in the wrong here. Yi Futian had been gravely injured, and Chen Yuan was in a wild rage. Yang Ding was aware of the consequences of attacking the Starry School now. The resulting destruction would be indiscriminate, and two of the schools in Divine Sky City would probably become history. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School rose into the sky, quivering slightly. Below them, their once vast and magnificent school grounds had been reduced into a pile of rubble. The wreckage was painful to see. They had never thought that a battle of this level would break out within the top 3 schools of Divine Sky City. This was definitely a disaster. Yi Futian was only a junior of the Arcana Plane, but he was the reason behind the death of a sage and the destruction of the Blazing Sun School. An incident like this would have been completely unimaginable in the past. When Chen Yuan and his party arrived back in the Starry School, many powerful individuals gathered at the Sun's Palace. Yi Futian's injuries were stabilized with the help of the best doctor available. At this moment, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui were outside the room. They were beside themselves with rage. The Blazing Sun School was one of the top 3 schools and considered divine grounds for training in the eastern region of the Barren State. For them to have attacked a junior of the Arcana Plane was unthinkable. "College Chief, how is he?" The group rushed to ask Chen Yuan upon seeing him exit the room. Chen Yuan's expression was grim, and he did not speak. Madame Long, who was next to him, spoke up instead. The attack was incredibly vicious, and Yi Futian's powers were destroyed. It'll be hard for him to recover. With a crack, something broke. Yu Shang's eyes turned red, as though blood would begin dripping from it. "I don't believe it," he said. He then rushed into the room before Chen Yuan or anyone else could stop him. This may not have been part of Yang Ding's original plan. "I don't think he'll be this audacious," Gu Hanshan speculated. "Perhaps," Chen Yuan replied. "But it doesn't matter whether or not this was his original intention. He's the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, and Yi Futian was captured under his command. He should take responsibility for this incident. Yeah. Gu Hanshan nodded in agreement. There seems to have been someone orchestrating things from behind the scenes ever since Jin Yunxiao was exposed, trying to create conflict. A thoughtful gleam appeared in Madame Long's eyes as she spoke. I know someone is trying to sow discord in secret, but it is true that Jin Yunxiao tried to assassinate Yi Futian. I've asked Futian and he agreed that Jin Yunxiao has to die, so I considered the consequences. But I never thought that Yang Ding would be such an asshole. Chun Yuan's voice was shaking with rage. Without an order from Yang Ding, no one would have dared to make a move like this. Just then, an immense pressure came from the faraway skies. It seemed that the Starry School were to face yet another mighty foe. Chen Yuan looked up to see a group of people heading towards the school. Looks like another bunch of assholes are here, Gu Hanshan commented. In no time, the group of people arrived at the Starry School. They were from the Bright Moon School, and leading the group was the school's college chief Gong Kuei. Chen Yuan, I've heard that the son of the Starry School has had his powers destroyed by the Blazing Sun School. How is he now? Gong Kuei asked. Don't beat about the bush. Chen Yuan shot him a cold glare. There was no way Gong Kuei had come all the way just to show concern for Yi Futian. Gong Kuei laughed. I've heard that the divine teachings that Yi Futian obtained were 3 streaks of divine light. Since his powers have been destroyed, the divine light should naturally be returned to the top 3 schools. Yang Ding had already gotten 1 streak of divine light. You can have 1 streak for yourself. Now, shouldn't the divine light that rightfully belongs to the Bright Moon School be returned to me? Get out! Chun Yuan spat at him. Everyone was staring at Gong Kuei coldly. Trust him to take advantage of someone else's misfortune to come here and ask for the divine light. Gong Kuei laughed, paying no heed to the glares he was receiving. The Blazing Sun School had taken back their share of the 3 streaks of divine light. How could the Bright Moon School miss out on this opportunity? He wanted to get a taste of the saints' divine teachings as well. The top 3 schools share the same origins, Gong Kuei replied. That was originally an heirloom of our ancestors. Now that the heir to the divine path has had his powers destroyed, he has lost his right to the inheritance. I say that the divine light should be returned to its rightful owners. I want to bring it back to the Bright Moon School. Attack us if you will, Chun Yuan responded coldly. I'm not going to risk mass destruction unlike you. It's not as if you don't understand the current situation. The Starry School is at odds with the Jin clan and at war with the Blazing Sun School too. Are you going to turn the Bright Moon School into your enemies as well? Have you truly thought this through? Gong Kuei's tone was equally frosty. I told you to get out. Did you not hear me? Chun Yuan shot the other man a cold glare. However, a dazzling streak of light exited the room where Yi Futian was and floated towards Gong Kuei. Gong Kuei was taken aback at first. Then he attached his will to the light and claimed it for himself. Chen Yuan and everyone else in the room was shocked as well, and they turned to look into the room. Chun Yuan, you've been outdone by your own disciple. At least he knows what's best for the Starry School in this situation. I'll take my leave now. Gong Kuei knew what he had just received upon sensing it, and he left smiling. In the room, Yi Wuqian and everyone else was enraged. Why did you give it to him? Yu Sheng was grabbing onto Yi Futian's hand. A forlorn smile came over Yi Futian's pale face. I have my own plans, he replied softly. Please leave, all of you. Tell the college chief and the rest to leave too. I would like to be undisturbed. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian. He was concerned for the other man. Let the college chief and the rest come up with a plan, Yi Wuqian advised. I want to try something out myself, Yi Futian replied. Give me some time, and help me guard the door. Yu Sheng nodded, and the group left the room. After they had left, Yi Futian's fists clenched. Desolation crept into his heart. A group of mighty sages had come for him. He had tried to talk his way out of danger, but they had still attacked him. Now, the Bright Moon School had come to demand their share of the divine light too. Since things had come to this, he had obliged as well. A green light danced around Yi Futian's body. Then, branches of green leaves began to appear, slowly snaking their way upwards. Soon, An ancient tree with emerald green leaves appeared above Yi Futian's head. This was his life spirit. His eyes closed, and the branches of the ancient tree continued to grow. Eventually, the entire room was covered by the gigantic tree, which entwined itself around his body in a way that allowed him to sit on it. An emerald green glow surrounded him and covered him completely, bit by bit. The ancient tree shook slightly, shedding its sacred green light on every corner of the room. Enveloped in the tree, Yi Futian's body was like a jade. Endless verdant glow poured into his body. It seemed to transform into life aura and spread through his veins to rejuvenate his badly hurt insides. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt everything happening in his body. His organs were hurt badly. Veins were severed and bones fractured. He had become a totally disabled man who was at his last gasp. His enemy didn't want him to die directly in the Blazing Sun School but chose to mutilate him. Otherwise, demolishing his spirit with sage intent was the most straightforward way. It could eliminate a person more effectively than simply attacking the flesh. Perhaps his enemy had some qualms, so Yi Futian could still be alive. But for many people it would be better to die than to live with such a body. At this moment, however, Yi Futian's heavily injured body was recovering little by little. The ancient tree, as his natal spirit, possessed strong power to embrace and restore everything in the world. As the verdant light reached every part of the body, some color returned to Yi Futian's pale face. After suffering all these fractures, being simply restored was not enough for him to alleviate all the pain. When the insides were recovered, those green lights further permeated in those broken veins to help them grow. At the same time, other life spirits like ape, dragon, and golden rock appeared in the tree one by one. The dragon coiled around the tree. The ape stood in and the rock perched on the tree. Then they entered into his body with that verdant glow. He thought, and a beam of blazing light appeared around him. The sacred light flowed around his body like a sea of stars. It followed the green light through his body. Every inch it flowed by, broken veins were restored and new bones grew. It was said that once one cultivated to a certain high level, he could be immortal. In that case, fractured bones being repaired was a small matter. But Yi Futian was just in Arcana plane. What was happening was totally a miracle. His veins and bones were restored gradually. That green light together with other magical powers of different attributes entered into his body, giving him dragon-like veins and a golden rock's hard bones. His body glowed with starry lights and became invincible. I really did it. Yi Futian was shocked. He just wanted to have a try. Thinking that the natal spirit had the power to embrace everything, he released his own spirit into it to restore his injured body. He succeeded. His new veins and bones were very difficult to hurt now. Knowing that he wouldn't die anymore, Yi Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself into the restoration totally. It caused a sensation in the Starry School. People constantly came to visit the Sun's Palace. Gu Yunqi came too. She looked very anxious, but Yusheng stopped her at the door. Yusheng was worried too, but Yi Futian had told him to guard the door. Yusheng knew Yi Futian. Yi Futian may be doing something extremely important. He must be trying to recover his body. He couldn't be interrupted no matter who came. Long Linger also came after hearing the news, but she was stopped outside of the door too. Gu Yunqi and Long Linger came because they worried about Yi Futian, while many other people came to see how Yi Futian would die. Yi Futian was so outstanding that there were many people jealous of him. As long as Yi Futian was in the Starry School, others couldn't have the chance to be favored by the chief. Even those very talented would not have the chance. No one expected that the peerless talent who had been canonized as the sun a few months ago suddenly became so pathetic. And the fact that the big figures from the Blazing Sun School were the ones responsible made Yi Futian seem more tragic. The stronger one was, the easier it was for him to be hated. Moreover, he had the heritage that both colleges longed for. Very soon, the news broke throughout the whole Divine Sky City, causing an uproar. When the Starry School's strong cultivators headed for the Nine-Cloud Palace, the Blazing Sun School took the opportunity to take the sun away. It wasn't glamorous, but it ended with Yi Futian close to death. The Blazing Sun School lost a powerful sage and the entire college was turned into ruins. Besides, the Bright Moon School also forced Yi Futian to hand out the beam of holy light inherited from the saints. Many people sighed for Yi Futian's miserable fate. After what had happened, the top 3 schools would not be as harmonious as before. A war could possibly break out. If Yang Ding didn't hold back, he might have already declared war on the Starry School. Half a month later in the palace, Yi Futian's veins and bones had recovered a lot, but he still didn't walk out of his room. Everyone was waiting for him, and Yushang was extremely worried. He could sense the strong spirit in the room. Apparently, Yi Futian was fine, so Yushang could only keep waiting. Chun Yuan came asking frequently, but no one knew the specifics. Gu Yunxi and Long Linger came most frequently. Wang Yuro and Xin Yu also came here often. A month later, Yi Futian's body generally recovered. He stretched his arms and heard the bones crack, but he still didn't walk out. The entire Divine Sky City, including the 2 major schools, was also waiting. Time continued to pass. The relationship of the 3 major colleges kept fraying. Conflicts among their disciples broke out often. Many other events happened too, which made people gradually forget Yi Futian's name. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him. News was heard from the Starry School that Yi Futian's cultivation was totally demolished. Even Chun Yuan the chief couldn't save him. It was also said that the sun's palace was sealed. Yi Futian the sun might have already died or would be disabled forever. Some guessed that the Starry School might have taken Yi Futian's starry holy light away and imprisoned Yi Futian in the palace for the rest of his life. The Starry School's sun was once so brilliant but dimmed so quickly like a shooting star. People lamented and sighed. They were amazed by the blazing sun school's acuteness and cruelty. After getting the holy light, Yang Ding, the chief of the Blazing Sun School, and Gong Kuei, the chief of the Bright Moon School, often released the light and tried to understand the saints' methods contained in the light whenever they were cultivating. By now, the Blazing Sun School had been built again. Yang Ding crossed his legs and sat in the Sun Palace, bathing in the sunlight falling from the sky. The beams of lights seemed to be substantial. Frightening flames, spiritual qi gathered around him, making him look like a fire god. The holy light boomed over his head again and looked extremely brilliant under the sun. Behind him condensed a divine sun furnace which could absorb all flame power in the world and burn everything. This power was recorded in the sun scripture which was passed down from the ancient times. There were many other strong methods and powers in the scripture. People with the sun as the life spirit could cultivate it the best. Even people like Yang Ding mainly cultivated with it. With the help of the power of the light, he made some progress in comprehending the abilities in the scripture. Yang Ding didn't know that in a palace of the Starry School far from the Blazing Sun School, there was a figure who was sitting like him. The sun hung high above the figure and the sun's flames kept descending behind him, gradually gathered into a dreadful divine sun furnace. It gathered endless flames from the world like the sun. This handsome figure with long hair closed his eyes and cultivated silently. After a long while, he managed to condense 3 furnaces. He stopped. When he opened his eyes, the sun's light disappeared all of a sudden. That youth was Yi Futian. How many furnaces can be condensed? Asked Yushang after Yi Futian stopped. According to the sun scripture, once 9 furnaces are condensed, everything can be refined, replied Yi Futian. You really could see the Blazing Sun School's chief cultivating? Yi Wuxian doubted. Yi Futian said that once Yang Ding opened the sun scriptures, he could see what he was doing. Sure, I could even see how he cultivates. But it's a pity that I can't get his comprehension. Yi Futian looked a little disappointed. Hearing Yi Futian's complaint, Yi Wuxian and Yushang were totally speechless. If Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School and Gong Kuei of the Bright Moon School knew that Yi Futian could secretly learn their ways when they were cultivating through the holy light, they might come to kill Yi Futian at any cost. Futian. At this time, Chun Yuan appeared. Besides Yusheng's group, Chun Yuan was the only one that could enter the sun's palace. This place was sealed. Besides Chun Yuan, no one could enter without permission. When will you finish your cultivation? Asked Chun Yuan. Chief Chun, once I learn all the means of Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, I will destroy the 2 beams of holy light and tell you their abilities. In the future, The Starry School will make the heritage of the top 3 schools into one and own the complete Saints methods, said Yi Futian. Chun Yuan looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. This guy must be very revengeful. The sage figure had attacked Yi Futian and disabled his cultivation. How could he not be furious? But Yang Ding and Gong Kuei seemed to have been tricked by Yi Futian too. Chief Qin, how are the investigations about the person who leaked Jin Yunxiao's news? Yi Futian asked. They all knew that someone must be behind all this. He guessed that it would have something to do with the Blazing Sun School. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to catch him in the Starry School. The one who told Wang Yuqing was a student of the Starry School. He has a simple background and only said it after being bribed. We can't find the source, the chief said. However, it must have been the 2 major clans of the Blazing Sun School. Clans? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yes. Chun Yuan nodded. The top 3 schools are competitors. But Yang Ding shouldn't attack you so cruelly. He would never wish to declare war. It's catastrophic for the Blazing Sun School too. Just like the Starry School, they have 2 main clans, the Chun clan and the Lu clan. If the Divine Sky City turns to chaos, the top 3 schools are at war, and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown in as well. Who will benefit the most? The clans, Yi Futian said. Yes, each clan wants to increase their influence and has a strong voice in each school. But the top 3 schools are still the most important in the Eastern Barren State. Some people aren't satisfied and want to replace them. They want to rule the top 3 schools. Each clan only has some power in the schools. Once there's war, the schools would be the most involved and be hurt the worst. The people within the schools would also fight, but they would have their clans behind them. When the schools are weakened, the clans could enter the top 3 schools and get more power or even control them directly. Chun Yuan continued. That day, the Blazing Sun School had come to arrest someone. Thus, the mastermind must be from that school. Yang Ding wanted the inheritance you have, so he was used. Of course, he must have guessed this, but he was willing because of the inheritance. He has it now, doesn't he? Yi Futian nodded. To figure out the mastermind, one must see who benefited the most from the chaos. Chief Qin must be right. The Chun clan's leader is more ambitious and intense. The Lu clan is calmer in comparison. Thus, it's more possible that the Chun clan is responsible. Chun Yuan's expression was cold. Yi Futian thought of the martial arts battlefield. Chun Wang and Long Mu had reached the end, but he'd beaten them both. Chun Wang must be angry. Chief, since I'm all right, you can move on. Don't fall into their trap. We can settle this in the future, Yi Futian urged. He wanted to get them to pay, but he would bear it for the big picture. Chun Yuan looked to Yi Futian and said, but our relationship has already worsened and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown into the mix too. Since you're okay and their plan had failed, they would try again. Some things would have a sequel after the first time. Chief, you can announce that I'm dead, Yi Futian said. Chun Yuan looked surprised. You prepare to leave? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I'd planned to challenge myself outside the Divine Sky City after I reached the Noble Plane. But since there are these changes, I want to go earlier. I have the pole arm of divine destruction now and can protect myself. You can protect me here, but I'm afraid there will be many restrictions. It's not suitable for cultivation. Exploring is indeed a better choice. I'd planned on arranging it for you, but I didn't think it would be like this, Chun Yuan said. Are you sure you want to be announced dead? I want to extinguish their divine light. Yang Ding and Gong Kuei will suspect me. Announcing my death now would be a good explanation. Of course, I still need a few days. I want to see more of their cultivation. I want to cultivate in isolation for a while too. All right, Chun Yuan nodded. Since you decided, let's do it. Months passed. There was less and less news about him. Gradually, no one mentioned him. One day, Yang Ding, chief of the Blazing Sun School, was cultivating in the yard. He cast the divine light he'd comprehended. The solar divine light was extremely brilliant. It seemed to contain a holy road. But the divine light quickly dimmed. Yang Ding's eyes flew open. Looking up at the sky, he saw the saint's image darken and disappear. At the same time, The sunlight that filled the sky also disappeared, extinguishing completely. What's going on? Yang Ding's expression changed. His spiritual mind filled the space but couldn't find any bit of abnormality in the sky. However, the divine light just disappeared like that. He furrowed his brows, expression turning cold. Did Yi Futian do something when giving him the divine light? But if that was true, why did Yi Futian let him comprehend for so long instead of extinguishing his divine light earlier? That didn't make sense. A similar scene happened at the Bright Moon School. Gong Kuei was furious. He'd just gotten a deep understanding of the divine light, but then it extinguished just like that. It was as if it never existed. He also suspected Yi Futian, but like Yang Ding, it didn't make sense to him. After their divine lights extinguished, Chun Yuan from the Starry School announced Yi Futian's death. Many students were floored at the news. The pride that could defeat the entire generation had died. The Sun's Pavilion had been locked all these days. Before, people had been curious, but they gradually forgot as time passed. Few mentioned the locked Sun's Pavilion. People would mention it very occasionally, but no one thought that this brilliant figure would die like this. Gu Yunxi was walking in the Starry School. When she heard the news, she completely blanked. Her face turned white as paper and she tumbled. Her body trembled. Her mind was blank. Yunxi, her good friend, supported her from the side. A clear tear rolled down from her eyes as she mumbled, "Impossible. I don't believe it." "Yunxi, the chief announced it himself," the girl murmured. She was Gu Yunxi's best friend and naturally knew about her thoughts. The princess of the Gu clan had always looked up to Yi Futian. She used to visit the Celestial Pavilion a lot and often played Yi Futian songs while cultivating. Gu Yunxi bit her lips hard, making it bleed. She thought of how amazing Yi Futian had been when she first Yi Futian play in the music workshop. She'd thought that Yi Futian would be a master at musical sorcery. But when she met him at the West Court, she saw that he was so young and handsome. She became interested in him then. Afterward, Yi Futian became more and more extraordinary. Finally, he became the son of the Starry School. He walked out from the crowd in the divine robe, attracting everyone's gazes. He was so brilliant and stood atop everyone. That figure was ingrained in her heart. The more she thought of him, the deeper he sank. Of course, she knew that Yi Futian had a girlfriend, so she didn't have any wishes. She was happy just to see him sometimes. She never thought that he would die one day. "Yunxi, don't be so sad," her friend soothed. "I want to go see." Gu Yunxi suddenly started running towards the Sun's Pavilion. "Yunxi." The girl followed, also running in that direction. Also in the Starry School, Wang Yuqing trembled as well when she received the news. She lowered her head, speechless and feeling extremely sad. Long Mu froze in his spot when he found out. How could Yi Futian die like this? Everyone in the Starry School had many thoughts. The one who'd been expected to surpass Long Yitian had died halfway through. He'd been attacked by someone in the Sage Plain. A figure shot into the sky at that time, going into the distance. It's Chief Qin. Where's he going? Many people looked up. Chun Yuan charged into the distance in anger. After some time, news arrived that Chun Yuan had landed in the Blazing Sun School and fought intensely with Yang Ding. The sky and ground had cracked. The repaired Blazing Sun School collapsed once again, reduced to rubble. The battle had been shocking. Both chiefs were hurt before Chun Yuan left in anger. Yang Ding was furious. He wanted to rush to the Starry School, but he'd felt Chun Yuan's anger. He knew that if he really went, no one would be able to bear the consequences, so he just let that bastard vent. The news shocked everyone when it spread through the city. In the West Court, Long Linger cried when she heard that Yi Futian had died. She rushed to her mother to go visit the school. She didn't want to believe it. Madame Long brought her because she was also doubtful. Had Yi Futian really died? During this time, only Chun Yuan had entered the Sun's Pavilion. Only he knew about Yi Futian's situation. Did he want to fool everyone to protect Yi Futian? After Madame Long arrived, she learned that Chun Yuan had cremated Yi Futian. His ashes were put in a box and given to Yi Futian's friends. People saw it with their own eyes. The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School also sent people over. Clearly, they were doubtful too, especially Yang Ding and Gong Kuei. Why did the divine light disappear when he died? Had the saint tied the divine lights to Yi Futian's life so that they extinguished when he died? If not, there would be no other explanation. It seemed that they could only believe this. Many people sighed in lamentation. Never in this main city of the Eastern Barren City had the death of an Arcana Plane figure caused such a commotion. There were still 2 more months before the end of year 10005 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Much time had passed after the news of Yi Futian's death. After causing an uproar, the Divine Sky City finally forgot about it. Time could bury everything. No matter how excellent someone was, once fallen, they would still be forgotten in the river of time. Long Etienne had caused such a commotion with his death, but he was also buried in history. Yi Futian wasn't an exception. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him in the city. Many things had happened recently too. The top 3 schools' relationship worsened and they often had conflicts. Some students even died in the fights. After the Jin clan separated from the Divine Sky City, they started arranging things. They sent their best disciples to the other forces of the Barren State. The Barren State was too big. The clans of the Divine Sky City could control the East, but they weren't the top forces in the vast Barren State. Not even the top 3 schools could be counted as the top. Places like the Holy Ji Palace were the forces truly at the peak of the Barren State and were holy lands of cultivation. And those in the Barren Sky ranking were those who could truly influence the entire Barren State. Long Etienne was the only one from the Divine Sky City to have entered that ranking. Even then, he'd been at the bottom. Evidently, the ranking was very powerful. Other than abilities, it also looked at one's combat ability, talent, potential, and more. Recently, 2 pieces of news reached the Divine Sky City. The first was that someone had challenged the young city lord of White Cloud City who was in top 10 of the ranking. It seemed to have been a scholar with amazing talent and combat ability. He had just entered the Sage Plane. The result wasn't unexpected. How could the young city lord at the top 10 of the ranking lose? But this kind of challenge was still interesting for people. People gossiped that the man had challenged the young city lord because of the Zhuge clan's daughter. Speaking of the Zhuge clan's daughter, there was news that she'd entered the Sage Plane. Apparently, she had accepted a sister who was even prettier than herself. She was also a divine spiritual sorcerer with the title of Ultimate Sorcerer. Countless people were won over by her, including many top talents from top forces. However, the news wasn't very detailed when it reached the Divine Sky City. The Barren State was huge and the Zhuge clan was too far away from the city. The news could reach them because it involved a top figure and clan of the Barren State, namely the young city lord of the White Cloud City and the Zhuge clan. Of course, the most exciting news was that the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace would be open next year. The Holy Ji Palace was the most brilliant place of cultivation in the entire Barren State. They only accepted disciples once every 3 years. The trial was very simple. It was known as the Holy Road. Each time they accepted disciples, they would attract the attention of the entire Barren State. The vast land would practically shake. This kind of force naturally wouldn't accept disciples like the other forces. It was extremely large-scale. The 9 holy roads spread throughout every region of the Barren State. At the beginning of the next year, a big show would be unveiled. Outside the Starry Pavilion in the Starry School, Gu Hanshan found Chen Yuan. "Chief Chen," he said, "did Yi Futian really die?" "Why are you asking?" Chen Yuan asked. Countless months had passed. He didn't know why Gu Hanshan had run over to bring this up. People are discussing the Holy Road recently. I suddenly wondered if the school was trying to fool people and have Yi Futian go through the Holy Road to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Hanshan asked. After news of Yi Futian's death, his friends had disappeared too. It was completely logical to suspect Chen Yuan. Did he worry that Yi Futian would be in danger so he was sent away in this manner? "You started doubting because of this?" Chen Yuan asked. "There's a personal matter. My daughter is very depressed these days. When she protected Yi Futian from the noble's assassination in the Celestial Pavilion, I realized that the girl likes him. She stopped being happy after news of Yi Futian's death. Thus, I hope that he's still alive and came just to ask you. Actually, I don't wish he goes on the holy road. I hope that he would inherit the top 3 schools. Chun Yuan gazed towards the starry school with dazed eyes. He seemed to mumble to himself, but I knew that as long as somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, the top 3 schools would only be a temporary stay. Once the holy road opened, many disciples would want to try. I wouldn't be able to stop them. This is the tragedy of the top 3 schools. It's also something I've been trying to change. Gu Hanshan understood. When somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, even if there was someone brilliant in the top 3 schools, they would still leave. The top 3 schools couldn't even protest. They needed to support their students in their endeavors because the Holy Ji Palace was a more advanced place. How could one stop them? If they supported the students, they could still maintain a friendly relationship after the students entered the Holy Ji Palace. They'd come from the top 3 schools after all. Could they oppose their students from trying it out? And so what if they succeeded? Could the top 3 schools kill a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace? The sage figures of the top 3 schools wanted their juniors to be more accomplished, but this method was a bit sad. Chun Yuan wanted to change this, so he made Yi Futian into a son. He wanted to create a saint. I understand. Thank you, Chief Chin. Gu Hanshan smiled and bid farewell. Chun Yuan hadn't said it aloud, but he knew the answer. Long robe flapping in the wind, Chun Yuan gazed at the glamorous starry school, his eyes a bit lost. At the beginning of the new year, another batch of talents would leave to challenge themselves on the holy road. At the 9-Cloud Palace, Jin Chengfeng stood before the splendid palace. There was a group of youths standing below the steps. They were the best of 9-Cloud Palace. This year, we suffered unprecedented humiliation. We've also sent many people during these months to challenge themselves in other places. But you were all kept here. Do you know why? Jin Chengfeng asked. For the holy road. Jin Yunlong's eyes were sharp. He'd entered the noble plane recently. The people here were all in the lower noble plane. The lower 3 levels of the noble plane were the lower noble plane. Correct. For the holy road. Jin Chengfeng's eyes were sharper. The holy road opens once every 3 years. Only those in the lower noble plane and lower have the chance to try it and succeed. Your plane is the most suitable. Those in the Arcana plane basically wouldn't have the chance to succeed. It was only an exercise for them. One could also see that the Holy Ji Palace took in disciples at the beginning of the noble plane. They wouldn't have to worry about the foundation, because those who could succeed were all the stars of the barren state. They would all have good foundations and know their talents. The Holy Ji Palace wouldn't have to teach them from nothing. Of course, only the Holy Ji Palace had this capital. The masters of the Holy Ji Palace are all sages. There is no exception. There are countless noble prides. Many of the best figures of the younger generation all have divine path inheritances. Now that the 9-Cloud Palace was humiliated by the Starry School, I hope that one of you will be able to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. For these last 2 months, cultivate in isolation. Prepare for the Holy Road at the beginning of the next year. Jin Chengfeng felt urgent. As a top clan in the Divine Sky City, nothing would change in the short term, but if there were no strong descendants, they would still fall. Yes. Everyone nodded, eyes sharp. They were descendants of a top clan in the Divine Sky City, but they weren't significant in the entire barren state. They had no special rights and the Holy Ji Palace wouldn't make exceptions for them. The only option was to step onto the Holy Road. West Court Dragon Clan Long Mu seemed to have something on his mind. Instead of cultivating at school, he came to the West Court. Is Linger still not feeling better? He asked a servant. She's the same as before. She often loses her temper. The servant replied wryly. When she first arrived at the West Court, the miss would often throw tantrums. Later, Yi Futian changed her. After he died, she went back to normal. Muir, ignore that girl. A beautiful woman walked over. It was Madame Long Auntie. Long Mu greeted her. I heard that you wanted to try the Holy Road to prepare for 3 years later? Madame Long asked. Yes. Long Mu nodded. He knew that there would be no hope this time, But 3 years later, he would be at the most advantageous plane. The Holy Road is dangerous. There may be chances, but it's the most dangerous trial path in the barren state. Many people die. Everyone on the road is of the same generation. There are no rules or seniors, so killing is common. It will be very dangerous for you to enter with your current plane. Madame Long was clear that all the geniuses of the barren state would be gathered on the Holy Road. It would be a huge event. Long Mu wasn't even at the pinnacle of the Arcana plane. He could face great risks. I'll have weapons with me and I'll be careful. I won't let myself be in too much danger, Long Mu said. After all, my goal isn't the Holy Ji Palace. I'm just going to get a feeling and challenge myself. Since you've decided, I won't say anything else. Cultivate well. Madame Long nodded. Trying out the Holy Road was probably the dream of everyone in Long Mu's generation. There were too many cities and forces in the vast barren state. Apart from the capitals which ruled their own regions, there were also many places that were filled with countless clans. The people of the barren state mostly divided the state according to the 4 cardinal directions. Apart from the 4 obvious regions, the largest area at the center of the barren state was called the Zhongzhou City region. However, in reality, apart from the capital at the heart of the region, there were also many pieces of lands, mountains, oceans, and demon forests spread out across the place. At the moment, somewhere in the boundless region, a group of cultivators was traveling in the sky. All the members of the group looked extraordinary. The male members were either handsome or burly-looking, while the lady in the team was charming and had snow-like silver hair. It was precisely Yi Futian and his friends. They had already left Divine Sky City for quite a long time. Along the tiring journey, they had also experienced many things. At the moment, there was a flying boat beneath their feet, around which there was a mighty wind elemental force. This was a sage-level traveling ritual implement and did not have any offensive powers, but its speed was extremely fast. Of course, their levels were not actually high enough to unleash the full power of the sage ritual implement, even if it was only used for traveling. Nevertheless, this flying boat was somewhat special and it was still incredibly fast. Otherwise, even though the Black Wind Condor was fast, it was still insufficient for them to travel in the huge barren state. After traveling for a few months, they also realized that the barren state was way too enormous. Given that they were only in the upper Arcana plane, it was literally boundless. In the barren state, cultivators in the Arcana plane would ordinarily not attempt to cross over to another region, unless they were brought along by their seniors. Nobles were strong enough to travel to another region, but just barely. Only sages could go to whatever places they wished freely. Lulan, where are we? On the flying boat, Yi Futian looked below him. They were surrounded by clouds, and vaguely, he could see a chain of mountains below them. Lulan Shui took out the detailed map which they received from Chen Yuan. The map turned directly into a beam of light that floated before them. It was densely packed with information, such as the topography of the barren state, as well as its regions and those clans with sages. In the world of cultivation, one's power was of utmost importance. Therefore, even in the division of regions, it depended on whether a place had sages. If a place did not have a glorious history or a sage, it would only remain unknown. Mount Jiuxian, Lulan Shui replied. The most famous place in this region is Mount Jiuxian, so the map refers to the region as the Mount Jiuxian region directly. Here, there are 5 major cities and numerous smaller cities. There are sages in all of the 5 major cities who are the city lords. They have the most powerful influences in this region. Mount Jiuxian is like the holy place of this area. Yi Futian nodded gently. The closer they got to the central region, the stronger the clans would become. When he first came to the barren state, the first major city he went to was Yunhua City. In the 4 main factions of Yunhua City, the most powerful people were only at the peak of the noble plane. However, when they stepped into the Zhongzhou City region, the most powerful people from major forces were no longer nobles but sages. Of course, they might be ordinary sages instead of those at the peak of the plane. Among the clouds, purple lightning was glittering and appeared once in a while. Yi Futian frowned and said, "This is not caused by the weather. I think it's from a cultivator. Should we make a detour?" Lulan Shui asked. Yifutian lowered his head and glanced below him. Beneath the clouds, there was a vast range of mountains, and he could faintly see many palaces. Yup! Yifutian suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed as if they were in the sky right above some clan, which was a taboo for many powerful forces even if they were really high up. However, they would not be able to remain so cautious all the time during the journey. They clearly would not stare below them all the time just to see if there was a clan. Furthermore, even with the map, they would only know roughly where they were and not their exact location, especially when they were flying in the sky. The flying boat was extremely quick. Immediately, it turned around and was ready to leave the place. Sizzle! Purple lightning flashed and penetrated across the clouds. They increased in number and quickly enveloped every corner of the place. Shit! Feeling the power of the bolts of lightning, Yifutian shouted, "It looks like a matrix." The purple bolts of lightning came with the clouds. Slowly, many bolts of lightning charged towards them and there was no place to dodge at all. Yifutian controlled the boat himself, attempting to avoid the lightning, but it seemed as though they were able to sense the flying boat. At once, a huge wave of lightning which blotted out the sky blasted onto the flying boat. Although the flying boat did not have any offensive abilities, its defense was impressive. A wind elemental radiance appeared around it. However, after being hit by the lightning, it still trembled and started to fall down. Yifutian and his friends also rocked with the boat. "Be careful. I will descend and withdraw the ritual implement," Yifutian said. He had already experienced in Divine Sky City how wealth alone could get him into serious trouble. Therefore, it was better for them not to display the ritual implement, especially when they were only in the Arcana plane. Otherwise, it would clearly ignite the greed of some other people. Boom! Accompanied by another loud bang, a bolt of lightning dropped from the sky and landed onto the flying boat. With the help of this force, Yifutian descended from the sky rapidly like a straight sword. "So this is Mount Joshin." Lulan Xue scanned below her and her expression also changed. None of them expected themselves to pass right above Mount Joshin. If they had known this earlier, they would have made a detour. Boom! Another bolt of lightning landed. Yifutian and his friends turned into several beams of light and descended quickly. The flying boat disappeared, but the group dived down at the same speed as if they were meteors. Mountains and palaces flashed rapidly before their eyes, and they could even see many people in the clan. Moreover, the image before them was getting clearer and clearer. Thud! Thud! Following several sounds, the group landed on the ground and dust was thrown up into the air. The lightning in the sky was already gone, as if they had never appeared. However, Yifutian and his friends remained cautious. After standing still and noticing the situation around them, their faces turned extremely awkward. At the moment, Mount Jushin was filled with countless people. At the top of the mountain, there was a group of people staring at them from above. The cultivators below the mountain were clearly divided into many factions. Similarly, everyone was staring at them. The group of people closest to Yifutian and his friends looked extraordinary, especially the few people at the front of the group. They looked gentlemanly and were dressed in elegant-looking clothes. In addition, there were also noble-level generals wearing armors. Everyone gazed coldly at Yifutian and his team, and the entire atmosphere seemed to be very tense. At the moment, the whole place was exceptionally quiet because of the unique way in which Yifutian and his friends appeared. Did they do so deliberately? Everyone thought. They fell down from the sky with the help of the lightning, as if they were heavenly gods. Were they deliberately trying to attract the attention of the people on Mount Joshin? If they really did so on purpose, they would really be too arrogant. After all, the people before them at the moment were under the young city lord of Longyuan City, one of the 5 major cities. It was, therefore, one of the top 5 teams present this time. These people actually chose Longyuan City to be their opponent. Were they really that strong or just ignorant? Today, a few sages of Mount Joshin would choose their personal disciples. More importantly, the beloved daughter of Wind Sage had grown up and was extremely stunning. She might choose her partner using this opportunity. Therefore, the vast region was astonished and everyone gathered here for this grand occasion. However, there were some restrictions this time. Mount Zhoushan would not choose anyone whose level was higher than the lower noble plane. Everyone knew well why this was the case. Mount Zhoushan was preparing for the opening of the Holy Road. They wanted to gather the most outstanding people in these few levels here in advance, after which they would head for the Holy Road. Hence, owing to such a background, the brightest young cultivators of the Mount Zhoushan region were all present at the moment. The foot of the mountain was jam-packed with people, and there were countless factions. Among them, the young city lords of the 5 major cities had attracted the most attention as their teams were the most powerful. All the cultivators were divided into various groups for combat. Initially, nobody dared to challenge any of the teams from the 5 major cities. Yi Futian and his friends descended from the sky, causing the young lord of Longyuan City to be the first one to be challenged in the 5 cities. In addition, they had appeared in such a unique way. How could they not be in the spotlight? At the moment, Yi Futian and his friends were totally clueless about what was happening, and they could only see everyone staring at them. They scanned around them to observe the situation and realized that there were many cultivators present. The people on the mountain were extremely powerful, and hence they did not act rashly. Your levels. The young city lord of Longyuan City was called Qi Yuan. A superior aura was spreading out from his body, along with some noble will. He stared coldly at Yi Futian and his friends. He was a grade 8 noble. Being the first team among the 5 cities to be challenged, he felt that he had been humiliated. However, he still maintained his elegance and asked Yi Futian and his friends calmly. Yi Futian frowned, feeling the noble will from Qi Yuan. At the same time, he also noticed the coldness in Qi Yuan's eyes. Upper Arcana Plane, Yi Futian replied. At the moment, they had all already entered the Upper Arcana Plane. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled, and everyone around also seemed to be interested. Why did these Upper Arcana Plane cultivators dare to descend from the sky like this and challenge the young city lord of Longyuan City? Qi Yuan smiled, after which he waved his hands. Immediately, 4 people walked out behind him. They were also in the Upper Arcana Plane. With his level and status, Qi Yuan would not think about bullying Yi Futian and his friends. Let's begin, Qi Yuan said emotionlessly. Begin. Yi Futian stared at Qi Yuan. At the moment, he had also realized that a challenge seemed to be ongoing. They were standing on an array which was in the same region as Qi Yuan but in the direct opposite corner. Were the people present here to fight each other? Noticing Yi Futian's silence, Qi Yuan frowned and was somewhat impatient. Can we admit defeat? Yi Futian suddenly said. These abrupt words caused everyone to freeze and stare blankly at them, stunned. What was happening? Yi Futian's group landed from the sky, appearing before Longyuan City's crowd in a shocking manner. The battle had not even begun and they were already conceding? What were they here for then? To make fun of them? On Mount Zhoushan, there were experts who stared at Yi Futian's group ruthlessly. One of the experts asked, You landed on Mount Zhoushan? How can you admit defeat without even battling? What do you treat Mount Zhoushan as? His expression was icy, thinking about the bolt of thunder in the sky. In this region, nobody dared to as arrogant as to walk right above Mount Zhoushan. Was this the reason these people had fallen from the sky? If that was so, it would not be that easy for them to sneak off. Since they had landed here, they would have to abide by the will of the heavens. Qi Yuan waved his hand and the 4 arcane plane experts surrounding Yi Futian's group released their arcana aura. They were all cultivators at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. In an instant, the spiritual qi around them started rampaging and the air started to roar. If you're injured and concede, I will naturally order them to leave you alive, Qi Yuan said. Yi Futian stood there with a glint in his eyes, as though thinking of a solution. There were numerous experts on Mount Zhoushan. Evidently, there was an event going on, likely to be an entrance examination of sorts. Under such circumstances, what should they do? After considering for a moment, Yi Futian saw that the other party was already preparing to strike, and so he decisively said, Spread out. After saying so, the 4 of them took one direction each with the black wind condor at the rear. The 4 of them released their auras and the crowd had strange expressions. Yi Futian and his friends were indeed in the upper Arcana plane. Moreover, Yi Futian and Yushang were only in the 7th level of the Arcana plane, meaning that they were in the lowest level of the upper Arcana plane. Yi Wuqian was also only in the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Conversely, Lulan Xue's cultivation level was the highest at the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, much of the difference in the cultivation level between herself and the rest had been shortened and they were catching up soon. However, at their cultivation level, how could they defeat Qi Yuan's 4 experts? The 4 experts were not ordinary people. Among them was this person named Bai Yan, an extremely famous genius in Longyuan City. The Longyuan City Lord had the intention of betrothing his daughter to him to take him in as a son-in-law. If the Longyuan City was not the first to be challenged, causing them to lose face, Qi Yuan would not have sent him to battle. With Bai Yan's strength, he could probably defeat all 4 of them by himself. They had no idea of Yi Futian and his friend's origin. Furthermore, the other 3 experts were also exceptional cultivators from Longyuan City. That was why they were following beside Qi Yuan, to prepare themselves to step onto the holy road with him. They were all geniuses in their own right. Do it! Bai Yan's voice sounded out emotionlessly, and a figure flew into the air and a huge gravity field descended, its weight crushing down onto Yi Futian's group. At the same time, rocks started to surround Yi Futian and his friends, attempting to petrify them and restrict their movements. The person who had flown into the air released his life spirit Dharma, a giant stone golem with horrifying strength. The spiritual Qi in the air roared, and he landed from the sky, the shadow of the golem's foot trampling down, attempting to squash the 4 of them. The 2 on the left and right moved simultaneously. The person on the left had a demonic beast as his life spirit. He stepped forward, his body covered in a golden glow. A humming sound could be heard from the earth, resounding under his dreadful strength. The person on the right fired a spell which caused dancing lightning snakes to appear and fly towards Yi Futian's group. The only person who did not move was Bai Yan, who stood there, staring ahead. With Yi Futian's group at the center, the spiritual Qi exploded and the airflow became extremely unstable, as though trying to devour them. Just as the attacks were about to reach them, Lulan Xue released a wintry aura, and it felt as though there were snowflakes falling from the sky. Her silver eyes swept across the attackers, and the 3 experts felt as though they were covered by a layer of ice and were about to turn into ice statues, their actions slowing down. At the same time, the stones on Yushang and Yi Wuqian's bodies shattered. Yushang launched off the ground, his muscular body flying into the air. He raised his arm and shattered the giant foot, and with a crash, the expert stomped onto Yushang's arm like his stone golem. However, Yushang's body did not fall as a dark golden light flowed around his body. He grabbed the other party's foot with his hand and tossed him towards the ground. At that moment, the stone golem that had fearsome strength actually lost its balance and the expert was flung down. At the same time, Yi Wuqian's lone arm stretched out and his finger pointed into the air. In an instant, countless sword Qi stormed and tens of thousands of sword wills formed. Following his finger, the sword wills plunged towards the left and right. The expert with the demonic beast could only feel overrun by the countless razor-sharp sword wills, and he growled angrily and struck out, only to be pierced by the tens of thousands of sword wills that descended upon him. The sound of metal piercing flesh sounded went on endlessly, and the expert was covered in blood, standing still on the spot. The other expert's lightning snakes were decimated and he was overwhelmed by the sword wills, ending up equally as wretched as the other 2. Bang! The expert in the air was smashed into the ground by Yushang, and everyone's hearts trembled as they heard the loud voice. The crowd was astounded. How strong were these people? There was no trace of their cultivation level disadvantage. Instead, they crushed their opponents. Could it be that Yi Futian's surrender was done on purpose to trick them into thinking that they were pushovers, only to shock the crowd when they revealed their true strength? What a scheme to show weakness. Indeed, their actions attracted a lot of attention from the crowd and left them awestruck. Since their flashy entrance, everything had been within their calculations, to use the Longyuan City faction as a backdrop to show off their prowess. What an elaborate scheme. Now there was only Bai Yan left. All of a sudden, His body was surrounded by golden spiritual chi, and a fearsome golden emblem appeared within the golden light. A myriad of golden arrows appeared around his body, each with a stinging aura. Bai Yen took a step forward and his body moved like the wind, and crackling sounds started to sound from the arrows, as though they were being fired from their bowstrings. The arrows followed him forward, attempting to erase everything in their path. The crowd was stupefied and looked towards Yi Futian's group. Bai Yan's strength was much stronger than the other three experts. Could he deal with them? They saw Yi Futian move, thunder under his feet. He moved like lightning, descending before Bai Yan and slamming him with a giant golden palm print, crushing him under it. The brilliant arrows were shadowed by the palm print, and the crowd saw Bai Yan being clapped into the ground by the palm print, vomiting copious amounts of blood. The crowd was flabbergasted. A 7th-level Arcana Plane had dominated Bai Yan, who was a 9th-level Arcana Plane cultivator. Such battle ability could only be described as terrifying. There was probably only going to be one such battle. In the Arcana Plane, there were definitely not many people who could defeat this group. On Mount Zhoushan, everyone's gazes landed on Yi Futian's group. The person in the middle of the spectators had radiant beauty. She was Qin Yin, the beloved daughter of the Wind Sage. "Who are they?" Qin Yin asked quietly. The surrounding people all shook their heads, and someone at the side replied, "No idea. Does nobody know them?" Qin Yin looked towards the rest and asked. Although this group of people was only in the Arcana Plane, they had a terrifying battle ability. They should have had some fame. The region around Mount Zhoushan is so huge. This time, experts from all areas are gathered here. It's normal that nobody knows them. Someone explained, and Qin Yin nodded her head gently in acknowledgement. What a pity. If these people were grade 7 nobles, they could be of assistance to her on the holy road. However, no matter how strong an Arcana Plane cultivator was, there was a limit to their strength and would not be able to obtain too much on the holy road. Perhaps they might have a chance 3 years later, but she was already a grade 8 noble and could not wait 3 years. By that time, she would definitely have surpassed the lower noble plane and be unable to step foot onto the holy road. Qi Yuan's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Futian's group. He then looked at the people beside him, and a figure stepped out with a noble aura around him. Although it might be unfair to battle a noble plane cultivator, but to be standing here, I believe you have made preparations, said Qi Yuan. Yi Futian looked at the noble plane cultivator standing before him. With his current cultivation level, he was not afraid of a grade 9 noble, but he had just arrived here and had not understood what was going on until now. If he insisted on being high profile, things might blow out of control. In the previous battle, he had already offended the person in front of him. We acknowledge that we are not a match for a noble plane cultivator and are willing to step out, Yi Futian replied. Since you're already here, how can you not battle and retreat? As Qi Yuan finished his sentence, the noble plane cultivator released an alarming aura, the air resounding with it. Yi Futian's group frowned as they felt the noble might, and they all got into their positions. Wait a minute. At that moment, a voice sounded out, and the crowd's gazes turned towards the person speaking. It was Li Sun, the young city lord of one of the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City. Li Sun had a refined aura. Although he was a grade 7 noble with incredible strength, he was humble, amiable, and approachable. There were many exceptional talents following beside him as he could win the hearts of many. Li Sun's gaze turned towards Yi Futian. Nodding to him as he introduced himself, Li Sun of the White Sovereign City. Yimo, Yi Futian replied. He used his younger brother's name as an alias. Although this place was extremely far from the Divine Sky City and no one would know the name Yi Futian, he did not use his real name as a security measure. Otherwise, if he attracted his enemies from the Divine Sky City, he would be in a very passive situation. Where you have stepped up is tantamount to declaring war on the Longyuan City's faction. Qi Yuan can dispatch noble plane cultivators to deal with you, and you can only accept it. Yimo, would you be willing to enter my White Sovereign City's faction? If you do so, the White Sovereign City can also send out noble plane cultivators to battle them, Li Sun explained. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Indeed, he did not want to be too outstanding, but he was also unwilling to follow under Li Sun. The reason you are here must be for the Holy Road. Your battle ability is exceptional, but your cultivation level is low. You will need help to clear the Holy Road. Li Sun continued his persuasion. For the Holy Road? Up until now, Yi Futian still had no understanding about the Holy Road, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, now was not the time to battle. He had to understand the upcoming sequence of events first. The crowd saw Yi Futian agree and was perplexed. They could not understand what the appearance of this group of people was for. Could it be that they wanted to use Longyuan City as a springboard to show off their ability and attract the attention of others to find support to enter the divine path? The young city lord of the White Sovereign City, Li Sun had a reputation for being admirable, so it was no surprise to everyone that he would recruit Yi Futian. It was as though it was natural for him to do so. Among the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City could be ranked in the top 3, even going as far as one of the strongest 2 cities. It would be extremely beneficial for Yi Futian to enter the White Sovereign City's faction. Once he entered the White Sovereign City, he would have the chance to enter the Holy Road with the people from Mount Juxian. This time, the White Sovereign City would definitely be selected by Mount Juxian. If that was the case, Yi Futian's group would not have to worry about struggling in the Holy Road due to their low cultivation level. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, with only their upper arcana plane cultivation level, they would be unable to hold their ground. In a place like the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, even the noble plane prodigies from Mount Juxian would appear ordinary. Qi Yuan, Yimo's group has already joined my White Sovereign City's faction. If you want to continue the challenge, the White Sovereign City will naturally send out noble plane cultivators into battle, Li Sun said, looking towards Qi Yuan. Beside him, a girl clad in body-hugging green clothes stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, yet gave off a resolute aura. She was Li Sun's younger sister Li Qingyi, who had just stepped into the noble plane as a grade 9 noble. Her battle ability was also quite strong. Qi Yuan frowned and his gaze swept cruelly across Yi Futian's group and ordered, "Step down." The crowd broke into mumbles. As expected, the Longyuan City did not want to clash with the White Sovereign City that early. Yi Futian saw the noble plane cultivator retreating and they started to walk towards the White Sovereign City's faction. Li Sun saw Yi Futian's group coming towards him, smiled and said, "With your inclusion, our White Sovereign City's faction will be undefeated in the Arcana Plane." The people surrounding him who heard his words looked towards the White Sovereign City's faction, and their gazes landed on a few other teens. Zhuojun, the strongest Arcana Plane cultivator in the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, an individual that was heavily groomed by the White Sovereign City. He would be Li Sun's strongest supporter in the future, and another burly teen clad in heavy armor stood beside him. The teen's name was Zhanlong and he was always with Zhuojun. Similarly, he also had remarkable battle ability. Apart from those two, there was also one other person dressed in plain clothes, giving people a simple and clear-cut feeling. That person was Lin Feibai, the person with a reputation in the White Sovereign City as the strongest person under the noble plane. The city lord's office had been trying to recruit him under their charge, but he had only just joined because of the Holy Road. Many people wanted to know who was stronger between Zhuojun and Lin Feibai. With the 3 of them, and now the inclusion of Yi Futian's group, the White Sovereign City's Arcana Plane force would be like a fish in water. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them, but the focus this time was still on the noble plane cultivators. "My name is Li Qingyi." Li Qingyi introduced herself to them. "Yimo Yushang Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui," Yi Futian replied. Li Qingyi introduced the rest of them to Yi Futian. Zhuojun had his arms crossed and nodded lightly at Yi Futian, while Lin Feibai was emotionless. Yi Futian did not care and just smiled. "Miss Qingyi, are the people today all here for the Holy Road?" Yi Futian asked. "Mount Jiuxian is taking in disciples. Even if it wasn't for the Holy Road, it would still be a spectacular event. Moreover, there are rumors that the daughter of the Wind Sage, Qin Yin, will be picking her husband. What do you think?" Li Qingyi replied to Yi Futian. Qin Yin was reputed to be a spectacular beauty and the beloved daughter of the Wind Sage. The 5 major cities had sent out their most talented offspring to try and win her hand in marriage. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. Among the crowd, there was indeed a girl with exceptional looks and a graceful aura. That must be the Qin that she was mentioning. Of course, if we are able to join forces with Mount Joxian and enter the Holy Road, that is also a great option. Li Qingyi continued and Yifutian nodded. From Li Qingyi's words, he had a general understanding of what was happening today. When he left the Starry School, Chief Chun had reminded him that the Holy Road was opening up and countless talents would all head towards the Barren State's 9 holy roads to attempt to clear it. Chief Chun had also asked him to consider it. Now that he had coincidentally arrived at Mount Joxian, he could feel that the entire Barren State was probably making preparations to enter the Holy Road. Currently, in the space at the foot of Mount Joxian, there were battles erupting in all directions, the spiritual qi in the air rampaging and life spirit dermas exuding their brilliance. It seemed like everyone wanted to display their strength to the Mount Joxian experts. There was only a minority of people who did not start battling. Of course, there were a few factions that were extremely salient. They were the 5 major cities factions, each taking up a different direction and watching each other. The 5 major cities, apart from Longyuan City and the White Sovereign City, also included Shenyuan City, the Heavenly City, and the Frost City. Among the 5 cities, the White Sovereign City, Shenyuan City, and the Heavenly City were the strongest 3 cities. That was why the Shenyuan City and Heavenly Cities factions were treated as the strongest opponents by the White Sovereign City this time. At that moment, Qi Yuan stepped forward, his gaze on the White Sovereign City's Li Sun. The crowd was startled. Was Qi Yuan going to challenge Li Sun? His gaze sweeping across Li Sun, Qi Yuan's body flew into the air. Li Sun understood his intention and stepped into the air. Immediately, there was a noble will spreading from above the crowd. Seeing the scene, 3 figures stepped out from the Shenyuan City's faction. They were in the Arcana plane and not noble plane cultivators. Shenyuan Pujuan. Li Qingyi's expression changed. Shenyuan Pujuan was the son of the Shenyuan City Lord and had phenomenal strength. He held golden axes in both hands, a stinging aura exuding from the axes. Zhuojun and Zhan Long both stepped forward. Li Qingyi looked towards Yifutian's group and said, "Can you send out one person to join Zhuojun in battle? Zhuojun will deal with Shenyuan Pujuan. Yushang, you go then." Yifutian looked towards Yushang and said. Yushang nodded and stepped out. At the same time, from another faction, 3 Arcana plane experts stepped out. They were from the Heavenly City. Presently, the White Sovereign City's Arcana plane force was the strongest. If that was so, they would team up to crush the White Sovereign City's Arcana plane cultivators. The 3 Heavenly City experts all wielded swords. Their sword chi roared and transformed into a horrifying current, flowing in the air. Lin Feibai stepped forward. He was also a swordsman in training. "Yemo, can you send 2 people to support Lin Feibai?" Li Qingyi asked. Yifutian nodded and looked at Yi Wuchen. The 2 of them stepped forward together, standing behind Lin Feibai. The 2 battles erupted at the same time. Shenyuan Pujuan's strength was indeed domineering, his twin axes slicing down from the air, the golden glow severing everything. Adding on his extraordinary strength, he had the aura of total annihilation. The 2 people behind him were sorcerers who specialized in crowd control abilities, supporting him during the fight. At Yifutian's side of the battlefield, the 3 swordsmen in training from the Heavenly City struck out with their swords at the same time, the attacks seemingly merging into one, the sword chi lingering in the air. An imposing sword veil appeared in the air, forming lethal sword auroras with the 3 experts' movements. The sword in Lin Feibai's hand started to wave, and in an instant, his body was covered in a sword veil, rendering him immune to the other party's sword chi. Yi Wuchen's lone arm wielded his sword, similarly forming a protective sword veil. Starlight started to gather around Yifutian's body, flowing around him like meteorites, keeping the sword chi out. The 3 experts' bodies flew around, their actions perfectly synchronized. The 3 swords danced in unison and became one, sweeping forward. Even the air appeared to be cut in half, and the sword veil was split open. Lin Feibai retreated and said in a hushed voice, "Go forward and create an opening for me." Yi Futian stepped forward and Yi Wuqian, understanding his intentions from his actions, stepped forward together with him. The meteorites started to revolve in the air, transforming into a horrifying gravity, crushing down on the other party. Yi Futian gripped his palm and numerous meteorites slammed towards the three experts. At the same time, Yi Wuqian's fingers pointed into the air, and tens of thousands of sword wills flew towards the three experts. The three of them retaliated by waving their swords, forming a brilliant protective sword veil. The falling meteorites shattered unceasingly, yet it managed to cause a crack to appear in the sword veil. At the same time, Yi Wuqian's sword chi slashed through and created an opening. At that moment, Lin Feibai appeared to transform into a sword, reaching incredible speeds. The crowd could only see a flash of a sword and the sword veil disappeared. Lin Feibai's body suddenly appeared behind the three of them. The three swordsmen in training from the heavenly city all had blood spurting from their throats and fell to the ground. What a fast blade! The crowd was astounded. It was as expected of the title of the strongest person under the noble plane in the White Sovereign City. The sword will on his body vanished and he turned around, walking back. When he passed by Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian, he said in a soft voice, "The two of you are quite strong." Yi Futian smiled and replied, "Your sword is very quick." Indeed, Lin Feibai's sword was fast. Although he and Yi Wuqian had restricted the opponent's movements, Lin Feibai's sword was like lightning and took the opponent's lives in an instant. He could be considered a prodigy in the Arcana plane. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Qingyi smiled, nodding towards Lin Feibai. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian walked back and Lin Qingyi nodded towards them as well. At that moment, the other battle had also concluded with a victory. Zhuojun claimed the most credit. It was him who had given Shenyuan Pujuan the lethal strike and injured him while Yushang was attacking. Lin Qingyi looked at them. With Zhuojun and Lin Feibai, now that Yi Futian's group had joined them, they were invincible in the Arcana plane. Just then, Li Sun had also returned from defeating Qi Yuan. The two of them landed back in their own factions, Qi Yuan's expression especially distressed. However, to the White Sovereign City it was a complete victory. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards the surroundings. From now on, there would probably not be much for them to do. They did not stand in the limelight, and he even transmitted a message to Yushang to not be too outstanding. Otherwise, Yushang would have used his true strength and crushed everyone else. Who knows if he would have been scouted by a Sage Plane expert from Mount Jiuxian then? If the Sage Plane expert wanted to take him as a disciple, would he agree or not? If that happened, they would become extremely passive. That was why he intentionally supported Zhuojun and Lin Feibai and let them deal the critical strike. "Qin Yin, what do you think?" At that moment, an elderly person on Mount Jiuxian asked her. "Zhuojun is from the city lord's office, but Lin Feibai has yet to enter. If there is the opportunity, we should recruit him. Also, we can consider letting that group become disciples of Mount Jiuxian. If they continue their exceptional performance in the future, we can further consider if we want to take them in as personal disciples." Qin Yin replied, "You mean that we will recruit the people from the White Sovereign City this time?" The elderly person tried to confirm her intentions. "Yes." Qin Yin nodded. "What about Li Sun?" the elderly person asked, smiling. "I'm not in a hurry." Qin Yin naturally understood that he was asking about her choice of husband. "All right, there is no shortage of outstanding people this time around. Take your time to decide." The elder smiled and said. The fighting raged on under Mount Jiuxian. But as Yi Futian predicted, after defeating Arcana Plains of Heavenly City and Yellow City, no one at this level proved capable of posing a threat to White Sovereign City, and no one challenged them anymore. He silently watched the fight taking place there. Li Sun and the young city lord of Heavenly City, Xiaowuji, and then the young city lord of Yellow City, Shenyuan Beishan, fought their respective fights, and the fights looked extremely interesting. Xiaowuji was a powerful swordsman and Shenyuan Beishan possessed horrifying power. The power of the heaven-splitting axe techniques was impressive. The three were well matched against each other, and it was hard to tell who reigned superior. None of them was able to overwhelm one another, and if things were to proceed as such, it was only a matter of time before they all ended up losers of the fight and sustained heavy injuries. Other than that, there was also a noble-level figure who displayed immense talent and ferocious combat capacity named Zui Qianqiu. From the words of Li Qingyi, he was a genius drunkard known in the regions of Mount Zhoushan. His name might have been fake as well, taken to mean, getting drunk solves all worries. The man loved liquor more than anything and was known to be a loner. City lord offices of 5 cities tried roping him to their respective sides, and he never said yes to any of them. Even looking for him proved a daunting task in itself. He was, however, very famous and was a swordsman himself. His way with a sword was eerie and tricky, and he took on Xiawuji, young city lord of Heavenly City. Xiawuji's way of the sword was sharp due to it being true, and Zui Qianqiu's proved tricky and unpredictable. Before a clear victor was determined between the two of them, someone from Mount Zhoushan ordered the fight to cease, fearing that one of them would end up dead, or at least both suffering grave injuries if they were to continue to fight each other. Li Sun, would you be my disciple? A fleeting voice came from a far corner of Mount Zhoushan, and it was apparent that the voice came from a sage. Li Sun smiled and stepped forward, bowing before he spoke. It is my honor to learn under you. Xinyuan Beishan, will you be my disciple? Yet another voice was heard from another sage, and Xinyuan Beishan agreed. While it was said that Mount Zhoushan was the area's sacred region, and it was all done for the Holy Road, being able to have sages of Mount Zhoushan as mentors was one thing that proved to be of no harm. Xiawuji, Zui Qianqiu, will you be my disciple? A sharp voice was heard and everyone's mind shook. It was the voice of a sword sage. It would be my honor. Xiawuji bowed. Thank you for your generous offer, but I'm a stubborn one and love to be free from restraints. I'm afraid I will end up offending you, and as such, I would rather not dirty Mount Zhoushan further with my presence, Zui Qianqiu said. Everyone was rendered speechless. Someone had actually refused the sages. Furthermore, Zui Qianqiu sounded lazy as he said what he said, appearing to care for nothing. His reputation preceded him, and it proved true indeed. Have it your way then, the sage said plainly. While he was slightly unhappy about being refused, he was a sage after all, and he would have not done anything else. Elders of Mount Zhoushan spoke shortly after. Mount Zhoushan will continue accepting students as we have during the start of all years past. We will leave what happened today as it is. Everyone else, please return. Many were speechless. Many mighty ones came, and Mount Zhoushan chose only 4 to stay. 3 of the 4 chosen have had the honor to study under sages prior, and they were young city lords. Only Zui Qianqiu trained on his own, and many thought it to be a pity. Furthermore, Longyuan City and Frost City were not chosen. On this trip on the Holy Road, only the finest were retained by Mount Zhoushan. What about Ms. Qin Yin's path companion then? Who was chosen? Someone asked loudly, and everyone halted their steps. The elder of Mount Zhoushan took one look at Qin Yin and said, a path companion has an incredible bearing in the life of Ms. Qin Yin. If everything goes smoothly, this figure will be chosen among the ones selected earlier. Of course, this will require a period of time for them to get to know each other. It would be announced after the trip on the Holy Road. Everyone nodded, seeing it within reason to do so. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Mount Zhoushan's act of taking in disciples and path companions was simply and apparently a front of selecting helpers for the Holy Road. The position of being a disciple and the possibility of becoming Qin Yin's path companion drove the few to be willing to help her out. The others left gradually, and only the ones selected prior remained. The elder looked at Zhuojun, Lin Feibai, Yi Futian and the others and said, do you wish to be disciples of Mount Zhoushan and remain here for your cultivations? It would be my honor. Zhuojun cupped his hands. Yes, indeed. Lin Feibai nodded plainly. Yi Futian rose and bowed. I'm a student of other schools and therefore, it would be inconvenient for me to cultivate in Mount Zhoushan. For that, I would ask for your understanding. No problem. The elder nodded and turned to look at Zui Qianqiu. Are you getting ready to enter the Holy Road? Of course. Why would I be here otherwise? Zui Qianqiu smiled. Alright, Mount Jotian will also send out excellent students to embark on the journey. Please rendezvous here at Mount Jotian a month from now, and embark on the journey to the Holy Road together, the elder said. Acknowledged. Everyone bowed. Will you, Sir Yi, accompany us to the White Sovereign City? Li Sun asked Yi Futian and his group. We will. Yi Futian nodded. Would Sir Qianqiu be willing to share drinks with us at White Sovereign City? Li Sun asked Zui Qianqiu. Good wine. Zui Qianqiu's eyes narrowed to a slit. Help yourself. Li Sun smiled and nodded. All right then. Zui Qianqiu smiled from ear to ear and departed with the rest of them. Li Sun asked within the void, Why didn't you, Sir Qianqiu, enter Mount Jotian? The sword sage has a great mastery of the art. So why would you refuse? We are to enter the Holy Ji Palace anyway. Why the detour? Zui Qianqiu sounded lazy as ever. Indeed. Li Sun smiled and said nothing further. How about you, Sir Yi? Have you really studied under a school? Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and the rest. Everyone in the group possessed immense combat capacity. They were at the 7th level of the Arcana plane. If they had reached the 9th level, Zhuo Jun and Li Feibai probably would not have been their match. Yes, indeed. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi did not pursue this line of thought any further. White Sovereign City was quite a distance from Mount Jotian, and the journey would take some time. Li Sun and the rest returned to the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group were reluctant to enter the City Lord office, and they arranged to stay in a pavilion right outside the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group had been on the road for quite some time, and it was time to take a break in White Sovereign City. They had planned during their time on the road that they would enter the Holy Road. The trip on the Holy Road was a grand event of barren state. Regardless if they ended up being able to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, the trip was one worth making in itself, and a precious chance to accumulate experience as they were able to encounter all sorts of geniuses in the trip. Are we really going to go with them? Lulan Shui asked Yi Futian. She understood that since it was an invitation from Mount Jotian, it was definitely Mount Jotian being the one to hog all the attention. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He knew what was going inside Lu Lanshua's head, and smiled. Headmaster Chun only briefed us on the Holy Road for a bit. We knew next to nothing of the details. Now that we have someone else to make the journey with us, it would be convenient for us as we will able to look out for each other and learn more about the trip. Lulan Shui nodded slightly. She saw it unnecessary to say anything more seeing how Yi Futian had made his decision. Since it's a grand event of barren state, I think students of the 3 schools will make it there too, Yi Futian said while smiling. Jieyu is still with the Zhuge family. I wonder if she will make it on the Holy Road this time. It had been 2 years since they parted ways. It seemed like ages had passed, come to think of it. He wondered if his eldest senior brother and his teacher were doing well. He lifted his head to look at the sky. What happened in Eastern Baron seemed to be just right in front of his eyes. The time spent in the cottage was a happy one, yet the brothers eventually parted ways. Forces like the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan held great ambition, and they ended up being scattered to the winds all the same. The Qin dynasty perished, and the Donghua clan was not all that better off. Even a beauty such as Hua Qingqing chose to become a nun. Now that he headed to barren state, he would have been closer to Jieyu and his brothers and sisters in study. He wondered if he would have had the opportunity to break through Noble Plain on the Holy Road. Reminiscing about old times, Yi Futian sat with his legs crossed and took out the guqin. A slow melody was played, and an incredibly serene air was emanated throughout the pavilion. The sound of the instrument was plain, serene and free from troubles, capable of cleansing one's mind and washing off all muddled thoughts. At a pavilion not far from Yi Futian was Zui Qianqiu drank silent leaning on a stone pillar. It was just as quiet over there. A silhouette walked by before stopping to hear the sound of the guqin. A pair of beautiful eyes watched Yi Futian silently, opting to quietly listen from the sides instead of interrupting the sound. The sound of the guqin subsided after a while, and Yi Futian smiled. Here you are, Ms. Qini. Li Qini walked up and said, My brother is preparing a banquet within the City Lord office. Many geniuses from White Sovereign City will come. I'm here to invite you. Would you care to join us, Mr. Yi? I'm not good with bustling, lively places. Thank you, but I'll pass. Yi Futian smiled. I can hear that from the sound of the guqin. Li Qingyi smiled and continued. Your mind must be incredibly calm and serene for you to be able to play such a tune. I'm flattered, Ms. Qingyi, but I'm filled with muddled thoughts myself. Words like calm and serene hardly fit someone like me. Yi Futian shook his head. I was simply cleansing my mind with the sound of the guqin. Cleansing your mind with the instrument. Li Qingyi mumbled to herself. Would you mind if I came to listen to you play often from here on out, Mr. Yi? You are welcome to do so. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi was the daughter of the city lord, and a noble figure herself. She looked pretty, and yet he was very polite in front of her, which reminded him of Gu Yunxi. Thank you. Li Qingyi smiled and shifted her eyes to Zui Qianqiu. Seeing how Zui Qianqiu took one look with smiling eyes at her, she seemed to have understood something and said, My brother had me bring you some wine. She went up and left the wine behind, before taking her leave. A banquet, and that means booze. You sure you are not going? Yi Futian spared a look at Zui Qianqiu. People are in places like that to act, and I wouldn't call that a place for drinking. Zui Qianqiu opened the wine jar sent over to him and took a big gulp out of it. Good stuff indeed. Li Sun didn't lie. But when it comes to drinking, who you drink with matters a lot. Yi Futian was stunned for a bit before smiling and nodding. Indeed. In the month that followed, Li Qingyi often took time to listen to Yi Futian play his guqin in the pavilion. Zui Qianqiu would have also been there every time a tune was played. When the playing was over, he was nowhere to be seen. Both men seldom talked to each other, but Yi Futian knew well that his playing had a great effect on calming one's mind, and it was incredibly normal for cultivators to like hearing him play. Li Sun came to visit as well, and brought several jars of good wine with him, sitting around and chatting for a bit. Yi Futian was able to earn himself some quiet time to train at his art for the past month. They gathered around Mount Jushin on that day. White Sovereign City, Yellow City, and Heavenly City. All three cities sported impressive lineups. Other than leaders like Li Sun, Xiaowuji, and Shenyuan Beishan, the others brought tens of men with them as well, and most were of noble level. Few at the pinnacle of Arcana Plane also came to test themselves out. It was obvious that everyone made ample preparations, but everyone was aware that only a handful would have been able to make something out on the Holy Road. Most were simply there as foils of sorts. The lineup of Mount Jushin was just as impressive. Other than Qin Yin, there were also two other personal disciples of sages who were of lower noble plane levels. The vast and mighty group departed soon after, making for the nearest Holy Road. Other than them, there were also others who made their journeys in the vast barren state during this period nearing the end of the year, leaving their homes and making for the 9 holy roads. Massive exodus seemed to be taking place across the entire barren state. Countless mighty ones flew and set out with great vigor, and many bumped into each other in the void. Yi Futian and his group went east, crossing mountains and cities, meeting a lot of people. 22 days later, an ocean appeared before them. It was the border sea. Crossing the other side of the sea would have taken them to the core regions of Zhongzhou. Yi Futian and his group took to the sky above the border sea. We are almost near the lands of Zhongzhou. Qin Yin's beautiful eyes looked out far away. There was nothing in the way above the sea, making it easy for them to see many demonic beasts and ritual implements making their way in the air. People were everywhere, and it was obvious that they were all from Barren State making their way to Zhongzhou. The Zhuge family lies within the lands of Zhongzhou. Yi Futian's eyes turned flighty. Second elder sister and Jieyu were both in the northern regions of Zhongzhou lands, and he was getting closer and closer to them. Mighty ones gathered like clouds above the border sea. Countless discussed feverishly the opening of the Holy Road this time. Mount Duantian lay right beyond the border sea, which was shaped like protruding blades stabbing into the skies. Qin Yin gazed at the peaks of the mountains and took a detour around it before asking, "So Sage Duantian lived in the mountain then?" "So said the rumors." Li Sun nodded. The clouds above the mountain made the place look bleak and difficult to see with the naked eye. It was, however, obvious that the height of the mountain reached into the clouds. Only mighty ones of noble level were able to vaguely make out the shape of the palace on the peak, but none dared to venture into the place itself. Sage Duantian was one of the mighty ones listed in the barren sky rankings, and his mastery of the arts was said to be boundless. Few in the vast lands of barren state dared challenge the sage himself. It is said that there were disciples of Sage Duantian venturing down the mountain to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road, and the nearest Holy Road nearby is the Dawn Road. So we should be on the same road with them, someone near them said. Disciples of Sage Duantian could not enter the Holy Ji Palace to further their studies, but they were welcome to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road all the same. The Holy Ji Palace had not stated explicitly that only those who wished to study in the Holy Ji Palace were permitted to embark on the Holy Road. Someone is coming down from the mountain. A huge warship appeared in the direction of the peak of Mount Duantian, passing right above the heads of everyone. A group exceptional figures were vaguely seen on the warship itself, like the Jochin gods and goddesses looming over the mortals themselves. A warship of the mortal world, someone shouted as they took note of the mark on the ship. Mortal world, the greatest force within the area. Even when compared with the rest of the barren state, they were still among the top class. This should be the disciples of mortal world passing through Mount Duantian and go paying their respects to Sage Duantian then. Rumor has it that several figures of extremely notable talents were on their way to the Holy Road, and they too took the path of Dawn Road. Many within the surrounding void began discussing what just took place as the warship passed by right above their heads. A beautiful girl was seen standing on the warship. Her clothes and hair waved gracefully with the wind. Her name was Chu Shang, a figure at the lower level of the noble plane. Yi Futian, who was right below the ship, would have recognized her if he had seen her on board. She was that mortal world disciple who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory and had even invited him to join the mortal world. So even the top notable forces have made their move then, Qin Yin murmured as she lifted her head to gaze upon the ship that had just passed right above her head. Despite being the daughter of the sage of Mount Joxian and possessing incredible talent, she knew well that the trip on the Holy Road would have proven difficult even for someone like her. The event gathered all the geniuses from all corners of barren state. Despite Dawn Road only being one of the 9 holy roads, the figures who showed up there were terrifyingly impressive nonetheless. As such, she needed to join forces with people of the 5 cities just for her to stand a chance at it. I suppose the Nantian house would choose the Dawn Road as well, Xia Wuji quipped. There are many from great clans and powerful schools alike. Qin Yin's eyes looked into the distance. Yifutian's eyes sparkled hearing her words. He looked at the map before and was able to confirm that both the mortal world and the Nantian house were in the same direction. Now that they are in the Zhongzhou lands, would the 2 top-class forces which had been to the Eastern Barren Territory choose to embark on the same holy road? An old city stood at the edge of the Dawn Road ruined city. Legend had it that the city fell many times before and was rebuilt each time. It was a place anyone on the Dawn Road would have definitely passed by. As such, the city was an incredibly bustling one despite its name, especially when the Holy Road was opened once every 3 years. The city was packed like sardines during such times. People from various corners of the region would flood into the city and make their way to the Sea of Ruins at the west side of the city. The Sea of Ruins was a place leading towards the Holy Road. Countless mighty ones gathered at the shores of the Sea of Ruins. One gaze would have been more than enough to note the presence of all proud sons and daughters of the heavens from all over barren state. The opening of the Holy Road had always been the grandest of all events to take place in the barren state. It was a given that such an event would cause quite a stir. Yifutian was able to see the sea of people before his eyes as soon as he got there, and he felt rather shocked. The number of people gathered there easily exceeded 100,000. Furthermore, given that the Dawn Road had yet to be opened, there were definitely more who were still on their way there. Dawn Road lies right beyond the Sea of Ruins. Once we journey through Dawn Road, we will have reached the Holy Ji Palace. Someone peered at the Sea of Ruins with heated eyes. All 9 holy roads led right to the Holy Ji Palace. So long as they were able to make it through, They would arrive on the very sacred grounds of the contemporary barren state. Other than them, geniuses from all 9 holy roads, the best of the best generation of youth's barren state had to offer, would have gathered before the holy Xi palace. The imagination of such a scene would have made the heart of anyone dance. All hoped that they would have become one of those who stood among these geniuses, appearing on the most brilliant stage to be found in the world. There are no rules on the trip to the holy road, and the harshest rule of it all lies precisely in the fact that there are no rules. Some among them sighed. It was known to all that the trip to the holy road yielded the highest number of brutal casualties among all the pilgrimages one could have taken. Many aforementioned proud sons and daughters perished on the holy roads. There was to be no acknowledgement of generations on the holy roads, and it was an anything-goes type of game for everybody. All kinds of demons and monsters would have appeared, and there was simply no telling what one would encounter on their journey next. Growl! A dragon howl was heard in the heavens, and the responding dragon was seen descending from above. Its impressive bearing overpowered all below. Mighty ones from Nantian House are here. Countless pairs of eyes gazed upon the dragon descending from the heavens. Nantian House was the top force to be found within the region of Zhongzhou City, and one with powers shadowing all. A terrifying force beyond measure indeed. Many leaped forward to bow and pay their respects, all of whom who did so were younger generations of the Nantian House's forces. Yi Futian took a look at the responding dragon in the void and found it to be the same dragon encountered in the Eastern Barren territory. He also saw the carriage being pulled behind the dragon, and a silhouette emerged from within. It was a familiar face, Nan Feng. Nan Feng was of Upper Arcana Plane back then. 2 years had since passed, and he was a noble plane figure now. Futian was reminded of the words Nan Feng and Nan Yu spoke to him about. He was back in the Eastern Barren territory back then, and he was utterly incapable of imagining what Nantian House was like. Now that he was in barren state, he finally got to know what kind of a force the Nantian House was. In the void far away, a lineup of mighty ones appeared shining ever so brightly. They flew past right above the heads of the crowd below, paying no heed to anything. Everyone present knew that only members of the topmost forces dared pull a stunt like that, as it was an act that would easily offend many otherwise. Those who were of the likes of Nantian House needed not to fear over offending anyone. They were capable and powerful enough to disregard such notions of respect. People of the Xia clan are here. Many leaped into the air again to go pay their respects. The Xia clan, the largest clan within the ruined city. They were a fearsome bunch, and the master of the clan was known to be of an imperceptible plane. Furthermore, an exceptionally talented younger generation appeared among the clan. A man named Xia Ho was of level 7 noble plane. He could end up becoming the brightest star of all venturing on Dawn Road. Ling Tian's sword will descended from the skies far away after a while. A row of figures was seen descending onto the crowd riding on their swords, glittering with great brilliance. Many in the crowd cheered for the members of the Sword Saint Villa. A Sword Saint appeared in the Sword Saint Villa a few years ago. While the villa had its less than glorious days, an incredibly fearsome old man appeared within their ranks in this generation. A super mighty one who was listed on the Barren Sky rankings. Many exceptional figures among the younger generations appeared as well, including Yanjiu. The reason why he was called this was because he was ranked the 9th among his peers. No one dared look down on such a name, as Yanjiu was noted to be the heir to the Sword Saint, and one could take command of the Sword Saint Villa in days to come. The Mortal World warship appeared within the void shortly after. Top-notch, mighty ones appeared one after another. It was to be another 3 days before Dawn Road was opened. Most arrived more than 3 days prior. Countless murmured amongst themselves. There were simply too many mighty ones, including those renowned ones. Many came with an air of confidence and assurance, but it was quickly diminished seeing their competitors. Yi Futian was there with the people of Mount Jiuxian. They mingled with those in the crowd, and hardly anyone took any notice of them. Despite being descendants of sages themselves, there were simply too many of such background and caliber within the vast barren state region. Many who just showed up were probably of a more impressive background than they were. Some even quipped that being showered with the presence of so many great ones and having their eyes opened was a reward in itself. People from the 3 schools and all clans of Divine Sky City had also arrived and ended up buried unceremoniously in the massive crowd. Long Mu saw such a scene from the void and felt stunned to the core of his being, feeling like he had been a frog at the bottom of the well for his entire life. But of course, his will grew strong. The days when Long Mu's father's name was known throughout Barren State and made it to the Barren Sky rankings was simply glorious. He was but a child back then and was unable to witness the moment himself. He yearned to accomplish everything his father had ever done before. He also knew well, however, that his path was a difficult one. Long Mu came with people from the Starry School. Members of the Dragon Clan and the Gu Clan were there as well. Gu Yunxi was, of course, present. She heard from her father that Yi Futian was alive, and it was very possible that Headmaster Chun sent him on the journey to the Holy Road. As such, she wanted to see for herself if the peerless young man had indeed lived. People of the Jin clan were there, as well as those from Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School. The lineup emanated an impressive air. A girl of unparalleled beauty stood by the beach among the masses, gazing upon the sea before her eyes. She emanated an air that nobody could touch. She was the proud daughter of the Zhaixing house, Mu Zhiqiu. She would have been allowed entrance into the Holy Ji Palace solely by recommendation from her brother, yet she chose to embark on her own journey instead. It had been a while since she lost to Yi Futian, and it was only recently that she had broken through the noble plain. There was a holy road among the 9 located north of the Zhongzhou city area, a holy road named the Nether Road. The road was filled with mighty ones as well, even more so than the Dawn Road. Many, including people of the Zhuge family and Taishan Mountain, as well as the ones of demon gods, appeared before the road. The road was known to be the 3 strongest roads among the 9. A row of figures stood quietly on the hill before the holy road, 2 of which were ladies of extreme beauty, and one of them was especially beautiful. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at her. One look at her beautiful face was enough to have them feel as if they had fallen in love. If they were able to marry such a girl, it would have been of the highest honor. Yet they knew that they would have never had a chance with such a girl. Only top geniuses from the most powerful clans would be capable of such a feat. She was named Hua Jieyu, who was said to be called a sister from a different mother by Zhuge Mingyue. She was studying in the Zhuge family at the moment. She was a divine spiritual sorcerer out to test herself in the Holy Road, the beginning of Divine Prefecture Calendar, year 10006. All 9 holy roads of Holy Ji Palace were opened, and the event saw massive gatherings of mighty ones among the youths of Barren State at the roads themselves. Countless took the path across the sea of ruins. Some rode on rafts, some crossed through the void, and more powerful figures even took to the skies, either riding on demonic beasts or ritual implements. All headed for the same destination on the other side, Dawn Road. Yi Futian's party was among the sea of people heading for the same place. While there were plenty of familiar faces who made it there were simply just too many people present within an area, so it was too large for them to meet. Everyone was only aware of the ones who took to the skies, and none of those who were familiar with Yi Futian noticed him around. The Dawn Road, Yi Futian murmured as he cast his gaze forward. He was able to hear some gushing sounds from somewhere. "Look! Behind us!" Someone somewhere yelled in astonishment. "A demon ape!" Comments were heard here and there. Yi Futian turned around and looked behind him, and saw the group of people at his rear part way for something. An incredibly huge demonic beast was moving forward with most of its body submerged. While they were near the edge of the Sea of Ruins, the area was still deep. However, the creature was still able to keep its chest above the water, serving as a testament to its massive size. The beast seemed as if it was made out of gold. It shone with a blindingly brilliant golden sheen. Even its eyes were gold in color, casting a ferociously sharp gaze. "It's a golden great ape. The heir of that old demon in Mount Taixing," somebody commented in an astonished tone. "Even demonic beasts can go study in the Holy Ji Palace?" Yi Futian asked. "Depends if the palace wants to take that thing in. That is a golden great ape, an incredibly rare one among the apes. and no one knows why they are in barren state instead of the demon world, Qianyin answered. I heard that the ape has a name, a human name in fact, Yuanzhan. Li Sun added. It's still something rarely seen in barren state, as most rare demonic beasts are captured and made into steeds. But that old demon from Mount Taixing is just too powerful, and hardly anyone would dare try to make a steed of that thing. As such, it practically has the whole mountain to itself. The gushing sounds didn't stop. Huge waves were thrown about the sea. Yuanzhan leaped all of the sudden, its 100-meter-tall body looking impossibly ferocious. It even kept shining with a golden sheen. It shrunk its body to the height of about 2 meters, making it seem like a giant. It then simply flew about the sea of ruins. Members of powerful and notable forces stared at Yuanzhan with greedy eyes, thinking unsavory thoughts in their minds. Imagine how awe-inspiring one would become if one would be able to take this ape as one's steed. It was a pity that the old demon in Mount Taixing was something most forces would rather not mess with, even if they were someone capable of doing so. The old demon was known to have a feverish temper and performed many notable undertakings. It was only in recent years that it had winded down somewhat. Furthermore, the old demon was the only demonic beast to be listed on the Barren Sky ranking, which spoke to the extent of its fearsomeness. Shenyuan Beishan took a look at Yuanzhan. The golden great ape was known for its domineering strength. Its defense capacity was also said to be peerless. At the moment, he wanted more than anything to see how well he could fight the ape, but he knew he probably would not be a match for it. All walks of life are literally here indeed, Zui Chencho commented with a smirk. There is something I need to tell all of you, Yi Futian said. What is it, Yemo? Li Sun asked. My real name is Yi Futian. Yemo is just an alias. I've pissed off some people and I had to use an alias instead. For that, I'm sorry. Yi Futian apologized as he cupped his hands. That fact would have been known sooner or later as they approached the Holy Road, and it became pointless to hide his identity any further. Li Sun and the others looked funny at the response, as they were unable to fathom what happened. Li Sun said, No problem. It's all the same knowing it now. It hardly affects anything. My enemies are probably here too. If I'm unlucky to meet them on the road, I'll remove myself from the party and save you all the trouble, Yi Futian said frankly as he cupped his hands again. Being struck by lightning and falling into Mount Jushin was all an accident after all. We are now traveling as one party, and there is simply no need for you to be such a stranger. The reason we have all agreed to walk as one party was to look out for each other, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Although she was not all that familiar with Yi Futian, her days spent listening to Yi Futian play his qin made them friends with each other. Qingyi is right. No need to mind about that. If you happen to run into any trouble, we'll be there to help. Li Sun obviously did not mind, as Yi Futian was only of upper arcana plane. As such, his enemies would have been of the arcana plane as well. There was simply no need to fear so long as the possible enemy was not a figure of lower noble plane. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. If Li Sun and the others knew that he had gone so far as to offend Nantian House and Mortal World, they would have probably thought otherwise. Thank you. Yi Futian did not say anything further, but he was grateful for the treatment nonetheless. At the end of the Sea of Ruins, the Dawn Road appeared before their eyes. The place looked like somewhere out of this world, and there was a line of mighty ones who seemed impossibly strong standing guard at the shore. Anyone who stepped on Dawn Road would be given a holy badge. The other end of Dawn Road would open after 3 months, the passage of which would be granted so long as the one who made the journey possessed the holy badge. They would then arrive at the Holy Ji Palace, meeting up with the others who arrived from the other holy roads. That was the one and only rule to be observed on the holy roads. One was given permission to do as one pleased the roads. It was also said that the holy badge served another purpose. Those who had collected a lot of badges would be given preferential treatment, using the collected badges as payment. On the holy roads, however, they served no other purpose but to grant permission to be on the roads. It was natural for Yi Futian to hear of Qin Yin and the others talking about the holy badge. He took a look at the badge after acquiring it. There were no other rules on the roads, Yet the rumors themselves would have almost guaranteed that the coming 3 months spent on the road would definitely be perilous. Yi Futian and his party stepped onto the dawn road. He looked forward, saying, "I once thought that the Holy Road was somewhere magical. One will be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace after finishing their journey on the road. It's only now that I know we are only granted a view of the place once the journey ends. The Holy Ji Palace isn't some place you can just walk into. With all the mighty and powerful ones gathered on these roads, it's a given that the journey will be anything but smooth," Li Qingyi added. "It isn't the holy roads that caught the entire barren state's attention, but the Holy Ji Palace itself. The holy roads might be called holy, but they are little else but roads," Yi Futian said with a smirk. "You have an interesting and unique way of seeing things. I do not ask for much. Being able to stand before the Holy Ji Palace and admire the place called the sacred ground of barren state is enough for me. That and seeing what the proud sons and daughters who made it there are like." Li Qingyi's eyes shone with admiration. That was her wish, as she knew very well that her level of talent would never grant her entry into the palace itself. "Your wish will come true," Yi Futian said and smiled at her. "Come one. There are cities and mysterious places to be seen on the road. Let's go have a look," Qin said. At the moment, the massive gathering of people glittered as they made their way forward. The crowd gradually dispersed, going on their way to the dawn road. Yi Futian came across their first city on the way. The gates of the city were, however, guarded by a line of mighty figures. Many looked irritated right before the gates. The mighty ones were none other than members of the Nantian house, who were also the first to reach the city, and went on to take the gates as their own. They went about recruiting followers and denied entry to the city to everyone. Those who wanted to enter were to surrender their holy badges. They took the city. Yi Futian wore a troubled look on his face as he looked at the city gates from afar. He never expected anyone to be able to do that. A common occurrence on the holy roads, and it is not just the Nantian house that is doing something like this. All the other top-level figures are making their way to other cities on the road with obvious intentions of taking them for their own as well, Qin elaborated. With so many walking the same path, wouldn't it be rather easy to take on these forces if people were to just gather their strength? Yi Futian asked. Who is going to take the lead then? Li Sun smirked as he asked. Furthermore, anyone who dares to do so would need to be incredibly powerful themselves. If they were to force their way into the place or enter through other means, those guarding the place would probably respond with lethal force. But, of course, if someone very powerful wanted to enter the cities, they would simply let those powerful ones pass. Look, over there. Li Qingyi pointed at the crowd outside the city and a few places where people were fighting. It was apparent that some insisted on not handing over their own badges, wanting to take badges of someone else. For people who were more powerful, doing so would have been easier than going against the Nantian house. Such were the minds of people. Even if they were angry about the treatment they received, they would simply swallow their frustrations in front of the powerful ones and go on to prey on those weaker than themselves. A group of people was walking in the direction of Yi Futian's party. The group was a huge one, both in number and bearing, and they went to gauge his party. Qin and the rest wore cold expressions and glared at them. The group smirked and walked away instead of moving against them. They were apparently wary of Yi Futian's party, not knowing how powerful his party was. But what happened attracted the attention of many nonetheless. Men from Nine Cloud Palace were seen somewhere outside the city, and they looked furious. Despite being mighty ones of noble plane levels from the topmost force renowned throughout Divine Sky City, they were denied entry regardless. It was an immense insult, but they had heard of Nantian House and knew that Nine Cloud Palace was simply incapable of being compared to them. At the moment, Jin Yunlang scanned the crowd and saw Yi Futian's party. Their pupils dilated somewhat when his eyes fell on Yi Futian. He is still alive? Chen Yuan had announced the news regarding Yi Futian's death. A possibility came to Jin Yunlang's mind immediately. His eyes sparkled though his spine shivered. Chen Yuan, you old fox. You sent Yi Futian away then. Is that Yi Futian, the son of Starry School? The others became aware of him and approached him in a flash. Yifutian saw the others and raised his eyebrows. What a small world indeed. There were too many people scattered all over the place while traversing the Sea of Ruins. Now that they made it there, familiar faces were seen indeed. The mighty ones from Nine Cloud Palace glared at Yifutian. Jin Yunlang said with an incredibly cold expression, "So you are alive. And that disappoints you," Yifutian said with a smirk. Qin Yin and the others looked troubled. Those people looked very powerful. Yifutian, so your enemies are all noble plane figures? Then I will just have you die for real. Murderous intent was prevalent in Jin Yunlang's eyes. Yifutian glared at Jin Yunlang and was able to feel the air around him. He then said with a smirk, "So your ego's been inflated, making it into the noble plane, HM? Have you forgotten the lesson back at the martial arts battlefield? Wanting so bad to go see Jin Yunxiao then?" Jin Yunlang saw the sarcasm in Yifutian's eyes and looked at the ones around Yifutian. A vicious smirk appeared on his face, before he uttered in a loud voice, "That guy has the lineage of the saint on him." Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, countless eyes looked toward Yifutian. The saint's heritage? At this moment, people from the Nantian house also turned in the same direction. Two youths among them both narrowed their eyes at the sight of Yifutian. One shook slightly, and his eyes looked very cold with murderous intent. "Yifutian, Nan, you would never forget about being humiliated on the Sky Mountain where he was tied on the cliffs by Yifutian's spell of vines." "Who is he?" a youth asked. This was a very handsome man who was one of the most talented among Nantian House's young generation. His name was Nan Hao. Even Nan Feng, who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory, couldn't be compared with him. "He is the one who got the two emperors Yukio in the Eastern Barren Territory," said Nan Feng beside Nan Hao. When in the Eastern Barren Territory, Nan Feng had already entered Arcana Plane. Now he had entered the 8th level of Noble Plane. "He is Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jieyu's boyfriend?" Nan Hao looked surprised. Yifutian's name immediately reminded him of Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu, who were far more famous in the Barren State than Yifutian. Though he hadn't been to the Eastern Barren State before, Nan Hao heard about Yifutian, who solved the mystery left by the two emperors. "Yes," said Nan Feng. "I am going to kill him," Nan Yu said coldly. "Then go," Nan Hao said nonchalantly. Nan Yu was embarrassed. He was not Yifutian's opponent at all now. How could he win this time? He turned to Nan Hao. Nan Hao looked to the distance and said indifferently, "You are taught to improve both your skills and temper. But how did you do these years? Moreover, he is both Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jieyu's boyfriend. He can't be killed by Nantian House." Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu both had a more elevated status than he did. The Zhuge family would play a more and more important role in the future, and Zhuge Mingyue was the secret successor, while Hua Jieyu had many influential suitors. Therefore, if they killed Yifutian to feel better now, the consequences wouldn't be worth it. He came for the Holy Road. If he manages to pass through the Holy Road and arrive in the Holy Ji Palace, he might meet Zhuge Mingyue's group. Nan Yu said to Nan Hao, "But you said he was from a low clan, didn't you? Why have scruples?" Nan Hao laughed contemptuously. Nan Feng and Nan Yu became speechless. They did regard Yifutian as some unknown guy from low clans, but they were really shocked by Yifutian's strength in the battle on the Sky Mountain. Seeing their expression, Nan Hao laughed and said, "Rest assured, I actually hope he won't disappoint me. If he goes out of the Holy Road and meets with Zhuge Mingyue's group, that will be much more interesting. Don't forget Gu Donglu from the Eastern Barren Territory, who challenged that young city lord and failed. He is Yifutian's senior brother, isn't he?" "Yes." Nan Feng nodded. When going to the Eastern Barren Territory, they called them low clans but were humiliated by Gu Donglu. That scholarly youth was a madman. He had just entered into the Sage Plane but dared to challenge that young city lord. Wasn't he crazy? That city lord was on the top 10 of the Barren States list. Therefore, just let nature take its course. Nan Hao smiled. He would like to see how those from the Eastern Barren Territory would stir the Barren State. Nan Yu clenched his fists with a strong murderous intent. He couldn't refute Nan Hao's words and just nodded. Hearing Jin Yunlong's words, Yi Futian didn't react immediately. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin Yunlang coldly. He thought that Jin Yunlang would directly fight and didn't expect that Jin Yunlang would play tricks on him. Seeing many people heading toward him, Yi Futian laughed. I did defeat you before, but you are in noble plane now. Why do you still play such tricks? Why are you so afraid of me? The surrounding people all stopped and looked at Jin Yunlang. Yi Futian might be right. Perhaps Jin Yunlang just wanted to kill him through others' hands. It wasn't so easy to get the heritage of saints. Sharp gold light shot out from Jin Yunlang's eyes. Strong cultivators from the Jin family warned people around Yi Futian. This is just between us. Are you sure you want to join this battle? These people weren't from the Starry School. Yi Futian looked around. Many people doubted Jin Yunlang's words, but that didn't mean they would let Yi Futian go. Qin Yin frowned. Yi Futian said that his enemy was coming, and he was right. He is our companion, Li Qingyi claimed hurriedly. Her words attracted people's attention. Zui Chencho laughed. These days, Li Qingyi got along well with Yi Futian, so she was trying to protect Yi Futian by saying that. She was afraid that the others would give up Yi Futian. Yes, he is. Qin Yin also claimed after hearing Li Qingyi. Mr. Yi, leave now. Li Qingyi signaled Yi Futian. We met by chance. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, thanks, said Yi Futian loudly. Then he responded to Li Qingyi secretly. If it doesn't work, you people just go. Don't get hurt because of me. Then he walked away. Not because he was heartless, but because Jin Yunlang's words attracted too many people's attention. Even the Nantian house noticed him, which would threaten the people from Mount Jiuxian. If he left, people would pay attention to him. Yi Futian was right. When he, Yushang, and the others retreated, many people walked toward them. With a flash, Yi Futian took out a flying boat. Everyone stepped on, and then the flying boat set out at an amazing speed. Chase them! Someone from the Nine-Cloud Palace ordered immediately. But Qin Yin said, Stay! A war soon broke out between the two parties. In the crowd, a girl in white rode her ritual implement, heading toward Yi Futian's direction like lightning. Yi Futian moved very quickly. People constantly came behind him, but what confused Yi Futian was Nantian House's reaction. He saw Nanfeng and Nanyu. Didn't they want to take revenge? That is a sage ritual implement. Seeing the ritual implement Yi Futian used to escape, people behind him looked a little greedy. They wouldn't see Yi Futian sneer. Yi Futian didn't go in full speed on purpose. Soon, they reached a mountain and he went up through the mountain road. Many people continued to chase him. After a while, Yi Futian stopped on a giant stone, staring at people coming behind coldly. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from behind. Yi Futian was shocked and looked up at the sky behind him. He saw starry lights descend. Strong cultivators screamed constantly. They were crushed toward the cliffs. Who is it? A cultivator in noble plane roared. A thunder spell swept out. He could only see giant stars crashing down very fast. It crashed into him, forcing him down. He spat out blood. A beautiful figure appeared before Yi Futian. The starry lights around her made her look brilliant. Behind the figure was some golden blazing light. It was a powerful noble from the Nine-Cloud Palace. The woman turned back and glanced at the noble indifferently. Suddenly, that noble slowed as if he was moving in a marsh. He could only feel that both his body and will were deterred by horrible pressure, as if he was in a starry space. Meteorites pressed down like shooting stars. That noble roared angrily like a giant golden rock. Rumbles were heard constantly, and then the golden rock's wings were broken. That noble spat out blood continually and was smashed down. You are from the Xianxia house. The noble looked up at the beautiful woman and then blacked out. The woman turned back. There seemed to be stars in her eyes. Though in very simple clothes, she still looked beautiful like a goddess. Even Gu Yunxi had a high opinion of this woman. Violent. Yusheng blinked his eyes. Yi Futian rubbed his brow and nodded. She is violent indeed. In the blink of an eye, this woman cleared the place for him. And beautiful. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said, Have any thoughts? Yi Futian was speechless. He blinked and stared at Yusheng. What are you thinking about? I mean, she could be your maid. Yushang stared back at Yi Futian, who thought too much. Chief Chan said that the Zhaixing house once promised that they would protect the inheritor of the divine path. She is from the Zhaixing house. Of course, she would help you, said Yushang, looking at Mu Zhiqiu. Yi Futian was astonished. Yushang thought much more than him, and what he said actually sounded reasonable. Moreover, Mu Zhiqiu's strength was really extraordinary. No wonder she was known as the most talented woman of the Zhaixing house. Mu Zhiqiu stood in the sky and stared at Yi Futian's group indifferently. She didn't show any emotion in reaction to Yushang's words. That was her personality. Where is the pole arm of divine destruction? Asked Mu Zhiqiu. Is the Zhaixing house like this? Yi Futian said. The pole arm of divine destruction is ours now, and you still want to take it back? The pole arm divine destruction means a lot to us. How about another fight? If I defeat you, I won't hurt you, but just take it back, Mu Zhiqiu suggested. In addition to wanting the pole arm of divine destruction, she also wanted to fight Yi Futian again. You have entered noble plane and made a breakthrough in the great realm. Isn't it unfair for you to fight with me? Said Yi Futian. You can use the divine destruction. Mu Zhiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking that this guy was really hypocritical. He once fought with her brother with the divine destruction. Though he was defeated, his strength was still impressive. He definitely could be her opponent. What if you lose again? Yi Futian asked. I won't mention the divine destruction again, replied Mu Zhiqiu. That's all, Yi Futian asked. But Mu Zhiqiu already started. She stepped out, and there seemed to be a starry world in her eyes. All of a sudden, the sky turned into a night sky filled with stars. And you can be the ruler of the divine path, Mu Zhiqiu added indifferently. She had started, not allowing Yi Futian to refuse. Yi Futian reached out his hands. The pole arm of divine destruction appeared in his hands with blazing light. The ritual implement weighed 45,000 kilograms. It projected horrible starry light which enveloped Yi Futian's body and formed a shapeless star storm. Both are mine, said Yi Futian. His temperament suddenly changed. Mu Zhiqiu had just entered the noble plane. She was only at the lowest level, but when she released her power, she still couldn't be compared to that day at the Zhaixing house. She was extremely talented. Because of luck, she was able to borrow sage will. Her combat ability was even stronger, and regular noble figures weren't her match. Some of the people that she'd crushed were grade 8 nobles who were stronger than her, but they still fell from one hit. After all, she could enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. Her talent was recognized by the seniors there, so one could imagine how powerful she was. Thus, Yushang said her combat was aggressive and hoped Yi Futian could make her a maid. Right now, starry light flowed. The air turned into a world of stars. This was her celestial dharma. There were also stars in her deep eyes that had now become noble will. Pressed down against Yi Futian's mind. He suddenly felt like he couldn't move. He knew his mind was being restricted by the noble will. The noble will that he'd comprehended before bloomed to resist this weight. Blinding light flowed into the pole arm of divine destruction. Trembled slightly, and a huge boom sounded. The surrounding mountain exploded. Spiritual chi transformed into meteorites and spun around Yi Futian like a horrible storm. Contained lightning too, making the air extremely tense. They'd both comprehended the celestial way, so their abilities were similar. The two starry storms soon collided in the vast space, clashing continuously with horrible sounds. Yushang and the others retreated into the distance, but neither Mu Zhiqiu nor Yi Futian acted. They kept standing there. Mu Zhiqiu was dressed in light-colored clothing, and her long hair flew in the wind. Yi Futian's white robe fluttered. He gripped the polearm tightly and transformed it into a long staff that he stood on the ground. The starry storm around him was terrifying. The celestial way seemed to appear in Yi Futian's mind. Meteorites crashed down wildly. But in that illusory scene, Yi Futian gripped his polearm and sacred light shone. The meteorites exploded under the polearm's attacks, unable to hurt his mind. In the outside world, stones and boulders exploded. The ground underfoot cracked and crumbled. The two hovered in the air, still staring at each other. The mountain crumbled wildly and joined the stone windstorm. Around them, a horrible scene appeared. Everything had turned into dust and smoke. Yushang's group retreated once again. Looking at that chaotic space from a distance, it seemed to have been swallowed up. They could barely see it. At that time, they saw a staff's shadow appear in the chaotic space. It had transformed to thousands of meters long and crashed against the starry space. Stars shattered. When the staff fell down, the stars were destroyed, but the space was still chaotic. Dust and dirt flew. A long while later, when everything subsided, the polearm disappeared. The two were still standing in place as if they hadn't budged. However, blood trickled from Mu Jiqiu's lips. Paired with her features, it looked chillingly beautiful. Mu Jiqiu stared hard at Yifutian. Then she stepped forward and landed before Yifutian. Seeing those features, Yifutian had the urge to wipe her blood away. Seeing someone and finding them lovable was probably describing this scene. "What are you looking at?" Yifutian asked. "Your plane is enough for you to comprehend your own noble will. After that, your plane will rise. Then with your polearm, barely anyone on the holy road can be your match," Mu Jiqiu said softly. Yifutian had comprehended many noble wills before, but they weren't very deep or collected. They couldn't be fused with his abilities and had to use outside help. He was strong with the polearm, but his noble will was weaker. If he comprehended it, his combat ability could increase. If he tried for the noble plane in the future, he would have no obstacles. "I'm in grade 7 Arcana plane now. Will there be a problem?" Yifutian asked. He naturally understood that his noble will now wasn't true noble will, just like how Mu Jiqiu had used sage will earlier. Noble will could only be used by nobles. The talented ones can comprehend it earlier, so there won't be any problems, Mu Jiqiu said. Many prides can comprehend it in the Arcana plane. Then there aren't any obstacles when they break into the noble plane. Your talent is more extraordinary. Even if you're in grade 8 or grade 7, it's still possible. After all, you've inherited the divine path. So you admit it? Yifutian smiled. I keep my words. I will listen to you on the holy road. Mu Jiqiu went behind Yifutian and stood there quietly. She didn't ask for the polearm, but after the holy road, she would continue cultivating. She would definitely defeat this youth. Her grandfather had said that she was talented, but she could still meet even more talented people while cultivating. In that case, she should use them as targets and work to surpass them. Yifutian chuckled. This girl was quite cute. If Mu Jiqiu knew his impression of her, she might be mortified. Your brother is from the Holy Ji Palace. Is there any way to raise in cultivation plane on the holy road? Yifutian asked Mu Jiqiu. He wasn't worried about passing the holy road. Only those in or below the noble plane were here, so it couldn't restrict him. Plus, he'd only come to challenge himself. He didn't have to go cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Everything was for cultivation. Mu Jiqiu looked at Yifutian. She indeed knew a hidden secret that only those who entered the Holy Ji Palace would know. Of course, this secret was useless for her. She was talented, but she was only in the lowest grade of the noble plane. There were also those in grade 8 or grade 7. She couldn't do it when there were so many powerful people here. What do you know? Yifutian asked after seeing her eyes. Mu Jiqiu took out a holy badge. Light flowed across it as if it contained some strange power. He once said that there are many cultivation places on the holy road. This may help with cultivation, but that's for regular people. You're the inheritor of the divine path. Looking for cultivation relics won't help you much, Mu Jiqiu whispered. But this holy badge contains a secret. It's the special item of the Holy Ji Palace. After you exit, you have to return it to them. It's rumored that if you have many holy badges, you can exchange it for something good. That's true, but that's not the biggest secret. Instead, it lies with the badge itself. The badge itself? Yifutian took out his badge with a strange expression. It's a key. You can't see anything when you only have one. But when you have enough holy badges, they will change and you'll understand the mystery of the holy road. You can even open a secret area hidden by the Holy Ji Palace on the road, Mu Jiqiu said. There's one on each of the 9 roads. In fact, they're within the city on the road. 9 is the critical number. There are 9 cities on each road. This means that there are 81 treasures on the Holy Road. Yi Futian thought of how the Nantian house had closed the city and required holy badges to enter. Qin Yin also said that all top figures would do this to enter the Holy Road. Was it because of this? How many do you need? Yi Futian asked. I don't know the specifics, but it's a terrifying number. This is a secret, but most top figures know about it. Even so, it's still difficult to do. It's useless for regular people even if they find out. Mu Zhiqiu answered softly. Yi Futian understood, obviously. Even if regular people knew that robbing holy badges could open up a huge secret field, they had no way of robbing them. It would be suicide. So the Holy Road is prepared just to challenge those at the top, Yi Futian said, sighing. If they needed a lot of holy badges, how many times would they have to fight? This wasn't realistic. It was difficult even for top figures, which was why they thought to take over cities. Why did the Holy Ji Palace open the Holy Road? Mu Zhiqiu asked. Yi Futian froze and then understood what she meant. This was how the cultivation world was. Every force that admitted disciples was like this, not just the Holy Ji Palace. Most people were only there to complement the top. All strong cultivators in the barren state were in action this time, but the regular prides were only to add to the number. Geniuses depended on the context too. For example, many of the talents from the divine sky city didn't seem very brilliant here. When the Holy Road opens, the barren state moves. Many think this is a chance for them, but that's only what they think. In reality, they're stepping stones for the others. Mu Zhiqiu's words were straightforward. Many would find this cruel, but Yi Futian knew it was the truth. You're right. It would be uninteresting to just compliment the others on this path, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Mu Zhiqiu looked at him, but Yi Futian stepped forward and continued saying, Since I'm here, I must leave my footprints on the Holy Road. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Mu Zhiqiu realized that Yi Futian wasn't satisfied with being lonely. He was so talented. She guessed that if he had the polearm, he could battle with grade 8 noble talents. Even then, he still wasn't the cream of the crop here, unless he entered the noble plane. Mu Zhiqiu caught up to Yi Futian. Yu Shang and the others also followed. What do you want to do? Mu Zhiqiu asked. I want a city, Yi Futian replied. Those top figures all ruled over cities like kings. He also wanted one. That would be his goal for the Holy Road. Yi Futian went back, because he was worried that the Nantian house would try to kill him, which would affect Li Qingyi and the others he left alone. However, the Nantian house hadn't chased after him for some reason, so he naturally had to go check on Li Qingyi's group. When he went back to the original place, he didn't see them. Yi Futian's group continued traveling and caught up midway. Miss Qin, Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the others. Thank you. Are you all right? Qin Yin's group turned towards Yi Futian. Many people around him frowned, not very happy. After all, Yi Futian was a stranger and only in the Arcana plane. They'd done enough to help Yi Futian with that battle. However, Li Qingyi was overjoyed. Earlier, she'd worried if Yi Futian could escape and had wanted to check, but Qin Yin and the others didn't want to go look for him. She couldn't do anything. It's fine. Qin Yin shook her head. Her gaze fell beside Yi Futian to Mu Zhiqiu. For people like her, even if she wore something plain, people would still notice her immediately. She was too pretty. Her plain clothes couldn't hide her beauty. The others noticed her too. In the blink of an eye, such a beauty had appeared beside Yi Futian. She was even prettier than Qin Yin. This is my friend, Mu Zhiqiu, Yi Futian introduced, noticing everyone's gazes. Qin Yin nodded and looked away. Since you're back, let's go together, she said to Yi Futian. With that, she continued walking. The people of the 3 main cities stared deeply at Yi Futian. Let's go, Li Sun said, smiling and nodding at Yi Futian. Yi Futian started walking with them, but he felt something odd. He'd always been sensitive. Qin Yin's group was fine from the earlier battle, but they must have some thoughts now, especially since Yi Futian came back to find them. They must have thought he was looking for protection. Smiling, he shook his head. He didn't mind. After all, it was normal. If Qin Yin became colder, they might just split right now. There was no need to have Yi Futian keep following them. This little princess was being nice enough. You run pretty fast and come back fast too. Zhuojun, standing behind Li Sun with his arms across his chest, glanced at Yi Futian in mockery. As the top arcana plane figure of the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, he didn't think much of Yi Futian, especially the fact that he even had the nerve to come back today. Zhuojun. Li Qingyi glanced at Zhuojun before he finally looked away and continued walking. Mister. Yi don't mind him, Li Qingyi said, smiling. Earlier, people said that you have the saint's inheritance. You left to protect us. Maybe I really did fear dying, Yi Futian joked. He didn't mind and didn't explain. One's music expresses one's mind. You're not like that. Li Qingyi shook her head. Thank you, Yi Futian said. Qingyi, you can just call me Futian. Okay. Li Qingyi smiled and nodded. In the front, Zhuojun pursed his lips. Yi Futian really knew how to get closer with people. Li Qingyi's status in the White Imperial City was comparable to Li Sun. She was the city lord's daughter after all. Didn't Yi Futian think he was reaching too far? Mu Zhiqiu just watched quietly in the back. She had an odd feeling. Yi Futian was different from the other talents she'd seen before, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was feeling. The countless groups spread throughout the Holy Road. Battles erupted everywhere. Most people were hurrying towards the 9 cities while the top forces were doing everything to get the holy badges. According to rumors, 8 cities had been taken over already. Those top figures stayed there, ruling the city. Only a city named Flaming Prison City remained. Everyone competed for it, so countless people surged into it. It became the most populated city. Of course, there were still many people in the wilderness. They trained, fought, and tried to find the right timing. Yi Futian's group entered the Flaming Prison City. It was already bustling, and it was rumored that people were buying holy badges at a high cost. Since people were buying it, others would try stealing them. Some cold-blooded killers appeared, hunting the weak for their treasures and holy badges. It was bloody. On the Holy Road, Yi Futian felt deeply that it was too dangerous to be here alone. He could get killed if he didn't pay attention. His group gave off a powerful feeling but was still watched by others. No wonder Qin Yin of Mount Zhoushan would invite strong cultivators from the top 3 cities to travel together. Where are we going? Xiaowuji, young city lord of the heavenly city, asked Qin Yin. Go find a relic, Yi Futian said. Everyone turned towards him. It's not your place to speak. The people of the heavenly city gazed at him coldly. They didn't have anything to do with Yi Futian. Their city lord had asked Qin Yin, not Yi Futian. But Qin Yin gazed at Yi Futian. So he said, I heard that there are many relics on the Holy Road. I can decode them. Those are big words. Xian Yuanba scanned Yi Futian. Qin Yin also had an odd expression. Yi Futian's words were indeed a bit too much. How could someone in the Arcana plane say that he could decode many relics? Let him try, Li Sun said. We came to the Holy Road to cultivate. Relics are a must. Yes. Qin Yin nodded in agreement. Go check. There were many relics in Flaming Prison City, so it was easy to find. They came to some ruins. There was a huge stone wall standing above the rubble. Many cultivators were gathered around it. Looking at the stone wall, one could see 36 words in one line. The words were like snakes or dragons. Each word contained so much power and vitality that it seemed to come to life. A sword technique, Xiao Wuji said. He was a swordsman in training and was obviously sensitive to these. The 36 words form a sword technique and contain sword art. A sage must have left it behind. Many of the relics on the Holy Road were from people in the sage plane. They were extremely valuable to most. Many people sat cross-legged before the stone wall as they tried to comprehend it. Xia Wuji's eyes were also glued to it. In addition to him, Zui Qianxiu walked up too, expression serious. Yi Wuqian naturally felt it too. But he didn't look at the wall. Instead, he looked to Yi Futian. He knew from their time in the ancient barren world that Yi Futian was practically a relic killer. Using freedom meditation, Everything became clear to Yi Futian. The words seemed to come alive, showing someone practicing sword techniques. Yi Futian wasn't a swordsman, but he could still feel the sword art. Wuqian, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuqian immediately understood. He sat down and then Yi Futian pulled out his guqin. Music rang out with an artistic conception melded into it. He passed what he saw to Yi Wuqian through the music. The image was extremely clear. It was as if Yi Wuqian had comprehended it himself. He was submerged in the swordsmanship. Many people looked coldly at Yi Futian. This guy was disturbing their cultivation. But there seemed to be some special artistic conception in the song. Like someone practicing swordsmanship, Zhuojun stared coldly at him. "What are you doing?" "Stop!" he roared. "Did Yi Futian want everyone to get angry?" "Shut up!" Yusheng glanced at him. At this time, the song's artistic conception was getting stronger. Everyone present could feel it. They saw someone practicing swordsmanship before them. When they looked back at the stone wall, it became more comprehensible. The stone wall seemed to come to life. Zhuojun walked over, but Xianxia stopped him. "Don't interrupt him." Zhuojun froze. Then he realized that many of the swordsmen in training present all had strands of sword intent coming out of them. They seemed to be cultivating. Li Sun and Qin Yin weren't swordsmen, but they were nobles. As the artistic conception grew clearer, they could feel it and both stared at Yi Futian in shock. He'd really decoded the relic in such a short time. But this guy told everyone instead of comprehending it alone to cultivate. What was he thinking? Mu Zhiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking back to what Yi Futian had said. He wanted a city, but he was still too far away with his current plane. Did he want to get a city in this way? A long while later, the music stopped, but no one stopped comprehending. Sword intent was sharp on everyone. The entire sky was filled with sword intent. As for how much one could comprehend depended on themselves. Yi Futian had just opened the door. Finally, someone stopped and looked over at Yi Futian. He put his hands together politely. "Thank you." Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Others stopped as well and bowed to Yi Futian. "Thank you, sir. Can I know your name?" Many people thanked Yi Futian since he'd helped them comprehend the relic. Xie Wuji and the others from the heavenly city stared hard at Yi Futian, but they also felt unhappy. Since Yi Futian could comprehend the relic, why did he give it to everyone instead of just them? "I am Yi Futian. This is nothing, no need to thank me." Yi Futian rose with a smile. "The Holy Road has opened and many talents from the barren state have come for the adventure but died here. You are all famous figures from all over, but how many can truly enter the Holy Ji Palace? It's more worth it to raise your cultivation plane with the Holy Road." Many people nodded. He made sense. "Farewell," Yi Futian said. Then he turned to leave. Qin Yin's group looked at him with slightly different expressions. Zhuojun's expression was more uncomfortable. Was it a coincidence that Yi Futian could do this? Li Qingyi was impressed. She caught up to Yi Futian. "Where are we going?" "The next relic," Yi Futian said. The others' hearts trembled. What was he planning? "Interesting." Xianxia smiled. He was curious. Yi Futian clearly wasn't doing it for his own cultivation, so what was his goal? In the flaming prison city, a group of people started to move rapidly, all moving in the same direction. These people were secretly whispering, as though sharing a secret. There were other people who saw the commotion and was puzzled. What had happened? Could it be that something major was happening within the city? As they thought about this, the people walking on the road also started to move towards that direction. Along the way, they heard the people rushing there say, "Is it really true that someone has consecutively solved 18 relics?" Indeed, the rumors say that, within one day he has consecutively solved 18 relics. Not just that, after he had solved it, he allowed those in the relic to stay and decipher it together. All those cultivating in the relics have received help to decipher the relic's power and increase their strength. These voices spread like wildfire, but there were some who had mocking expressions, as though sneering. Where would there be such an idiot to consecutively solve 18 relics and share it with others? Cultivators were mostly selfish. Martial arts cultivation was the basis for one's survival. Why would there be someone who would teach others to cultivate? If this wasn't stupidity, what was? It was probably someone who exaggerated the truth and created these rumors. However, even if they suspected it, they continued in the direction, just to watch the commotion. The place where the crowd gathered was a palace. In the palace, there was a mountain. Even though the mountain was not tall, there were many stone plates on it. There were inscriptions and drawings on these stone plates, and there was an enormous crowd here, all closing their eyes, cultivating and feeling the aura. On a giant stone, there was a handsome figure sitting quietly on a stone plate, as though deciphering it. On the stones around him, there were many figures standing. They were Yushang, Qin, and the rest of them. Mu Zhiqiu was also standing not far behind Yifutian. At this time, Qin, Shenyuan Beishan of the Shenyuan city, or even Xie Wuji of the heavenly city were all extremely astounded. They had followed Yifutian all the way and witnessed him solving 18 relics. The feeling was indescribable. Previously, they had only allowed Yifutian to follow by their side, but only because he was Li Sun's follower. Moreover, when Yifutian had escaped during the battle with the Nine-Cloud Palace and come back afterward, they were extremely unhappy and thought that Yifutian was just using them for protection. However, this Arcana Plane cultivator had solved 18 relics in one day and guided many people in their cultivation, including all of them. They had all benefited from his guidance. Such potential was unheard of. This led them to suspect if what the Nine-Cloud Palace had said about the divine teachings was actually real. Among them, Zhuojun's expression was the most ghastly. Yifutian's cultivation level was even lower than him. He had humiliated Yifutian before and looked down on him. Now, Yifutian had become the focus of everyone's attention. Not just from them, but also the many geniuses from the barren state. Presently, in the area, over 1,000 people had gathered. On top of that, they had all decided to continue following Yifutian. With him around, what relic could not be solved? If he could solve 18 relics in one day, how much could his strength go up in 3 months? More and more people started to gather. When they heard about Yifutian's achievements, they were equally stunned. There was actually someone with such terrifying perception? Or could it be that he had some unique methods? Currently, Yifutian was quietly cultivating and deciphering. This relic resonated with the celestial way that he cultivated in, so he had some insights. Master Yi, when will you be moving to the next relic? Someone asked Yifutian. Even though Yifutian was only in the Arcana plane, they still addressed him as Master Yi, and many people felt that it was an appropriate way to address him. Yifutian's eyes opened and he said, I have had some enlightenment and will need some time to cultivate, so I will not be going to the next relic for some time. You can go ahead if you want. It's only natural that Master Yi wishes to cultivate. I am not in a hurry, so I will wait here for Master Yi. The noble plane cultivator saluted him and said, he had already been following Yifutian for over 10 relics and had received a lot of benefits, so he was respectful towards Yifutian. After all, he was receiving a favor from him. Yifutian closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Yet at that moment, he heard a voice say, since you have such potential, why do you need to waste time here? Isn't it the same to go straight to the next relic and decipher it? The message was jarring, yet there were others who agreed with it and said, that's right, if you wait until you've deciphered more relics to cultivate, maybe it might be more helpful. Behind Yifutian, Mu Zhiqiu, Yushang, and the rest frowned. Even Shenyuan Beishan and those who were not that close to Yifutian found it jarring. And he coldly said, why can't Yifutian cultivate if he has some insight? The other party's gaze swept towards Shenyuan Beishan and replied cruelly, can't you see that there are so many people waiting for him? If he cultivates for a month or 2, won't all the people here be wasting our time? The voice was inciting, and even though it was an extremely selfish thought, the person dragged other people into it, causing many people to look at Yifutian, evidently with the same thoughts. You can get lost. A cold glare appeared in Mu Zhiqiu's beautiful eyes. Yifutian was helping them with their cultivation, but he was now being taken for granted and had an obligation to help them solve the relics? Wasting their time? Who asked them to stay? How arrogant! Everyone, since this person is able to decipher the relics, he must have some secret method. Why don't we capture him and force him to tell us, and we won't have to be afraid that he will not continue to solve the relics? The person continued to incite the crowd. At that moment, Yifutian's eyes opened again, and he stared emotionlessly at the other party. Any person would have a selfish side. He helped them to decipher the relics without asking for anything in return, but some people would not be appreciative and only think of how to obtain more benefits. Is that how everyone feels? Yifutian looked extremely disappointed. As he looked at the crowd, many of them fell silent. Why would anyone not want to increase their strength quickly? I could have solved and deciphered the relics by myself, silently increasing my cultivation level. Nobody would have been any the wiser. However, I did not do that, but instead let everyone cultivate together. Yifutian's voice was sullen as he continued. Despite that, there are some people among you that would misuse my kindness to try and obtain their own benefits and even incite others to deal with me. I am very disappointed. If what I do will cause despicable people to plot against me, is there even a need to continue? Yifutian questioned them. The air suddenly fell silent, following which a silent broadsword light erupted from within the crowd, cutting down like a streak of lightning. One of the instigators' expression became ghastly, and with a squish, the broadsword light cleaved downwards, cutting him into two. The person holding the broadsword had a frigid expression, a horrifying broadsword while surrounding his body. At that moment, another person struck out, casting spells towards the other two people, inciting the crowd. What are you doing? The other two people's expressions turned pale as well, but they realized that the surrounding people had already struck. The spells and attacks landed at the same time, drowning their bodies within. In an instant, one of them had their brain crushed, and the other had countless blades pierced into his body. His eyes filled with tears. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had fallen and died. Biting the hand that feeds you, despicable. They should be killed. The person holding the broadsword said coldly. Previously, there had been a relic that had contained a strong broadsword technique, and he had benefited greatly. He had used the broadsword technique that he had learned to kill the person. The purpose of coming to the Holy Road is for our own cultivation. Since Master Yi has some insights, you should naturally stop and cultivate. If everyone else has other matters to attend to, go ahead. If you are willing to wait here, then do so. Master Yi does not owe us anything. Another person spoke up for Yifutian. Many people nodded as well. Even though there were still many people who had similar thoughts as those who had just died, they maintained their silence and suppressed their selfishness. The disturbance ended just like that. Thank you for your understanding. Yifutian nodded towards the crowd and continued. Coming to the Holy Road is all for our cultivation. I'm not a martyr, so I will naturally value my own cultivation. If I can help you all when I'm solving the relics, I will do my best to help you decipher them. Yifutian was clear that what he did would naturally cause a disturbance. This was only the start. There was sure to be more crises waiting for him. Now that there was a commotion, he would rise to fame quickly. However, the elites would also notice him, but as Mu Jiqiu had said, the majority of people entering the Holy Road would only serve as supporting characters. He did not want to become a backdrop for others. Yifutian cultivated for 3 days, testing many people's patience. There were some who lost their patience and left for more challenges, but more people stayed on. 3 days later, Yifutian continued to solve the relics. Using 3 days, he consecutively solved 49 relics, causing the entire flaming prison city to go into an uproar. His name started to spread throughout the entire flaming prison city. More and more people started to follow him in their cultivation, culminating into an impressive force. What was supposed to be a slaughter-filled flaming prison city ended up becoming exceptionally peaceful because of this unique entity. Everyone would decipher the relics and cultivate together. One day, within the city, a group of people was hurrying by. They were the Starry School's disciples. When they got here, they had heard of Yifutian's name. Gu Yunqi was also within the crowd, a stunning smile on her face. Her father had not lied to her. Yifutian was indeed still alive and had come to the Holy Road. Now he had risen to fame in the Holy Road. On the other hand, Long Mu had mixed feelings. All these days in the Holy Road, he had felt his own lack of presence. If it was not for the Starry School and Dragon Clan's experts, he would probably not be able to last long in here. The Holy Road's trial was not as simple as he expected. However, that person who was in the same generation as him had shot to fame in the Holy Road. This made him feel helpless. Was his potential really that weak? In the flaming prison city, there was a fatty who was also hurrying along, his eyeballs rolling around in their sockets like he was thinking of something, at the same time revealing a strange expression. Sigh! The hurrying fatty sighed, as though he had thought of something. He had already reached the Zhongzhou City region's Zhuge clan and was supposed to enter the Holy Road through the Nether Road. However, when second sister had heard that little brother was in Divine City, she claimed that if little brother was to enter the Holy Road, it would be by the Dawn Road. Just like that, he was sent off to the Dawn Road, simply because little brother might enter the Holy Road. Now, her conjecture had been proven real, and their little brother did enter the Holy Road and was making a name for himself. As a result of that, he had become despondent. Did he make a wasted trip? Who could understand a fatty's grievance? Master Yi, what the fuck? There was a giant pavilion in the flaming prison city, like a royal palace standing tall. Although there was some damage to the building, it was still preserved well. Now, Yi Futian was staying in the middle pavilion. In the various ancient temples in the pavilion, many people who were cultivating in the Holy Road had gathered there. In the past 3 days, Yi Futian had solved 49 relics, and nobody doubted his ability to decipher the relics anymore. Following Yi Futian in their cultivation was the right choice. Presently, all kinds of people could be found in the pavilion, good or bad. At that moment, before the middle pavilion, where Yi Futian's group was, Li Qingyi walked over and asked, Futian, there are many people asking when you will continue to solve the relics. No hurry. Yi Futian looked into the distance and replied. Li Qingyi looked worried and said uneasily, Futian, has the commotion become too huge? Previously, when Yi Futian consecutively solved the relics, she was happy for him. But the episode that happened 3 days ago made her feel a sense of danger. Although the 3 people had been killed on the spot, they had revealed a potential threat. This was why she was worried that the matter would escalate out of control. Unless Yi Futian was willing to continue working without complaints and help them to continue solving the relics. Otherwise, with their unpredictability, she was unable to foresee what would happen. However, there was one thing she was certain of. Yi Futian's objective did not stop here. Too huge. Yi Futian smiled. The storm was inevitable, but since he was unwilling to become insignificant, he naturally had to bear the risk. The more he wanted, the larger the risk. Looks like you've already thought about it. I won't persuade you otherwise then. Li Qingyi smiled. I don't have such huge ambitions like you. As long as I can go to the Holy Ji Palace and see the 9 holy roads and geniuses from all over, as well as those standing at the top of the barren state, that's enough for me. Such a simple wish will naturally come true. Yi Futian nodded towards Li Qingyi and continued, help me convey a message. I have an announcement to make. Li Qingyi was stunned and she stared at Yi Futian through her beautiful eyes. After mulling over it for a second, she nodded lightly and said, be careful. She knew that Yi Futian was going to do something extraordinary. After saying that, she left to convey his message. Mu Zhiqiu walked up to Yi Futian and asked him, are you preparing to do it now? It's about time. I'll have to do it sooner or later, Yi Futian replied. What are you going to do? Qin Yin also came closer and looked at Yi Futian curiously. You'll know very soon. Next, I'll need all of your help, Yi Futian told Qin Yin and the people standing behind him. If there's anything, just give the order. Shenyuan Beishan agreed readily. These few days of cultivation had been very beneficial to him. All right. Xia Wuji nodded lightly as well. Now, he could feel that Yi Futian was not a simpleton. His entering Mount Zhoushan could have been a mere coincidence and not to become a disciple of Mount Zhoushan or for Qin Yin. Futian, we will do our best. Li Sun smiled, nodding his head. Thank you all for your help. Yi Futian smiled and replied. He would naturally not treat them shabbily afterward. Very soon, many people started to gather where they were. Evidently, Li Qingyi had already spread the word out. The experts within the pavilion started to gather. Yifutian had said he had something to announce. What would it be? Yifutian stood at the apex of the middle pavilion's ancient temple, and those who arrived asked him one after the other, "Master Yi, what do you have to announce?" "No hurry. After everyone has arrived, I will announce it." Yifutian looked down and smiled. "All right." The person nodded, getting even more curious. More people were arriving and they stared at Yifutian, who was in the air. Very soon, the entire region was filled with cultivators. Outside the pavilion, there was a group of people walking in the air, and his expression turned ruthless upon seeing Yifutian. They had come from the Divine Sky City and were disciples of the Blazing Sun School. Not only had Yifutian not died, but he also had such immense rallying power in the Holy Road. When news of his death had first spread, Chen Yuan had descended upon the Blazing Sun School and leveled the newly built buildings to the ground. Looking back now, was he messing with them? Chun Wang was also in the crowd, and the flaming pupils in his eyes contained a cruel glare. The mastermind of the incident back then had been the Chun clan, but even so, they had not been able to kill Yifutian. Now that his injuries were completely healed, he had made a name for himself in the Holy Road. What a great masquerade. All the attention fell onto Yifutian. Behind him, Mu Jiqiu, Yu Shang and the rest stood quietly, protecting him. At that moment, Yifutian waved to the crowd and the whole area fell silent. "I have come to the Holy Road to cultivate and challenge myself, and I have solved many relics to date. Now, I feel that the relics can only provide a limited boost to my strength, so I will not be going around to decipher the relics in the future," Yifutian said. Instantly, many people's stares intensified on Yifutian. Li Qingyi stood below, and her heart clenched upon hearing Yifutian's words. What she had been worrying about had finally come. If Yifutian gave up on solving the relics, many people would not let it be. Those who felt that the relics were beneficial to their cultivation, would they cause trouble for Yifutian if they were unable to decipher the relics themselves? "Master Yi, you have so much potential, why waste it?" someone said, evidently not hoping for Yifutian to give up just like that. Yifutian waved his arm and continued. "Within the Holy Road, these relics do not have a great effect for me. If I waste my time here, it will not benefit my cultivation. Therefore, I would want to do something else. There are rumors that collecting holy badges can allow us to exchange them for resources with the Holy Ji Palace. However, I have heard another rumor that if we collect enough holy badges, there is a chance to open a giant relic in the Holy Road. Moreover, it is located in the cities and very likely to be beneficial to our cultivation," Yifutian said. Some people did not understand, but a few people were astounded. They had also heard of that rumor, but they did not have the ability to confirm it. Not even them, even the elites would find it hard to accumulate such a large amount of holy badges, unless they furiously hunted for them, but this would offend a huge group of people. Therefore, I want to open the giant relic in this city. If that's the case, I will need to collect a huge amount of relics. Would everyone be willing to lend me your holy badges? If I am able to open the giant relic, I will allow everyone to decipher it together and return your holy badges thereafter," Yifutian declared. As Yifutian's declaration sounded out, a huge commotion broke out. Collecting their holy badges? Presently, in the Holy Road, there were people paying huge amounts for holy badges. For the holy badges, many people would rob or even kill others. Having a holy badge meant that one could walk out of the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace. Who would easily hand over their holy badge to others? Even though Yifutian promised that he would return the badges, what if he didn't? Even if he did intend to return them, if Yifutian had gathered that many holy badges, others would covet his badges and he would become a target for many. What if he was killed and the badges were taken? Talk was cheap. If he really wanted to do it, it would not be as easy as he had thought. Even if he had helped many people by deciphering the relics and helping in their cultivation, when it came to their own interests, not many people were willing to sacrifice. Moreover, many of them would think even if Yifutian managed to open the giant relic, wouldn't it be fine as long as they followed Yifutian in? Even when Li Qingyi heard Yifutian's words, she was deeply astounded. She was clear that what Yifutian wanted to do might invite trouble. "If I am unable to do it, I will return all of your holy badges," After everyone has handed over your holy badges, all of you will guard them alongside me to ensure the safety of the holy badges. If we are all united, we would not have to worry about anyone who is harboring unfathomable motives. Moreover, under everyone's protection, would I dare to steal the badges? Yifutian continued. I've come to the holy road for my cultivation. Since there is a chance, I will definitely take it. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. There was an aura of melancholy around the person and a lock of white hair on both sides of his temple. He was refined, exceptional, and handsome. Xiao Junyi. A person from the crowd recognized him and was shocked. Xiao Junyi was a cultivator with exceptional talent who specialized in musical rhythm. He was gentle, and there were rumors that his hidden talent was even more remarkable. Xiao Junyi walked forward and threw a holy badge towards Yifutian, only to see Lulan Xue step forward and receive it. Yifutian looked at Qin Yin, who was standing below, and said, Qin Yin, please help me to record all those who have given their holy badge. All right. Qin Yin nodded. You should hold on to our badges too, Shenyuan Beishan said. And the group of them took out their holy badges and gave them to Yifutian. Although Zhuojun was unhappy with it, he also handed over his holy badge. I originally would not have a chance to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Now that I have a chance, I will entrust my hope to Master Yi. Someone walked out from the crowd and handed over his holy badge. Many people followed suit, and cultivators started to give their holy badges to Yifutian in succession, while Qin Yin and the rest took down their names. Thank you, everyone. These few days I will stay here and cultivate. Once I have gathered enough holy badges to open the giant relic, I will take action. Yifutian told the crowd and started to walk down. About an hour later, the crowd started to dissipate. Yifutian had already collected more than 1,000 holy badges. Although everybody had different thoughts, there were still many people who supported Yifutian. This was naturally a good start. After word of what had happened spread, it triggered another sensation. Someone managed to easily gather over 1,000 holy badges, a feat not even people from elite factions could do. Li Sun and his group returned back to their residence, and Zhuojun's expression was sullen as he told Li Sun, Young city lord, they really dared to take our holy badges. Li Sun looked towards Zhuojun while Li Qingyi reprimanded him. Zhuojun, what nonsense are you spouting? If we want others to willingly hand over their holy badges, we have to be impartial. Impartial indeed. Ever since we've entered the holy road and deciphered so many relics, have we ever received any preferential treatment? We're like strangers to him, Zhuojun said coldly. Even though his talent was unique and allowed him to decipher the relics, but don't forget, he's just an arcana plane cultivator who followed us into the holy road. In the beginning, it was the young city lord who took him in. It was also us that helped him out when he ran into his enemies. Look at him now, his success has already gotten to his head. He doesn't even respect the young city lord now. How could you think this way? Li Qingyi looked at Zhuojun disparagingly. It seemed that envy was indeed horrifying. Miss Qingyi, did I say anything wrong? Now that his position is elevated, he looks down upon the young city lord and has already forgotten who he was. Why did he let his maid take care of the holy badges instead of us? Ever since the start, he only treated us as a stepping stone, using us to progress. Even if he managed to open the great relic, we would still be strangers to him. Wanting to have preferential treatment would be akin to asking for the moon, Zhuojun said crabbily. A group of people arrived at Yifutian's residence. When Yifutian stepped out, his gaze landed on a girl among the group. She was smiling at him, her hand brushing her fringe back. Her smile got even brighter while her eyes appeared to be a little red. Yunqi, why did you enter the holy road? Yifutian smiled and asked. To challenge myself, Gu Yunqi beamed gently and replied. Beside her, her brother Gu Ming looked at her. He naturally knew what Gu Yunqi was here for. The Starry School's disciples looked at Yifutian with mixed feelings. Along the way, they had heard that Yifutian was rallying experts and collecting their holy badges. One word from him and over 1,000 people responded and handed over their holy badges to him. This Starry School son should only still be in the Arcana plane, right? Yi Futian's gaze swept across the crowd with a glint in his eyes. He did not say anything and looked at the Starry School's disciples. Although the Starry School's disciples had mixed feelings, there were still people who saluted him and addressed him as the sun. After the first few, the rest started to salute and address him as well. Chun Yuan had once said that seeing the sun was tantamount to seeing him. In the past, many people had been unconvinced by Yi Futian, but they all knew in their hearts that nobody could exceed Yi Futian's potential. Not just in the Starry School, but in the entire Divine Sky City. Now he was traversing the Holy Road, consecutively deciphering relics. Even in the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, he had made a name for himself. Even if they had objections in the past, they were all convinced now. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. The Starry School's disciples arriving was a great help to him. His gaze landed on a person and he smiled, looking at him. Long Mu was conflicted. His emotions were undoubtedly the most complicated among all of them. But along the way, the Starry School's disciples had discussed relying on Yi Futian. He was clear that Yi Futian's potential and position were way above his league. He sighed in his heart, and although he was unwilling to admit it, he had nothing to be proud of in front of Yi Futian. Son, Long Mu saluted and said, but his tone was unnatural. Yi Futian did not mind, smiling and asked, Long Mu, is Linger doing well? Not bad, but her temper has been quite bad recently. Could be because of the news of your death. She must be very sad, Long Mu replied. She will know the truth after this is over. Long Mu, you are her brother. In the future, do not make her abide by your wishes and consider more about her, Yi Futian said. Gu Yunxi looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Evidently, Yi Futian was salvaging his relation with Long Mu, displaying remarkable magnanimity. I will. Long Mu naturally felt the goodwill of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He owed the madam a favor and Linger was like a younger sister to him. As long as Long Mu did not go overboard, he would not grudge him. After all, Long Mu was full of youthful vigor. Who is it? At that moment, a figure appeared in the air above the pavilion. There were many people who were protecting the pavilion and wanted to stop them. It's fine. Yi Futian looked into the air, smiled and said. The figure landed in front of Yi Futian like lightning and the earth trembled as a fatty appeared before the crowd. Long time no see. Brother's figure has not changed since we last met. Yi Futian smiled and thought to himself, how can a fatty be this fast? Xianxia glared at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, I've just come from second sister's place, and I saw Jeyu. After saying that, he held his head up high. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and smiled with trepidation and said, Brother, you're still as handsome as before with great style. It's no wonder that you're my seventh brother. The crowd blinked in surprise. Where did his brother appear from? Moreover, Yi Futian's change in tone was way too quick. Do you want to know how Jeyu's doing? Xianxia looked at Yi Futian from the corner of his eye. See if you dare to be arrogant in front of your brother in the future, he thought to himself. Yes. Yi Futian nodded frankly. Xianxia gave Yi Futian a look with deep meaning, then pat Yi Futian on the shoulder and sighed. Ah! Yi Futian blinked and asked, Brother, how is Jeyu? What did that sigh mean? Xianxia looked at Yi Futian and shook his head. Brother, a great person like you would not bear a grudge against me, would you? Yi Futian said anxiously. Jeyu should be in the Nether Road now. Moreover, she is faring better than you now. Little brother, you need to buck up, Xianxia replied in a heartfelt tone. Yi Futian was bewildered for a second. Then a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Still laughing? Xianxia asked. Do you know how many people have attempted to look for second sister to try and get matched with her? Why don't you look at whose wife she is? Yi Futian looked disdainfully at Xianxia and continued, Damn fatty, I was nearly scared to death by you just now. The fatty's arms crossed over his hips. The speed of his change in tone was ridiculous. You're really not afraid? Xianxia looked at the fellow in front of him, speechless. My Jeyu is so outstanding. How could there be a lack of suitors? Yi Futian looked disapprovingly at Yi Xiaoshi again. What was there to be afraid of? As long as Jiu was doing well, nothing else was important. His heart was at ease. As for her suitors, which of them could even hold a candle to him? That is to say, after I step out of the holy road, I'll be able to meet Jiu? And second sister. Yi Futian's smile got even brighter. The fatty was really his lucky star. Yi Xiaoshi saw Yi Futian's delighted expression and looked at him with a look of contempt. Wait a minute. Yi Futian's expression became odd and he looked at Yi Xiaoshi and asked, if you've already been to the Zhuge clan, why aren't you at the Nether Road, but here instead? I, your brother, was afraid that you would be bullied by other people and rushed here intentionally. Yi Xiaoshi declared proudly. Second sister chased you here? Yi Futian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Xiaoshi. You! The fatty was enraged. He traveled all this distance only to hear chased here? What was all his hard work for? Was Yi Futian not touched in the slightest? Although it was the truth. Second sister treats me really well. Yi Futian was indeed very touched. Yi Xiaoshi wanted to hit someone. He felt hurt. The crowd looked at the two people and had skeptical expressions. The way these two brothers interacted was special. The Starry School's disciples were thinking, the Zhuge clan? Which Zhuge clan? Jiu Guyunshi thought to herself. This was probably the name of Yi Futian's girlfriend. She had known long ago that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. Now that she was here, she might be able to meet her if she walked out of the holy road. The girl that Yi Futian loved, what kind of person would she be? From the conversation, she must be exceptional. The news of Yi Futian collecting the holy badges spread across the flaming prison city and even out of the city to the entire holy road. The dawn of the second day, there was an exclamation at the outer region of the pavilion where Yi Futian resided. Many people moved to a corner in the pavilion, where a few corpses were lying on the floor. Their faces had turned black, as if they had been poisoned. Their bodies were undamaged, but they had been dead a long time. He struck again, someone said with a sullen expression. These few days, many similar incidents had occurred in the flaming prison city. Some cultivators had died mysteriously and everyone understood that it was for the holy badges. However, up until now, nobody knew who had done it. The person's targets were at least grade 8 nobles and there were even many grade 7 nobles. This meant that the person was intentionally picking the strongest cultivators in the holy road as his targets. This showed how horrifying the mastermind's strength was. Many people gathered and debated about the incident. After Yi Futian heard the news, he also went there. When he saw the corpses on the floor, his expression changed. Does anyone know what happened here? Yi Futian asked. It's Death Qi, someone said. In the holy road, a horrifying necromancer has appeared. Necromancer. Yi Futian's gaze intensified. It was rumored that necromancers would cultivate with Death Qi and were extremely scary. They could kill without leaving any trace, and stronger necromancers could even control dead spirits. The holy road has always had all kinds of people, Wuxia said quietly. Moreover, the person is killing in the pavilion, so it's very likely that he's mixed in with the crowd. You have to be careful. That's right, the other party could be within the crowd and attack Master Yi at any time. Master Yi, do take extra precautions, another person advised. I'll be careful. Yi Futian nodded, his expression serious. This type of mysterious expert was even more dangerous as they could kill without leaving traces or even revealing their identity. They did not even know who it was. Everyone, please be careful, Yi Futian reminded them again. The crowd all nodded and felt a sense of crisis. Yi Futian left, then turned to Wuxia and asked, have you heard of necromancers before? Necromancers are extremely rare. There is an extremely famous necromancer in the Barren State, a horrifying entity on the Barren Sky ranking. The Dark Saint, Wuxia replied. Looks like people from all factions are arriving, Yi Futian mumbled silently. He had a premonition that a storm was brewing. He needed to make the best of his time. Just like Yi Futian had thought, a group of figures was marching outside the flaming prison city, their aura extraordinary. They were from the strongest clan in the ruined city, the Xia clan, with Xia Ho leading them. Among the 9 cities of the Holy Road, the flaming prison city did not have people from an elite faction standing guard. Thus the most people had gathered there. Now, there was someone using such an ingenious method to gather the holy badges. How could he not come? Even those from the most elite factions could not plunder the holy badges, as it would incite the crowd's rage. The method that Yi Futian had used was indeed innovative. However, no one else could imitate his method. Are we going to look for him directly? A person beside Xia Ho asked. No hurry, Xia Ho replied and continued. Now, he has probably only just started collecting the holy badges. There is no reason to disrupt it. Give him some more time. However, keep an eye on him. We are probably not the only clan to come here. Understood. The person beside him nodded. The group of them entered the city. Not long after they had entered the city, another group of people arrived. The people from the Nan Tian house had arrived, and Nan Hao stood there gracefully, his gaze sparkling and looking into the distance. He had heard that Yi Futian had to shot fame in the Holy Road in such a short time. He did not disappoint him indeed. If that person was to step out, he would probably cause a huge storm. However, he would watch the performance first to see if Yi Futian could continue. He naturally understood that from the moment Yi Futian had started collecting the holy badges, danger lurked from all sides. At that moment, an air warship flew towards the city. On the warship, there were 2 stunning girls with unmatched beauty. Nan Hao turned back and a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. The girls from the mortal world were all gorgeous beauties that were lusted after. On the air warship, Chu Shang and another girl stood together. Taking one look at the people from the Nan Tian house, they continued forward and the airship flew into the city. There was a ripple in Chu Shang's eyes. She had not expected that in the short span of about 2 years, he would have come to the Holy Road from the Eastern Barren Territory. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. A map of the Divine Road. There was a sharp glint in Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at the image. He tried to get a better look, but the image floated in and out of sight. It was impossible to read the map clearly. He only saw the blurry image of a giant divine road. 9 cities lay on the divine road, and Yi Futian locked his sights upon one of them. He could barely make out the outline of Flaming Prison City. On the map, a streak of bright light could be seen where Flaming Prison City was. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased. Could this light be marking where the large relic was? He stared at it for a while, but the image remained unclear still. Yi Futian guessed it might be because he hadn't collected enough holy badges yet. Even over 1,000 of them were not enough to make the large relic appear on the map. He needed to collect more holy badges. It was a good thing Yi Futian's name was known far and wide today. An increasing number of people came up to offer him the holy badges they had found. They too wanted to give this endeavor a shot. Many of these people also had more than one holy badge on them too. Furthermore, it was rumored that top-tier individuals of outstanding abilities from the Divine Road had arrived in Flaming Prison City. Xia Feng from the Xia family, the pride of the Nan Tian house, the incomparable goddesses of today's world, the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, the disciples of Sage Duanqing, and the peerless Ning Huang. All of these powerful individuals had come to Flaming Prison City, and everyone knew just what that meant. Yi Futian's words had to be true for all these insanely powerful people to have come to him in a gathering of the ages. If he could collect enough holy badges, then perhaps there would be a chance of accessing the large relic in the Divine Road. After 3 days, Yi Futian had collected thousands of holy badges. However, the powerful individuals who had arrived in Flaming Prison City designed to show themselves still. They did not want to disturb Yi Futian. Instead, they waited. Perhaps they were waiting for Yi Futian to finish collecting the holy badges not for Yi Futian's sake, but for their own interests. It was too difficult a task to complete on their own, so how could they miss this golden opportunity where someone had come up with such a brilliant idea to do it? Today, Yi Futian walked out of the palace to scout the place. He wanted to find out where, in Flaming Prison City, the location marked out in the map was. As he left the palace, he was flanked by many who were concerned for his safety. Carrying thousands of holy badges made Yifutian a prime target for those who were interested in obtaining the holy badges. If he were not careful, the holy badges in his possession would be taken away from him by force. As such, everyone felt a responsibility to guard Yifutian. The crowd had even chosen 2 incredibly powerful individuals to follow behind and guard Yifutian closely. In addition to people close to him like Xiaoshi, Mu Zhiqiu, Yu Shang, the disciples of the Starry School, and Qin Yin. The 2 chosen individuals, Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao, had made quite a name for themselves in Flaming Prison City. They were both grade 7 nobles. Yifutian's departure from the palace soon raised a furor. Even those outside the palace who had not handed over their holy badges followed behind him. To them, Yifutian was like a treasure trove. Whether he was going to activate a large or small relic, it was worth it to follow him. With the large entourage setting off with Yifutian, the group soon became the talk of Flaming Prison City. Right now, every move that Yifutian made was at the center of attention in Flaming Prison City. Yifutian approached a pile of stone ruins in Flaming Prison City. The ruins were vast, and nothing seemed to be amiss here. But Yifutian surmised that this was probably the location that was marked out in the map. Many people followed behind, curious as to what Yifutian was looking at. Could this be where the relic was? From afar, an air warship sailed over, high up in the sky. Instantly, countless eyes were on it. At the front of the ship stood 2 women. They were as beautiful as Jotian goddesses, with clear, calm eyes that gazed towards where Yifutian was. The mortal world. Many people looked up at the air warship. They were nervous that individuals as powerful as these had set their sights upon Yifutian. Yifutian lifted his gaze to look at the women on the air warship as well. He had met Chu Shang in the eastern region of the Barren State before. She had even invited him to train in the mortal world once. The other woman was, unbelievably, even more stunning than Chu Shang. She was gorgeous, almost like a goddess from the mortal world, and her looks were on par with Mu Zhiqiu's. The only difference was in their demeanor. Mu Zhiqiu was quiet and stunningly elegant in her simplicity. The other woman was vibrant and dazzling like a peacock. The 2 were like night and day in terms of their aura. Bing Yi and Chu Shang are goddesses of the mortal world, and Bing Yi is one of the 3 virgins as well, Mu Zhiqiu whispered. All eyes were on the 2 goddesses in the sky. They were some of the most dazzling characters of this generation in the Barren State. Yifutian turned his eyes away and didn't look at them again. What did it matter if the women were beautiful? He remembered what the Nantian House, the mortal world, and the Sacred Fire State, among the other powers, had done when they had arrived at the eastern region of the Barren State. In order to get at the relic in Sky Mountain, they had set foot on Book Mountain, calling the college an inferior sect and being so arrogant about it. In the end, they had forcibly taken away the Yukio Song book. He had vowed to remember that. Chu Shang observed Yifutian as well. After 2 years, his aura had become even more outstanding, and there was a greater air of stability about him. However, the proud gaze in his handsome eyes had not changed a single bit. You're putting yourself in danger by doing this. Chu Shang spoke from where she was on the ship. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't know that Chu Shang knew Yifutian. So, Yifutian replied, smiling, why don't you hand over the holy badges to us for now? We can join forces and open up the relics together, Chu Shang offered. She did not invite Yifutian to join the mortal world again. She knew very well that with Yifutian's abilities, if he had reached this point and was allowed to carry on, he had a very high chance of entering the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he didn't manage to, there was still the Zhuge family. The mortal world would not even get a chance at it if Yifutian didn't die at this stage. As of now, Yifutian's lover was with the Zhuge family. Yifutian smiled calmly but did not reply. At the sight of his expression, Chu Shang understood his intent. She mentally shook her head at him. Though she acknowledged that Yifutian indeed was very talented, she knew that all sorts of powerful individuals had their eye on the holy badges. He had obtained such a large number of holy badges through these means, and all these individuals had arrived at Flaming Prison City. If Yi Futian were to try to hold on to these holy badges, there was a good chance he might lose his life. Goddess Bing Yi and Goddess Chu Shang. A voice rang out at this moment. Another group of people was moving through the sky towards the warship. Bing Yi and Chu Shang turned their gazes upon them and greeted the leader of the group with a smile. Young Master Gu. It's Gu Feiyong, a disciple of Sage Duantian's, someone declared, and many eyes sparkled at the introduction. Perhaps the goddesses of the mortal world paid a visit to the sage at Mount Duantian while on their way to the divine road. That's why they know each other, someone whispered. Yi Futian then remembered seeing a warship of the mortal world while passing by the Duantian mountain range the other day. Gu Feiyong chatted for a while with Bing Yi and Chu Shang, as though Yi Futian and the rest weren't there at all. They weren't in a hurry to snatch the holy badges, being completely content just observing Yi Futian for now. Xiahou and Yan Jiu are here too. Mu Jiqiu looked to a place in the distance, and there was Xiahou of the Xia family and Yan Jiu of the Sword Saint Villa, moving through the sky towards them as well. They glanced at Yi Futian before looking towards Gu Feiyong and the warship. The ground then began to shake. A frightening demonic beast was walking towards them. The beast was a brilliant gold from head to toe, as though it had been created out of the precious metal. It was also walking like a human. This demonic beast was Yuanzhan, the giant golden ape. Even it had come to watch the commotion. Powerful individuals from the Nantian house arrived soon after. Nan Hao smiled at everyone present, but Nan Yu was cold as ice. He stared in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was observing everyone who had arrived as well. They probably suspected that he was about to open up a relic and came over to watch. Other than Chu Shang, no one else had spoken a single word to Yi Futian, but he was well aware of their intentions. Suddenly, the wind starting howling from far away and frightening energy could be felt. Everyone turned around to see a group of people arriving. These were all individuals of the noble plane, and they seemed incredibly mighty. It's Mo Jun, the people murmured, their gazes landing on a black armor-clad figure. That person was someone very famous. If Mo Jun's here, then he should be around too, many people thought to themselves, and they looked towards the back. Indeed, the wind howled fiercely there, and a man sat within a carriage that was being pulled by several nobles who had willingly taken up the task despite their status. Mo Jun and the others made way for the carriage to come to the front, and the man stepped out, surveying the crowd. Wearing a crown of laurel, he was as resplendent and eye-catching as a god. The man's gaze was bright and energetic as he looked at everyone. It was as if he owned the entire show simply by showing up. It's Ning Huang, one of the strongest people on the Dawn Road. Everyone thinks he'll be able to get into at least the top 3, Mu Jiqiu explained beside Yi Futian. Even his follower Mo Jun is a top-notch individual with frighteningly powerful abilities. The two of them working together could make them the strongest on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Behind him, many people sensed an immense pressure. Were the holy badges really safe with Yi Futian? The recent arrival of all these incredibly powerful people made them nervous. Almost all of the top-tier individuals of the Divine Road were probably here by now. Let's go, Yi Futian said, turning to leave after glancing at the crowd. Those who had newly arrived shot him a somewhat interested glance, but they did not follow. After all, they had no need to take action personally. As he walked, Yi Futian was deep in thought. These circumstances were slightly troublesome. All these people had once stayed in their own lane, taking the holy badges using their own methods and keeping out of each other's way. But after hearing that he was collecting the holy badges, they had all gathered at Flaming Prison City, watching him do the work for them. Then, a commotion broke out behind him. Yi Futian turned only to see someone trying to get to him but being held back by the people around him. That person looked at Yi Futian and said, "Young Master Ning has something to say to you." "Let him through," Yi Futian ordered. The person had called Ning Huang Young Master Ning, which meant he probably served him in some capacity. The crowd let him go, and that person came before Yi Futian. He whispered. Ning Xiao said that if you've come to the Divine Road in order to enroll in the Holy Ji Palace, then he'll help you get in. Ning Huang has ties with one of the elders at the Holy Ji Palace. He's been internally recognized as a direct disciple, Mu Zhiqiu whispered. And then, Yifutian looked at the person. If you are going to open up the relic, then young Master Ning must be the only one from the Dawn Road to help you, the person continued. Conditions? Yifutian chuckled. He knew that this offer was too good to be true. You'll pass the holy badges to young Master Ning. He'll take charge and you'll assist him in opening up the relics. You'll get what you came here for and even enroll in the Holy Ji Palace to train. The person continued speaking, sounding as though the proposal he was conveying was how things should be. Thank you for the kind offer. However, I decline. Yifutian smiled calmly. He wasn't surprised that everyone was approaching him with ulterior motives. The other person stared at Yifutian. This was a fantastic offer, and yet Yifutian had refused without even considering it. How unappreciative he was. You can't handle the holy badges. The person spat after a moment of silence. His voice was chilly. If I want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, then I will do it myself without any help from anyone. The conditions you've offered aren't that great. Yifutian looked at the other person in disdain before walking away. In the following days, Yifutian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. Wherever Yifutian went, the group of top-notch powerful figures would appear as well. They knew that Yifutian was close to collecting 10,000 holy badges. They also knew especially well that once he had done so, he would be able to activate the large relic. Those who managed to collect thousands of holy badges on the Divine Road were terrifying. These people were some of the most powerful figures there. But it was not possible for those from the Nantian House and the Sword Saint Villa to simply just snatch the holy badges from someone else. They were powerful enough to hunt down others on the Divine Road for their holy badges. But they usually would not take that risk because they were wary of offending the masses whose backgrounds were almost impossible to know for sure. Even a top disciple with powerful abilities would not be willing to take holy badges by force. Instead, they operated through occupying cities. It was just as well that Yifutian had appeared now, collecting holy badges at a speed faster than them. They naturally wanted to achieve their aims through Yifutian. First, they would let him open up a large relic site here. Then once they had returned to their own occupied city, they would even have the opportunity to open up 2 more of such sites. For the past few days, someone would be killed or go missing around the palace. The necromancer was still on a murderous streak. And with Yifutian collecting more and more holy badges, everyone had an odd feeling of being in the calm before the storm. It seemed like something big would go down the day Yifutian took action. Now, security had increased around the heart of Yifutian's living quarters. Powerful figures milled about outside, guarding every corner. They were all prepared to tackle any sudden turn of events. Zhuojun hurriedly approached Yifutian in the courtyard, whispering to him, "Yifutian, something has happened to Miss Qingyi. What's going on?" Yifutian's gaze froze upon him. "She discovered a spy among us. Follow me." Zhuojun checked their surroundings carefully before turning and leaving. Yifutian's eyebrows creased, and he followed after him. A short distance away, Xiaoxia saw what was happening, and in a flash he was keeping up with Yifutian's strides as well. The two followed Zhuojun to where Li Sun and the rest were training in another part of the courtyard. There were many people gathered there. Li Sun was squatting by Li Qingyi, holding her body close to him. It was a heart-wrenching sight for Yifutian, and he moved forward towards her. "Qingyi," Yifutian called out, putting his hand on hers before asking, "What happened?" However, a realization made him raise his eyebrows. Li Qingyi did not seem to be injured in any way at all. Li Qingyi's eyelids twitched before fluttering open slowly. Upon seeing Yifutian before her, her expression changed instantaneously, and she shouted, "Run!" Li Qingyi had barely spoken before a sneer was heard, and cold energy was suddenly felt. A sharp silver blade had appeared in Li Sun's hand. "Be careful!" Li Qingyi screamed, and she pushed Li Sun away with all her might. However, Li Sun managed to fling the blade at Yi Futian still, and it whistled towards him like a streak of lightning. The blade was incredibly fast, and at such a short distance, it seemed inevitable that it would hit its deadly mark. However, the trajectory of the blade had changed slightly when Li Qingyi pushed Li Sun. Yi Futian's reflexes were lightning fast as well. He ducked down, lightning flashing about his feet. With a hard step onto the ground, the thundering illusion step was activated in an explosive, heart-stopping moment, and Yi Futian moved out of the blade's way quick as lightning. The blade whistled past his face. It was a close call. Yi Futian regained his footing, and Yi Xiaoshi was by his side in an instant. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yi Futian nodded slightly, but his expression was icy cold. If it had not been for Li Qingyi's push, he really might have been killed by an attack at such a close range. He looked at Li Sun. The other man still had on the same gentle smile from before. It was as if he had not just attacked Yi Futian. "Good dodge, brother Yi," Li Sun praised, smiling still. Yi Futian was then surrounded by many people from the crowd. These were people who had previously come to offer Yi Futian their holy badges. They weren't Li Sun's underlings, but they obviously could not bear to give up their holy badges and had joined forces with Li Sun to set up this trap. "You may have been lucky, but you won't escape death." Zhuo Jun's expression was dark. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived even this setup. "I never trusted you, but you're a young city lord of the White Sovereign City with such a good reputation. I didn't think you'd even use your own younger sister to trap me." Yi Futian's voice was icy cold. "I had intended for her to cooperate with me, but the girl was loyal to you, so I had to knock her unconscious instead. You've gotten pretty friendly with Qingyi these days. I imagined you'd ignore all suspicions and let your guard down in the panic of finding out that something had happened to her. It's a pity it didn't work out." Li Sun shook his head, smiling. "But that doesn't change anything." Yi Futian felt a coolness on his back. So, even a person as seemingly virtuous as Li Sun had such a dark and devious side to him. His methods were incredibly ruthless and cruel. "Why are you doing this?" Yi Futian asked. He didn't quite understand Li Sun's motivations. Just what good would it do Li Sun to kill him? Li Sun looked back, and a figure cloaked in black walked out. The figure pulled down his hood to reveal a resolute, cold face. Upon seeing the person, inklings of understanding began to dawn upon Yi Futian. He had seen Mo Jun days ago at the stone ruins. Mu Zhiqiu had called him an insanely powerful, top-tier individual. Mo Jun was Ning Huang's top warrior. Many people claimed that if the two worked together, they could be the strongest team in all of the Divine Road. Mo Jun's presence was a clear indication that Li Sun was working for Ning Huang. It was no wonder he was so confident. He had been sneaking Mo Jun into this plan of his. Given Ning Huang's stature, I don't think he would have looked for you first. Did you all approach him then? Yi Futian asked Li Sun. Yes. Li Sun nodded. What do you have to gain from this? Yi Futian asked again, if I become one of young Master Ning's followers, I'll get a share once we open up the relic. Li Sun replied honestly. A follower? Yi Futian laughed disdainfully. It was laughable how Li Sun would rather be a dog of Ning Huang's than be a friend. I promised you before that once I open up the relic, you'd get a share too. Yi Futian sighed. Do you really think you stand a chance at opening up the relic? Li Sun's face was shadowed with doubt. Do you not understand that any one of these top powers could attack at any moment should they wish to? Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. They're just waiting for you to collect the holy badges, and taking care to not step on each other's toes as well. No one ever took you seriously, so where is all this confidence coming from? Li Sun continued his tirade. As for those who offered you their holy badges, how can they be so stupid? Li Sun didn't understand at all. If Ning Huang had wanted to get to the holy badges earlier, there honestly had been no need for him to work with Li Sun. He could have just launched an attack on his own. How could you do this? Li Qingyi looked especially pained. Her eyes were red as she stared at her older brother Li Sun. Shut up. Li Sun shot a cold glare at Li Qingyi. The girl had changed so completely. Li Qingyi no longer listened to his orders, but helped outsiders instead, causing unnecessary complications to this whole affair. She was too much. Miss Qingyi, I've said this before, Zhuojun spoke. He followed us onto the divine road and we offered him our protection, but he treated us as though we were just mere strangers. It was a complete joke. You should be happy for the young city lord that he has the opportunity to follow young Master Ning now. Zhuojun then turned his gaze to Yi Futian, his expression cold. He's only someone of the Arcana plane. What authority does he have to give us any orders like he's our superior? Followed you all onto the divine road? Yi Futian scoffed in disdain. Li Sun was the one who invited me to join all of you at the foot of Mount Jiuxian. I never once said I'd follow you. We were only supposed to take care of each other. I was grateful for all that you all had done for me. That's why I came back to find you and let you train with me. I was never asking for your protection. Furthermore, you would all get a share whenever I opened up a relic. And now, laughing a little, he said no more. Once again, he was resigned to the truths of human nature. If he had been Ning Huang, these people would have willingly followed after him by the thousands. But just because Yi Futian was of the Arcana plane, he was seen to be unfit for many of his pursuits. And now that he had become the center of attention and could command the masses, he had attracted the jealousy of others as well. Let's not waste any more time. Mo Jun boomed, his powerful voice cold. Let's go, he ordered, stepping forward. At his words, attacks came from people on both sides. In an instant, the space was covered in spells that shot straight for Yi Futian and Xianxia. At the same time, several people leaped through the air, descending with the spells. Noble aura engulfed the space and a frighteningly immense energy could be felt. A blinding light emanated from Xianxia. With a rustling sound, a gigantic and brilliant tree appeared. The gold and green hues of the tree gave it a dazzling radiance, and the ancient tree stood proudly in the sky like a divine imperial tree. The leaves and vines of the tree seemed incredibly sharp. A frightening murderous glint reflected off them, and the tree spread out its branches all across the space. None of the spells that descended upon the space could break a single twig or leaf of the tree. Someone swung a palm towards the tree, but an incredibly sharp vine pierced through his hand before heading upwards and stabbing the person through the throat. The person was killed in midair instantly. A few other people met similar fates. When Xianxia activated the Emperor's vine life spirit, they had either been pierced through or had their throats stabbed by the vines without exception, dying horrifically in midair. Xianxia was now a grade 8 noble, and his life spirit was especially powerful. Furthermore, he had even integrated into his life spirit a magic weapon that his second senior sister had gifted to him, making him invincible. A normal noble would not compare to him. A nervous flash shot through Li Sun and everyone else's eyes. They had not known that this unassuming fatty could have possessed such frightening power. Mo Jun's eyebrows creased. He sensed that Xianxia had incredibly powerful abilities. With a step upwards, he leaped into the sky. Unbelievably overwhelming energy emanated from his being, making him seem like a god of war. Upon sensing Mo Jun's energy, Xianxia knew that he had met a tough match. With a leap, he charged towards the other person. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the sky, before turning back to stare coldly at everyone around him. Seeing Yi Futian standing there alone, a cold glint shot through Zhuojun's eyes. He then dashed towards Yi Futian, his movements quick as lightning. His palm shot out ruthlessly in Yi Futian's direction, sharp and deadly as a blade. But Yi Futian only turned to look at him quietly, not moving a muscle. Unbelievably, Yi Futian had no intention to defend himself. "You're looking for death." Zhuojun's expression was cold. The shadow of dragon claws as he struck mercilessly where Yi Futian's heart was. Zhuojun wanted his attack to pierce through Yi Futian's chest. The strike landed with a thud, but Zhuojun did not feel like he had hit flesh. Instead, his attack had made contact with an invincible divine body. His expression turned to horrified shock, but Yi Futian only stared coldly at him. "Are you jealous of me because you thought you were stronger than me? Was that why you thought I wasn't fit to do everything I did?" Yi Futian asked him coldly. Zhuojun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Yi Futian had only been able to assist Zhuojun in battle back when they were at the base of Mount Jiuxian. He had only been a negligible cultivator in the 7th level of the Arcana plane then. Yet everything had suddenly changed once he had come to the Divine Road. He now held great influence and had countless followers. With the insane rate at which he opened up relics and how everyone was following his every move, it felt as though Yi Futian had become someone who was way above them. This made him and the rest feel like nobodies. But what made them truly furious was how there was absolutely no special treatment reserved for them. They offered up their holy badges like everyone else and received the same understandings of the relic as any other outsider. As such, Zhuojun had instigated Li Sun, the young city lord, to take action of some sort. Li Sun evidently shared his same negative sentiments, and after they saw Ning Huang send someone to talk to Yi Futian, they had secretly gotten in contact with that underling and agreed to work under Ning Huang. But when his blow landed on Yi Futian, he had realized that Yi Futian didn't seem to match up to what he thought of him. At the very least, Yi Futian was physically a lot stronger than him. He had stood there and allowed Zhuojun to attack him however he liked, but Zhuojun hadn't been able to make him move, much less break through his defenses. Zhuojun could not comprehend just what kind of body Yi Futian had. With Zhuojun's power, his attacks should be able to do more even if he was up against a grade 9 noble. Yi Futian's body was frighteningly strong. He specialized in body refinement techniques, and after he was attacked by a sage of the Blazing Sun School previously, he had reconstructed his muscles and bones and made them even stronger with the help of the divine light and his life spirit. As such, his body was even stronger than before. With his current body, he would not be shaken by any attack from a person below the noble plane. Zhuojun thought very highly of himself, but he had never been so bothered by a person before. Reaching out, Yi Futian grabbed Zhuojun by the throat before he could react and retreat. Zhuojun looked defeated as he stared at Yi Futian. "You think I owe you? But have you ever thought about just what you have done for me?" A touch of disgusted disdain descended upon Yi Futian's gaze as he looked at Zhuojun. Yi Futian had taken Zhuojun with him as he opened up numerous relics. Yet Zhuojun had eventually harbored resentment and hatred for him just because Yi Futian had not shown him any preferential treatment. It was apparent that pathetic people always had a detestable side to them. Yi Futian gripped slightly harder, and a soft crack was heard before Zhuojun's eyes rolled up into his head and he grew lifeless. Zhuojun had never even imagined that he would die so pitifully. It was as though he was a mere ant that had been stepped on. Yi Futian released Zhuojun, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Li Sun did not feel any grief at the sight of Zhuojun's body. He was only surprised at how powerful Yi Futian was. He had known that Yi Futian was extraordinarily talented, but he was only at the 7th level of the Arcana plane still. Zhuojun was at the peak of the Arcana plane, and yet he had died so pathetically, as though he had gone up against a noble instead. Many people in White Sovereign City were surprised at Yi Futian's might. And it wasn't just Yi Futian either. They marveled at how even the older senior brother, the fatty, was also incredibly powerful, so much so that he could face Mo Jun in battle. Then, a sound was heard from the sky. It was evident that the cultivators in the palace had been alerted to the huge battle going on here. The people Mo Jun had brought and Li Sun's underlings launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Futian. They obviously understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. They previously thought that it would be as easy as pie to take down Yi Futian with a trap. After all, they had Mo Jun with them. But even the powerful Mo Jun had been held up by Yi Xiaoshi. In a dazzling flurry of light, the divine destruction polearm appeared in Yi Futian's hand. In an instant, brilliant starlight shot out in all directions and a frightening starry storm appeared in the surroundings. Meteorites spun about wildly around Yi Futian, and his body seemed to be made out of the stars themselves. This was the immortal celestial bodies technique. As the spell descended upon the space, everyone was kept from advancing. It would not be easy for these people to take Yi Futian down quickly. With a swing of the divine destruction polearm, Yi Futian struck at a noble that was charging at him. The noble was at grade 8 of the noble plane, and when he raised his arm, it was as if a gold rock was striking quick as lightning. But as the divine destruction pole arm descended upon him, he felt an incomparably immense power rush towards him. With a loud boom, his arm was struck numb by the blow. At the same time, an invisible weight pressed down upon him, as though he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. Yifutian then leaped through the air towards him. With a swooping attack, the noble's arm was shattered and his head smashed in with another loud boom. Everyone was shocked, and Li Sun's expression was that of bewildered surprise. Yifutian was so strong he could kill a grade 8 noble. The ritual implement elicited feelings of fright in those who saw it. Powerful figures from all across the place, the disciples of the Starry School, Qin Yin and the rest of his group, as well as Xiao Junyi and Xianxia who had been tasked with guarding Yifutian, had now reached where Yifutian was. Upon arriving at the scene, they attacked directly, filling the space with frightening energy as they struck without hesitation retreat. Mo Jun ordered, making a snap judgment based on the new situation. He had no desire to battle. While Yi Xiaoshi's plane was lower than his, he was still hard to get rid of. It was difficult to defeat him quickly. Furthermore, the rest of his people would not be able to take down Yifutian in an instant. The other parties were now gathering in a counterattack. If they were to continue fighting, many may not be able to return. Yi Xiaoshi looked at him. Green and gold rays of light began to intertwine. It was as if millions of arms were spiraling towards Mo Jun at the same time. Each branch, leaf, and vine was like a sharp, invincible blade. Mo Jun's eyes swept coldly over Yi Xiaoshi. The endless dazzle of lightning emanated from his being, and it seemed as though doomsday had come. Frightening spears of darkness shot out with the lightning in a lethal attack on Yi Xiaoshi and came into contact with Yi Xiaoshi's own attack. Mo Jun was not eager to get caught up in battle. Upon seeing those who had just arrived attack people on his side, a radiant image appeared behind him. Within the image was a mighty figure driving a carriage of lightning drawn by frightening dark kuei. Light exploded from the image and the dark kuei burst out, pulling the carriage along as it charged around. The carriage was unstoppable and everyone was forced back, with those who got too close getting injured from being hit. The person on the carriage leaped through the air to Mo Jun's side. In a flash of lightning that hid them from everyone else, the two rose into the sky at an incredible speed. They had instantly left the battlefield and were in the skies. What a mighty Dharma spirit! Many people marveled as they looked at Mo Jun, who was high up in the sky. Mo Jun was a freakishly powerful figure of the divine road, and his abilities were incomparable. Mo Jun had two life spirits, which merged to form the powerful Dharma spirit that had just appeared. Mo Jun was incomparably powerful, and he had snuck into the palace undetected to attack Yifutian. Yet he had still failed. It seemed like Yi Xiaoshi had gotten in Mo Jun's way. Perhaps everyone had misjudged the fatty. He was actually powerful beyond measure. Li Sun, Qin Yin and the rest understood just what had happened upon seeing Li Sun in the air. Their expressions turned dark at the realization. Li Sun had betrayed them and joined forces with outsiders to target Yifutian. Since Mo Jun was an underling of Ning Huang's, it was only presumable that Li Sun had switched allegiance to Ning Huang. A good reputation? Zui Qianqiu shook his head, smiling sardonically. Li Sun had only been putting up a front. Looking at Li Qingyi, who was being held captive by Li Sun, he sighed to himself that it was such a waste that a good young lady like her was going to be dragged down with Li Sun. Yifutian, you can't always just do whatever you want without thinking about what's usually done. Why set yourself up for failure? Li Sun spoke from where he was in the sky. Without thinking about what's usually done? Yifutian shot Li Sun a glare. It's not like you know how to behave properly. Yifutian ignored Li Sun after that. Turning away, he walked towards the outskirts of the palace. What is he going to do? Many people's gazes turned to Yifutian before they too started to follow after him. Could he be? There was a subtle sense of excitement in the air. Yifutian had already collected enough holy badges. Was he going to open up the large relic? A flash of excitement shot through Mo Jun's eyes, and he moved from where he was high up in the sky to chase after Yifutian as well. Behind them, everyone both inside and outside of the palace was alerted to the happenings and followed the crowd too. In no time, a frightening gathering of people was formed. Leaving the palace to walk through flaming prison city, Yi Futian was followed by a procession of countless powerful individuals. It was an intimidating sight to see. In the skies far away from where they were, rays of light were shooting towards them. The air warship was the first to arrive where Yi Futian and the rest were. It was Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world, who had followed after Yi Futian's group in the sky on the air warship. Then Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa arrived. Following him, Xiahou, people from the Nantian house, disciples of the Duantian mountain range and various other powerful individuals began to arrive as well. They all looked at Yi Futian. Isn't it a little inappropriate for Mo Jun and Ning Huang to act on their own? Gu Feiyang from the Duantian mountain range commented, his voice loud and clear. It was clear that Ning Huang wanted to snatch the holy badges for himself ahead of time and disappear with them. Do you have a problem with that? A blinding light dazzled from afar, and Ning Huang came from afar, followed by countless people. Ning Huang glanced down. He had not expected Mo Jun to fail. It seemed like the other party had been somewhat prepared. However, the ending to these events would still remain the same. If Li Sun had not voluntarily come to him at the start, then Ning Huang would not have bothered with such tricks. A direct attack to snatch the holy badges by force would have sufficed for him. Ning Huang didn't see the need for such troublesome tactics. But since Li Sun wanted to offer him the holy badges, Ning Huang just went along with it. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to make a move. Yi Futian had collected sufficient holy badges and was ready to open up the large relic. The only thing was, it seemed like Yi Futian was still intent on holding on to the holy badges himself. Give me the holy badges, and we'll forget about everything that happened in the past. I guarantee you'll be safe. Ning Huang looked down at Yi Futian and made an offer. He didn't mind that Yi Futian had rejected him before. As long as Ning Huang got his hands on the holy badges, he was perfectly happy to pretend as though nothing had happened before. Yi Futian threw Ning Huang a glance. Ning Huang was insufferably arrogant. He was the one who had sent people to attack him, and yet now he was offering to forget about everything that had happened if Yi Futian gave him the holy badges. Just who was the one who had tried to pull off an underhanded attack on Yi Futian? Ning Huang had sent people to kill Yi Futian, and yet now he would only forget about everything if Yi Futian handed over the holy badges. If one were to try to apply this logic elsewhere, they'd be met with sneers. But now no one thought there was anything amiss about the statement, just because Ning Huang had been the one to say it. Ning Huang made it sound as though he was giving Yi Futian a chance. Yi Futian continued walking ahead, ignoring Ning Huang. Though there were countless people following after Yi Futian, the atmosphere was very tense. Everyone present in the sky was insanely powerful individuals. Within the barren state, these people were the best of their generation in various aspects, and any one of them could potentially be iconic figures in the future. These people were sure to enter the Holy Ji Palace. And at this very moment, everyone was staring at Yi Futian, preparing to attack.